again and tried to watch where she put her feet. The hot, humid swamp smelled foul. They passed through a number of areas, though, where the stench was especially bad. She held her hand over her mouth and nose, trying not to breathe in the gagging smell of death and rotting flesh. She hurried until they were past the worst of it. Birds screamed raucous calls that echoed through the wet woods. The ravens that had followed them for so long sat in a row on a long, dead branch, watching Kaelin approach. They cocked their heads and looked down at her with one black eye as she passed beneath them. Sometimes they flapped their wings and cawed so loudly it made her ears hurt. Then they flew on to another branch, where they could continue to watch her progress. Here and there, boggy patches of water spanned back in under the thick, overhanging growth. Vapor hung just above the murky black water. In places it drifted out and across the path. It swirled around her legs as she walked through the thick, heavy mist. It came up only about as high as her knees and left the bottom of her trousers damp. It also carried with it the smells of dead things. In other spots, the tangle of thick vines coiled like snakes on the trees, killing them. In the boggy woods to the sides, the roots of large trees were so thick, gnarled and broad that in places they spread out over the path. She knew that if her ankle got caught on one of those gnarled roots, she might break it before she could catch herself. So it took time and extreme caution to cross those extensive webs of roots. Off across the water, in the deep shadows, she could see glowing eyes watching them. Others followed from off in the trees and brush. A few dark shapes now and then leaped from tree to tree, following them from the shadows for a time. In some of the wetter areas, large trees stood on skirts of tall roots, as if trying to stay above the dark water. Smaller creatures hid back in those standing roots. The gray trunks of those trees were smooth and bare of bark, and their branches were bare of leaves. Instead, they were draped with long trailers of dead brown moss hanging still in the stagnant, humid air. It made the trees look like silver specters haunting the trail, watching who dared pass. The spongy path in many places was mere inches above the expanses of turbid water to either side. With each step, water oozed up out of the soft, mossy ground and over her boots. Sometimes the water to the sides rippled as something unseen under the surface followed them along for a time, then left a spiraling swirl as it submerged. Off in the thick, dark, dense vegetation in the distance, unseen things whooped and howled. Every once in a while, Kaelin spotted a shadowed shape skitter through the lower branches or bound along the ground back in the brush. In the heavy air, other things off out of sight clicked and whistled warnings to others of their kind. Creatures she couldn't see and couldn't imagine noted the groups passing with apparent displeasure by growling low, guttural warnings. In some places, the mist rising from the stinking, bubbling, thick black water carried with it the smell of sulfur. It was a smell strongly associated with the underworld, so Kaelin kept a wary watch whenever she smelled it, worried that something might appear from the world of the dead. Sometimes the mist carried the gagging stench of rotting flesh. There was never any area where it smelled even remotely good. Kaelin was reluctant to draw a breath as her gaze continually swept the area to each side, watching for danger or the source of the stench. In places she saw the bloated, putrefied, half-submerged bodies of animals too rotted to identify. She didn't know if they had drowned in the foul water or possibly succumbed to the toxic smells. In a few places she saw rotting corpses that looked like they might be human, floating only partly above the surface of scummy water. Those ahead of her carefully picked their way over the tangled masses of roots of the gnarled trees. She remembered all too well that there were particularly dangerous roots in the swamp that no one would dare to walk across. The roots of those trees, the ones with squat, fat trunks, were tangled and looked very much like nests of bald snakes. Those roots had to be given a wide berth. She saw those every once in a while, but the path skirted them, and the witch women always walked on the farthest side of the path so as to stay as far away as possible. And then, near just one of those squat trees with the tangled roots that had to be avoided, Kaelin suddenly missed a step. She stopped. Her eyes went wide. The thing she had been trying to pull from the dark corner of her mind suddenly came rushing forward into her consciousness. She realized what it was that didn't make sense. Chapter 35. One single question stood out in Kaelin's mind above all others. Why would Shota want Kaelin to give birth just so she could kill the babies? And why go to all the trouble to take her all the way to Agaden Reach to give birth? Not only that, but if she simply wanted to kill the babies, why not have her miscarry, which she had now twice proven she was entirely capable of doing, and then use a healer like Shael to help her recover if she really wanted Kaelin to live? If her intention was in fact to get rid of the babies and not kill Kaelin, that would be the easiest way. It would be over and done with. So why would Shota insist that the babies must be born first, if she simply wanted them dead so that what she saw as the threat of their existence would be ended? On the surface, it made no sense. But beneath the surface, it was starting to make sinister sense. In the beginning, Shota had told Richard and Kaelin that she harbored no ill will toward them. She had even said that she appreciated the things they had done for their people, as well as what they had done that had saved her from the Keeper of the Underworld. She had even said that she rather liked them, and that she didn't mean them any harm. She had tried to paint herself as reasonable, kind even. She had said that after the birth, they would be free to go. And yet, she proudly admitted that she had spelled Richard's legs so that he couldn't get away in time, and the palace would collapse on top of him. That certainly didn't sound like she didn't intend them harm. In fact, she had used her power in a surprise attack to try to kill him just before that. Richard hadn't struck first, she had. Despite her benevolent claims, it was clear that her intent had been to kill him, not let him go. After all of that, why would she then go back to her original story that she meant Kaelin no harm, and that she would let her go once she gave birth? She had said that she intended Richard no harm either, yet she had clearly acted to kill him. Why did Shota seem so intent on keeping Kaelin alive and having her give birth before she killed the children? What purpose would it serve to have the children born before she killed them? It now seemed pretty clear from everything that had happened that Shota didn't really intend to let Kaelin go once she gave birth. She intended to kill her. So, if she actually intended to kill her in the end, but wasn't admitting as much, which Kaelin now believed was the case, then the previous evening, on the mountain before they crossed the snowcaps, why hadn't she simply let Kaelin miscarry and bleed to death? It would have been a simple solution to the greater good she kept talking about. For that matter, why hadn't she let Kaelin die way back when she started to miscarry after they finally got out of the strange wood? Killing the 2 unborn babies was her goal, after all, for that greater good as she saw it. So what difference would it have made had the babies died in a miscarriage, and Kaelin died as well? Shota's true intentions flashed like ice through Kaelin's veins. Kaelin stood frozen with the sudden realization of what Shota actually wanted. Chapter 36. Kaelin was well aware that time was not on her side. If she was going to try something, it had to be now, when they least expected it. Later, down in Agaden Reach, with her time running out and the birth imminent, they would be expecting her to try to resist or flee. The problem was, she knew that her confessor power wouldn't work on Shota because the witch woman was now in command of the power of Coven. That power protected her, protected all of them, as long as that power of Coven was in effect. The Coven. Of course, With sudden realization, she grasped the only way that gave her any kind of chance against all of these women. "Keep moving," Nia growled from behind, bringing Kaelin out of her headlong rush of thoughts. She knew she needed some kind of excuse in order to create surprise. What had Richard always told her? If you had to act, if acting was your only hope, then act swiftly with maximum violence. Thinking quickly, Kaelin saw her only opportunity. She went to a knee and bent forward so that Nia couldn't see what she was doing. "I said to keep moving," the witch woman screamed at her from behind. Kaelin looked back over her shoulder. "My bootlace came untied. I have to retie it." Nia folded her arms. "Well, hurry it up, then." Sorrel, one of the more disagreeable of the whole disagreeable lot of witches, stormed back, shoving her way past the bull of a witch-woman who had been just ahead of Kaelin. She angrily waved her arms. Her gums were dark, as were the rings around her eyes, adding to her already wicked looks. "What's going on?" Sorrel demanded. As the angry Sorrel had been charging back through the group of witch-women, Kaelin knew she was quickly running out of time. She struggled with all her might, using her fingertips to try to pry the heavy rock out of the mud where it was half buried right beside her boot. She hunched over in such a way that the others couldn't see what she was doing, and would think she was trying to tie the lace on her boot. She held her breath with the effort of pulling on the rock. The mud sucked it down tight and made it resist coming up. She wiggled the rock, then pried it with all her strength, her breath held and muscles tight against the effort, knowing it was her only chance. But the portion of the rock under the muddy ground was larger than Kaelin had thought at first, making it far more difficult than she had expected. She knew that she dared not abandon the effort. It could very well be the last chance she would ever get. Sorrel rushed up in a rage, screaming curses and waving her arms. "Answer me!" Sorrel yelled, her face going red with fury, matching the red tips of her spiky hair. The rock popped free of the mud. Instead of answering the woman, Kaelin sprang up and whirled around in one fluid motion, bringing the rock with her. As she spun, she whipped the heavy rock around at the end of her extended arm. Sorrel was just opening her mouth to yell something else when Kaelin slammed the heavy rock into the side of the woman's head. It made a loud crack as the thick skull bones shattered. The witch's eyes went dead as her skull caved in under the speed of the heavy rock. Her right eye went glassy as it turned up and to the right. Her left eye, equally glassy, turned to point down and to her left. Kaelin imagined it was looking to the underworld, where her soul was already sinking into eternity. Sorrel dropped straight down into a limp, still heap. As a pool of blood began to spread under Sorrel's body, the sour-faced bull of a witch, at first surprised, now looking livid at what she had just seen happen, suddenly rushed headlong for Kaelin. Her fat neck was sunken down into her broad shoulders, like a charging bull's, so much so that she couldn't easily look down at where she was going. Her angry scowl was fixed on Kaelin. In a reckless rush, the big woman stumbled over Sorrel's body. In that instant, Kaelin seized one of her outstretched arms by a fat wrist and used the woman's falling motion and weight to swing her on around. With a grunt of effort, Kaelin propelled the witch woman's bulk out into the murky water. She didn't fly far, but she flew far enough. Her angry cry was cut short when she hit the water with a massive splash that lifted not just the dark water, but strings of water weeds and algae up into the air, some of it flopping out across the trail. The big woman popped back up to the surface, her hair matted to her head, coughing up water between gasps for air. As she surfaced, splashing and paddling awkwardly to get to the bank, something apparently grabbed her leg, making her cry out. She screamed in pain, reaching for the bank at the same time. Whatever it was that had her abruptly pulled, and in a single big yank dragged her back and down under the water. She was gone in an instant. Bubbles came up from the deep as a blood slick grew at a rapid rate and spread across the rippling surface. Almost at the same time, the bony witch with the big black eyes, who had seen what had just happened to her sister, charged toward Kaelin, careful to leap over Sorrel's body, intent on taking revenge. The witch's stick-like arms flailed as she let out an animalistic cry that was a shriek of anger and lethal intent mixed together in one. It was the first sound Kaelin had heard the woman make, and it was properly blood-curdling. Kaelin was just coming up from having dropped to a knee, having lost her balance from the effort of tossing the bony witch's very large sister witch into the water. Without pause, as she stood, Kaelin seized a stick-like arm and spun the witch-woman around, this time easily because she didn't weigh much at all. Kaelin wheeled completely around with her. As she did, the woman's feet, clear of the ground, sailed out as she flew around through the air like a bony rag doll. As she came around from a full turn, Kaelin released her with a grunt of effort, letting her sail through the air and into the nest of roots of one of the squat, fat-trunked trees just off the trail. When the bony woman crashed down in the midst of the roots, they instantly whipped out, knotting and coiling around her body the way a constricting snake would wrap its coils around a victim. Other roots captured her flailing arms and legs. Showers of sparks filled the air above the roots as the witch tried to cast some kind of spell, but it was too little, too late. Almost as soon as she had fallen in, the sparks died out as the witch-woman was pulled under the massive coils and writhing roots. Kaelin couldn't see it, but she could hear bones snapping and joints popping as the strange tree dragged her under its nest of roots and pulled her limb from limb. Almost as quickly as the roots had grabbed her, she was gone, and it was over. At the same time, Kaelin heard Nia scream in rage and charge toward her from behind. Nia was out for blood and revenge. Chapter 37. Kaelin turned halfway to the threat. It was clear from the wild look in her eyes that Nia's rage had taken control of her senses. Surprisingly, she charged in with a knife. Kaelin's knife, rather than using magic. She apparently wanted to physically rip into Kaelin and take her down. She raced ahead, knife first, intending to slam the blade into Kaelin. That was the last mistake the witch-woman would ever make. With the death of the 3 witches mere moments before, the spell of Coven was broken. Kaelin's power was no longer suppressed. Nia leaped toward Kaelin, throwing herself at her, intending to crash down on her knife first. Kaelin lifted her hand, palm out toward the blade as if warding it off. It all happened in an instant, but that instant was all the time it took. The world went still. Kaelin felt the tip of the knife as it had just begun to touch her palm. Although it was a razor-sharp blade, to Kaelin it felt like no more than a breath of air on her hand. It was not necessary for her to summon her confessor power. She merely had to withdraw her restraint of it, and she had already done that. Time stopped. The inner violence of Kaelin's cold, coiled power slipping its bounds was breathtaking. The astonishing magnitude of the force as it was unleashed was like touching the sun. It flared up from the very core of who she was and through every fiber of her being, lighting her soul with white-hot intensity. Nia hung in the air, stopped dead before Kaelin, her hand with the knife outstretched, her feet clear of the ground, one of her knees parting the hundreds of knotted and beaded strips of her leather skirt. Kaelin could have counted the hundreds of stringy strands of red hair, lifted out in all directions, now frozen motionless in mid-air. It was like seeing a statue made of flesh and bone. The rage in Nia's eyes had only just taken that first tick of transition to alarm. She had just begun to realize by Kaelin's posture, her resolute stance, her fearless bearing, that something was terribly wrong. Before she had been able to fully realize what was happening, it was already too late. She was frozen in that instant of time just before the danger had fully registered. Kaelin knew that behind her, the rest of the witch-women were also still as stone, frozen in mid-movement. In the sky, a number of the ravens that had taken to wing at the initiation of the violence were impossibly stopped in mid-flight, their wings having just flapped, spread, or started to take another bite of the air, the fanned feathers at the back of their wings standing out individually, black, glossy, beautiful. Something under the water to the side of the path had just disturbed the surface, and the ripples from it were now motionless. The mist drifting over the water had likewise stopped in place. The whole world waited, unmoving. In the silent stillness of Kaelin's mind, she had all the time in the world, all the time she would need to do what she had done so many times before. Nia's face was set in mid-snarl. Her teeth were bared. Beads of sweat dotted her glowering brow. Her pale blue eyes were wild, frozen in a picture of fury. Of all the witch-women, this one had been the one she had feared most, because she always seemed dangerously deranged. Shota had put her in charge of Kaelin for a reason. She was not only Shota's next in command, but she was also ruthless and would not hesitate to take control of any situation, and she had the power to deal with anything. Except this. The control of what was about to happen now belonged entirely to Kaelin. She knew that back behind her somewhere, Shota would be in mid-scream, trying to stop what Kaelin had already done to break the coven. That power was now lost to Shota. The Confessor's power was now Kaelin's again. She had yet to feel a single heartbeat. Even so, she had taken in the whole scene in excruciating detail. She knew where everything and everyone was, all stopped in space. Kaelin wondered if this red-headed witch woman yet knew that her mind was about to be gone. It was possible that she didn't realize that a confessor's power also took a person's mind, but everything she was, and everything she had been, was about to be wiped away in a lightning instant by the unstoppable force of Kaelin's power. The woman's mind, once emptied, would be replaced with a frantic, burning desire to do what Kaelin, and only Kaelin, as the confessor who was taking her mind, wanted. Even with taking control of this one witch before her, Kaelin was well aware that her position was still one of great peril. There were a lot of other witches. And then there was Shota. She would not take kindly to what Kaelin had done. Even so, it couldn't be helped. The way things were going, if Kaelin didn't act, and soon, it would all end badly. This way, at least, she had broken the coven and changed the balance of power. It didn't ensure that she would survive, but had she not done it, she would have had no chance. This, at least, gave her an entirely different field of battle, one in which she was not powerless. As Kaelin gazed again into the eyes of this woman before her, she felt no hatred, no remorse, no anger, no sorrow, no pity. In fact, she felt no emotion at all. This act was the embodiment of confessor power, and the confessor face reflected its cold nature, and in a way, part of its purpose. This was reasoned action absent of emotion. It was a calculated act of aggression to change what would have otherwise happened. Emotion had no place in that, and was no longer necessary, so it was no longer a component of what had to be done. It was already decided the instant that knife point touched Kaelin's palm. Nia had no chance. None. In that singular moment, if Kaelin was the absence of emotion, then Nia was the manifestation of it. In that infinitesimal tick of time, Nia's mind, who she was, who she had been, was already gone. Kaelin did not hesitate. She released the rest of her restraints on her gift to unleash the full, blinding force of her power. Time slammed back. Thunder without sound jolted the air, exquisite, violent, and for that pristine instant, sovereign. The trees all around shook with the force of the concussion. The violent shock of it lifted the leaves, bits of plants and sticks littering the ground, and blew them outward in an ever-expanding ring around Kaelin. The dust and dirt and debris driven before the wall of power knocked the rest of the women from their feet as it stripped vegetation off the nearby shrubs and trees. As the force of that silent thunder ripped across the water to each side of the path, it drove a ring of water and water vapor before it. Trees shook. Small branches were torn off and blown back. Nia gasped as the full force of the Confessor power slammed into her. Behind Kaelin, all of the women, who had been thrown from their feet and tumbled back away, were now grabbing their elbows, knees, or wrists in pain. She could hear them groaning in agony from having been too close to Kaelin when her Confessor power was unleashed. Nia dropped to her knees before Kaelin. She looked up through strands of red hair, no longer in hate and rage, but in pleading. "Mistress, please, command me." Kaelin looked down, feeling no sorrow for the woman. Her life as she had known it was now ended. Her memories, her wishes, her hopes were gone. She had forfeited all of that and more when she tried to kill Kaelin. "Please, mistress," Nia begged. "Please command me." "Kill Shota." Almost instantly, knife still in her fist, Nia scrambled to her feet and charged past Kaelin, going for Shota. Chapter 38. As Nia shot past, Kaelin turned to see all the rest of the witchwomen, including Shota, getting to their feet, most of them groaning in pain from being so close when Kaelin had unleashed her power. Nia, screaming in single-minded lethal fury, raced through some and leaped over others as she bolted toward Shota. Unlike the others, who were slowly struggling up, Shota, who had also been knocked from her feet, swiftly swirled around as she rose with a grace of silk billowing in a breeze. The flaps and folds of her variegated gray dress whirled with her like trails of smoke behind the flames of a torch as she advanced in a blur with otherworldly speed. Kaelin blinked, and there was Shota abruptly standing before the advancing Nia. Nia was still screaming, intent only on carrying out Kaelin's command. She lifted her fist with a knife to drive it into her former leader. Before the knife made it to Shota, Shota calmly tapped Nia's forehead once with a finger. Nia instantly stopped dead in her tracks. At the same time, all of her blackened and cracked the way a log in a fire turns black and checkers into pieces before it falls apart. All of those black chunks one moment made a very odd-looking Nia, and the next moment crumbled like coals collapsing in a blaze. In mere seconds, all that was left of a totally committed Nia was a heap of glowing embers. Kaelin could hardly believe that just that quick, Nia was no more. She supposed she was actually no more the instant Kaelin's power had taken her mind, but still, this was a disturbing development. 1 second there was about to be a battle, and then the next second it was over. Of course, Kaelin hadn't thought that killing Shota would be as easy as simply ordering Nia to kill her, but she had hoped that it would result in a longer battle that would allow her to escape. That was not to be. Beyond Shota, and the blackened, crumbled remains of Nia spilled all over the ground, Kaelin saw all the rest of the wide-eyed witchwomen, including Shale, standing close together, shrinking back in horror at having seen both Shota's power and Kaelin's used in such horrifying fashion, to say nothing of having also just seen 4 of their sister witches die violently in a matter of seconds. The 4 dead witches had been vicious and seemed to enjoy their roles in Shota's scheme, and as Kaelin's captors, glad to inflict whatever pain that control required or was commanded by Shota. It was apparent from the way the rest of them in the background stared that they were not nearly so eager for battle. Faced with such savage power unleashed so swiftly, and with such devastating results, they all had to fear that any of them might be next. Kaelin knew that Shale, at least, was not there by her own wishes, but by Shota's command. She wondered if it was the same for any of the others. Shota gracefully stepped around the smoldering remains of her former second-in-command and came to a halt in front of Kaelin. "Well, well, Mother Confessor, it seems you have managed to break the coven." She tipped her head close and spoke in a low, deadly voice. "But in so doing, you have lost the ability to use your power again until you recover your strength. And we both know that will take a while. In the meantime, you have left yourself defenseless against my abilities." She gestured back at the smoldering ashes. "Abilities which, I believe you now realize, need no coven. Wars are rarely won in a single battle, or a single victory," Kaelin said. "It may take a while before my power recovers, but that power will soon enough return. On the other hand, you have lost the power of coven for good." Kaelin arched an eyebrow. "Unless you have 4 more witches hiding in your pocket." A slow smile came to Shota's full lips. "Nia was a very, very good witch, but she made the mistake of underestimating you. I don't make those kinds of foolish mistakes." Kaelin didn't try to outsmile the witch-woman. "Then you had best let me go, before I regain the ability to call on my confessor power again." Shota glared. "That isn't going to happen." Kaelin shrugged. "Then you will have to kill me before my power recovers, and I have you on your knees at my feet, begging for me to command you. So go ahead and turn me to a pile of smoldering coals, as you did your trusted right-hand witch. I wouldn't delay long, were I you. I was named Mother Confessor in part because my ability recovers quickly." Shota's smile returned and widened. Kaelin thought it looked almost like a smile of admiration. "Kill you? I told you before, my dear, I don't intend to kill you. You are far too valuable to the world. No, you will come with me down into Agaddon Reach, where you will rest in comfort and security until you deliver your 2 children. After that, you will be allowed to go off on your way." "And how do you think you could possibly accomplish such a feat before I am able to use my power again and kill you?" Shota dismissed the notion with a gesture. "It took a great deal of time and trouble to assemble the witches needed to form a coven, and you may have broken that gathering. But you make a serious mistake thinking that weakens me to the point of being helpless against you and your power. I have not only my own power, but the power of the witch-women behind me that I can link should I need to." "Then you best do it soon," Kaelin warned. The witch-woman's smile changed from admonishment to amusement. "You are correct, Mother Confessor. Wars aren't usually won in a single victory, and although you don't seem yet to grasp it, you are destined to lose this war." "I don't believe in destiny." Shota sighed, weary of the game. She ran the tip of her finger along Kaelin's jaw. "Maybe you are right, Mother Confessor, but I have made plans enough to predetermine that the outcome will be as I wish it." Kaelin felt something abruptly tighten around her ankles. Without looking down, she tried, but couldn't move her feet. She was too angry to let herself panic. "Clever trick, Shota. But I will soon end this war with you once and for all." Shota arched an eyebrow. "I'm afraid you will never get that chance. You see, before you can recover your ability to use your power, you will be spelled into a deep and peaceful sleep, and then taken the rest of the way down to my home, where you will not awaken before you give birth. Once you do, then I will kill those 2 children, as I have told you I would. I have given you enough chances to be reasonable for the greater good. For my own safety, since you have now vowed to kill me with your power once it recovers, after you give birth and your children have been killed, you will have to be put down for good. You will never recover from that peaceful sleep." "You're a liar," Kaelin said. "Do tell," Shota said indulgently. "You may indeed plan to kill me after I give birth, as you have actually planned all along. But you have no intention of killing my 2 children. None. Chapter 39. The smug smile vanished. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Kaelin cocked her head. If you really wanted these children dead, they would already be dead. You've just said you intend to kill me. So if your intent really is to kill these children, and you admit that you also intend to kill me, you would do to me right now what you just did to Nia. Then my unborn children and I would all be dead. Isn't that what you claim to want? Shota didn't answer. But you can't do that, Kaelin went on, because you actually have no intention of killing my children, and if you killed me now, you would be killing those 2 children, the children you so desperately want to be born alive. Shota acted perplexed, as if such a notion was utterly outlandish. Where in the world would you come up with such a fanciful idea? After I have for so long promised you that I would not allow the children you and Richard create to live, why in the world would you now come up with this crazy notion I would not carry out my promises and kill those 2 little monsters? Because you intend to raise them. Shota stood stock still as she stared into Kaelin's eyes for a long, dragging moment. I can see that Lord Rahl does not wed stupid women, and certainly not one stupid enough to let you get away with it. The menace returned to Shota's face. Oh, but you are wrong there. I have already gotten away with it. We simply need to play out the final acts, and it will be done. At least as far as your part in this is concerned. You seriously think I intend to let you raise these 2 children? You no longer have any say in it. Shota gestured dismissively. I will raise them in a way that you never could. You mean raise them as your 2 little underlings to follow in your footsteps, worship you as their mother, and do your bidding? Shota glared. I have seen into the flow of time. I told you that I saw that you and Richard would conceive a monster. It is possible, although it is a remote possibility, that it is as you have said, that the child I saw in the flow of time was the one you previously lost. But having seen into that complex flow, I don't for a second believe that. One of the children you now carry is the monster I saw in that prophecy. Richard ended prophecy. That doesn't mean that prophecy wasn't real or true, or that when it was here in our world, I wasn't able to use it. You didn't see what I saw in that flow of time, and you can't begin to imagine it. Before Richard ended my ability to continue to use that flow, I saw this, saw what you too would create. Our children will be who we raise them to be. I told you, I don't believe in destiny. No matter what you saw, that doesn't mean one of these children will turn out the way you think. Shota shook her head as she let out a weary breath. You just can't grasp the entirety of this, can you? You see only your little slice of it, your naive wishes, hopes, and dreams. Monster or not, they are both gifted with power from each of you. You and Richard are not the ones to raise such a powerful pair. A girl with confessor power combined with the power of her war wizard father, and a boy war wizard with your confessor power? Neither of you can begin to comprehend the enormity of what you have created. You say that these children are needed to protect our world from the Glee by maintaining the web of magic they provide. And you are right. The power these 2 hold will be a web of magic so intense that it will drive the Glee from our world for all time. It will protect our world and protect the magic of it. But you don't see the bigger picture beyond that which our world needs to free us from the immediate threat of the Glee. You and Richard are too weak, too soft-hearted, too indulgent of what people under your rule wish to do with their lives.
Those ebbing and flowing wishes of the ignorant masses would eventually lead our world over the brink and into ruin that even the Glee could not accomplish. You two fought a long and terrible war against the Imperial Order. Do you think their destructive doctrine came from another world? No. It came from the people in our world. People who, left to their own ignorant wishes, will one day again fall under the seductive spell of such beliefs. It has always been that way, and it will always be that way, unless there is rule strong enough to exert control for the good of our world. These two children you carry, together with the gifts they will be born with, will have the ability to rule the world with a kind of power and authority that will prevent that kind of thing from ever happening again. So you see, in a way, I, too, do not believe in destiny. I am the one who will prevent that terrible future from ever having the chance to fester and grow. What I do now saves countless lives in the future. With these two under my protection, care, guidance, instruction, and preparation, they will be the two powerful instruments to both expel the Glee and control our world so that it can never be allowed to fall into the foolishness of ignorant masses, too stupid to know what is in their own best interest. I will control those masses. With those two children, I will protect the best interest of the world. It will all be done for the greater good. You and Richard do not have the strength to raise rulers like that. I do. I will be the mother children such as these really need. The boy will see me as a vision of Richard's mother, and the girl will see me as a vision of yours. They will both see me as their mother, think of me as their mother, and have total trust in me as their teacher. They will both depend on me for everything. They will learn from me everything. They will come to believe from me everything. I will forge them both into the powerful force the world needs, into the powerful rulers the world needs in order for it to continue without the mindless, destructive beliefs of fools being allowed to flourish. In the past, when people were allowed to force unworkable ideas on nations, it cast the world into wars in which countless masses died. I will not allow that to happen again. These two will rule with iron fists and their power. I will rule them both with mine.
Kaelin blinked in stunned surprise. She had known that Shota wanted both children in order to raise them and use their gifts for her own ends, but she hadn't realized the full extent of her ideas. Shota intended to turn the twins into weapons she would shape and wield. It was she who would be pulling the strings of her two puppets in order to rule the world. It was now crystal clear that Shota had put a great deal of thought, to say nothing of effort, into her mad scheme. She was convinced of the need of doing this. She believed in what she was saying, and that she was doing it for the greater good. She thought that she was ultimately doing the right thing. Richard had always said that the most dangerous person was the one who truly believed that their cause was right. Shota believed that what she was doing was inherently right. It was the greater good as she saw it. Kaelin knew that she had to stop the woman now, before she used her witch-woman's power to put her into a numb sleep until the babies were born. By then it would be too late. Because it would still be a while before her power returned, she could see no other way to do it. Since Kaelin couldn't move her feet, while Shota was still close enough, and before she moved away, Kaelin leaned out with lightning speed, and just that quick had her hands around Shota's throat. She gritted her teeth and growled with the effort of squeezing the life out of the witch-woman. But before she could crush her windpipe, Shota did something Kaelin hadn't considered. Chapter 40. Kaelin gasped in pain as she felt the shock of a flash of power hit her. The abrupt jolt of it sizzled through every nerve in her body, making her involuntarily release her grip
and then, as she pulled her hands back, she suddenly felt the terror of snakes slithering up in under her shirt. Another snake, with multicolored scales, climbed up over her back and coiled its fat body around her neck, constricting enough that it made it difficult to breathe. She tightened her neck muscles as much as she could, hoping to protect the blood supply to her brain so that she wouldn't lose consciousness. She didn't know if that would actually work, but it was the only thing she could do. Another, with a diamond pattern along its back, came around her waist, then moved up and over her shoulder. The whole time its tail rattled the threat. Several long, thin black vipers with red and yellow bands slithered right up the side of her face and into her hair. Colorful snakes writhed everywhere on her, tightening around her legs as they pressed their heads against her back in under her shirt. Shota didn't back away. She didn't need to. Kaelin was immobilized with fear. There were so many snakes everywhere on her that she feared to breathe. The smile that Kaelin had come to hate spread once more on Shota's full lips. "I strongly suggest you don't move, Mother Confessor. Agitated vipers," Shota leaned in a little, "bite." Kaelin didn't have to be told not to move. She was too terrified to move. Her mind raced, trying to think what to do. When Shota had done this the first time they met the witch woman, Richard was there and made her stop it. Richard wasn't there now to make Shota withdraw her vipers. Without looking away from Kaelin's eyes, Shota lifted a hand and snapped her fingers back behind at the other witch women. "Niska, come here." One of the women in the group rushed forward, shuffling her feet the whole way. Her shoulders were hunched in fear of the very angry Grand Witch. "Yes, mistress." Niska wasn't at all malicious-looking, but she certainly was strange, and Kaelin had no trouble whatsoever believing she could be nothing other than a witch woman. She was youngish and slender, wearing floaty, flimsy white robes pinned together above each shoulder. What there was of the robes left her arms and a lot of her flesh exposed, and every bit of that flesh was covered in writing. It ran up her arms, line after line, on all sides. On her right arm, from her biceps to her shoulder, the writing went in bands around her arm. On her upper shoulders and chest, the writing followed the contours of her body. When she moved and the material of her robes parted, Kaelin could see that her thighs, too, were covered in line after line of writing. There were several lines of symbols down the bridge of her nose, and horizontal lines of symbols following the contours of her face onto the sides of her nose, where they met the lines coming down the bridge of it. Line after line of the symbols ran all the way around her neck and continued back under her fall of satiny black hair. Kaelin could see in the light as she moved, by the way most of the strokes had a welted look to them, that it all had been tattooed in dark ink, not simply written or painted on her skin. Or else, she thought, perhaps the lines of writing had been branded into her flesh with magic. Kaelin couldn't read the writing, but she did recognize the look of some of the symbols. They looked very much like the ancient symbols Richard had shown her several times. Those were the language of creation. These looked like they were as well. The significance of that alone was unnerving. Niska stood meekly to the side and slightly behind Shota. Her shoulders were stooped, and her head was sunken down into those shoulders. She worried her fingers against one another as she stared at the ground. "Yes, mistress. Do you wish something from me?" Kaelin could tell by the quality of her voice that although Niska was submissive in front of Shota, encountered by herself, this slight woman would be formidable. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I do," Shota said. Off behind Shota, the other witch women watched, not knowing what was coming, but, after the things they had already seen, clearly fearing it. "Niska," Shota said in her silky voice as she twirled a finger, "I'd like you to spin a sleep spell around the Mother Confessor. I want it to be irreversible." "Irreversible?" "Yes, irreversible." Shota shrugged. "We will not have cause to break it, since after she gives birth, she will have to die,
So yes, it may as well be irreversible. That kind is easier and stronger, so we won't have to worry that she might come awake in childbirth. Niska bowed.
As you wish, mistress.
Niska took a few steps away from Shota to give herself room, then began chanting words under her breath. As she went on in the sing-song rhythm of the unfamiliar words, she pointed down at the ground and slowly began spinning a finger around and around. As she mumbled the strange words and her finger revolved, her hand took up the turning, and then her whole arm began making circles as it hung like a pendulum from her shoulder. As her hanging arm revolved round and round in circles, the beautiful but incomprehensible words gradually became louder. They seemed to echo back through the trees and thick vegetation, their power resonating with the wild things back in the shadows, with nature itself, calling power forth. Kaelin began to see, off in that dense vegetation and out among the trees across the swampy bodies of water, a thickening mist all around begin to form and gradually start to revolve. As the strength of the words Niska chanted became stronger and deeper, the mist became thicker, and it gradually picked up speed as it circled around them all gathered there on the path through the swamp. As the circle of that mist gradually began to shrink inward, Kaelin could tell that she was at the center of that low, thick ring of haze. As she watched it closing in around her, she tried to move at least her feet, but she couldn't. Her feet were bound together with a spell, but worse, there were snakes, hundreds of them, it seemed, slithering all over her feet and up her legs. There were so many that some of them had to slither over the tops of others. She had no doubt that if she moved, they would bite her, so she reconsidered her attempt to move her feet. The only slight doubt and the worry that she would be bitten was that if the vipers did bite her, her babies would die with her. And since Shota was determined to have those two gifted children, she wouldn't want to lose the opportunity. Still, as angry as Shota was, Kaelin didn't feel at all confident that she wouldn't let the snakes bite to kill her and the twins along with her. As Niska chanted and the revolving ring of thick mist came ever closer, Kaelin felt increasingly desperate, but she was also beginning to feel so tired that she caught herself starting to nod off. Each time, she jerked herself back awake, knowing that once that circling mist completely closed in on her, it would overwhelm her ability to stay awake, and that would herald the end of her, and the end of her children's chances to have a good life. She knew that once she did fall asleep, Shota would simply have to bide her time a little while longer until Kaelin delivered, and then she would have the twins all to herself. As desperately as she tried, she could think of no solution to the spot she was in. Kaelin blinked with sleepiness, desperately trying to stay alert even as the weight of drowsiness pressed in on her. When she forced herself awake again, she saw a big white snake rise up along the length of her, slithering its way onward among the writhing net of other snakes. All the rest were different colors and covered with patterns. Only this one was white. Kaelin jerked her head again, trying to stay awake. She looked beyond Shota and Niska to the others standing together in a group. Kaelin saw, then, that Shale's eyes were rolled up in her head and her fingers were moving. Kaelin blinked in disbelief when she suddenly realized what that meant. Chapter 41. Kaelin instantly recognized that this was her last chance, and despite her paralyzing fear of the snakes slithering all over her and the sleepiness incrementally tightening its grip on her, she had to take it. She didn't know if Shota would let her snakes bite Kaelin, but she had no other choice but to act. The white snake turned its big head to look at her, its red tongue flicking out. It was frightening seeing such a deadly creature up close. Before it was too late, quick as a crack of lightning, Kaelin ignored her revulsion and snatched the white snake right behind its head. As she turned it and thrust it out, its mouth opened wide, exposing long fangs as sharp as needles. Kaelin slammed the snake against Shota's neck before she had time to react. The fangs instantly sank in deep, hitting the main vein. Even though it already had its fangs in, Kaelin held it there, pressing the head against the witch's neck. She felt the snake's powerful muscles flex as it worked its mouth to pump venom into the jugular vein. The witch-woman stumbled back with a shriek of shock and fear. The white snake had its fangs fastened in her neck and was pulled away from Kaelin's grip as Shota staggered back. She grabbed at her throat, weakly trying to claw the snake away. As she did, it whipped coils of its white body around her arm and neck, preventing her from pulling it away from her. There was no faster way for the venom to get to Shota's heart than the vein in her neck. Because that was where the venom entered her bloodstream, it acted all that much faster than it otherwise would have. Her heart would circulate it quickly to her brain and through the rest of her. Niska gasped in shock at seeing what had just happened. She stopped chanting and quickly stepped out of the way as Shota stumbled back, both hands fighting the thrashing white snake that had her by the throat. Without the chanted words, the circle of mist began to evaporate, losing its grip of sleepiness on Kaelin. Shota collapsed with the snake's fangs still sunk deep into her throat. She mumbled something in the delirium of the lethal venom pumping through her body. Her hands fell away from the snake even as it continued to flex and pump venom into her. Shota gasped once, deep and desperate, and then the breath left her lungs with a sickening rattle. After that breath had gurgled out, she lay still and breathed no more. Kaelin realized that the snakes that had been crawling all over her were gone. They had died out with the witch-woman who had conjured them. She stood stunned at how fast it had all happened. Grasping the relevance of the white snake, the near-instant crystallization of a plan, and the execution of that plan had all happened in a flash. She blinked in surprise as Shale raced up and threw her arms around her.
Mother Confessor, you understood. I was so hoping that you would realize that the white snake was mine.
In gratitude and relief, Kaelin embraced her tightly for a moment.
I remembered the white snakes from when you used them before, on the Glee.
Shale pushed back and grinned at Kaelin.
That's right. I was hoping you would remember. Shota's power prevented me from using my gift against her. Any magic used against her would only have reflected back on me. This was the only chance I could see to help you, so I had to take that chance while Shota was so focused on the snakes she had conjured. I knew she would have to watch what Niska was doing as well as make sure her snakes didn't recklessly bite you, or the babies would die as well. I knew she wouldn't want that to happen.
Niska came close and put a hand on Kaelin's shoulder.
I'm so sorry, Mother Confessor. I never wanted to be part of this. I would never have wanted to hurt you. Shota forced me to be part of her coven and do her bidding.
Kaelin nodded, tears in her eyes with happiness for her twins.
I know.
Kaelin circled an arm around Niska's thin shoulders and pulled her tight in a quick hug to let her know that she understood and didn't blame her. Chapter 42. The rest of the witch women all gathered around Kaelin, each of them briefly touching her in genuine sympathy as they explained how Shota had dragged them into her plans. They apologized for participating in the whole terrible ordeal. They all talked over each other, trying to explain that they had been living their own peaceful lives when Shota, as the Grand Witch, had summoned them with the magic of her oath and forced them to be part of her coven, and thus her larger scheme. One of the rather frightening-looking witch-women, with one scarred, empty eye socket, a mangled nose, and no lips, approached. It took all of Kaelin's strength not to recoil at the horror of her face. She touched Kaelin reverently.
I have been persecuted my whole life for being a witch.
Her speech was halting and slurred because of her lack of lips, making it difficult to understand her. The scar tissue where her lips had been cut off had thickened and tightened, pulling back from her gums and teeth, giving her a frightening look. The empty eye socket and the way her bared teeth grinned like those of a skull made it hard to look at her. She wet her teeth with her tongue before going on.
I am named Yara. As you can plainly see,
the woman said, gesturing self-consciously at her face.
I have had vile things done to me by people who think my gift alone makes me evil. I hate that every day I must wear the scars of that hatred for all to see on my face.
She choked up with emotion for a moment, as a few tears ran down her cheek from her one eye.
But the one who was the most wicked of all was Shota, because she of all people should have known better. She knew what I had suffered, what I must live with for the rest of my life, and yet she used me anyway, used my face to create fear in you. You have freed me, Mother Confessor. Thank you.
With a tear still in her own eyes, Kaelin put an arm around her shoulder and gave her the same kind of hug she had given Niska. Kaelin understood all too well people who in the past had thought her evil because of her confessor power. She tapped the witch woman's chest. You keep your beauty in here, but I can see it. Another woman stepped forward to touch Kaelin's arm. She was a lovely-looking young woman with unsettling birthmarks below each eye that made it look like blood was continually gushing from her eyes. While she was off-putting to look at, her gentle voice was the counter to the disturbing birthmarks.
I am Phoebe, Mother Confessor. All of us hope you can understand that none of this was our doing. We hold no ill will toward you, and hope you can find it in your heart to hold none against us. We hope you can forgive us for taking part, even if it was against our will.
We were being used, an older witch woman with long, wavy white hair said. She had a large wart on one side of her long nose. The tip of that nose drooped, as if it were made of wax and she had let it get too close to a flame and had melted the end.
Shota used us much like the way she intended to use your two children, once they were born.
She lied at first, another very short witch woman said. She had wooden pegs for legs, sticking out from beneath her tattered dress. She had planned to kill you all along after you gave birth and keep your babies for herself. That is the most evil thing one woman could do to another, and to her children. She was using us as well, but what she was doing to you and the children you carry was much, much worse. I am so sorry for what almost happened.
None of us would ever think to harm anyone,
Yara said, as best she could without lips.
We have all been tormented by people for being born as witch women before anyone comes to know us for who we are. We simply want to be left alone, to live our lives in peace.
But there were a few among us who had evil in their hearts,
Thebe said.
They were eager to participate in Shota's grand scheme, eager to cause you pain. Those are the 4 who are now dead, as is Shota herself. I don't think any of us ever dreamed that you would survive this plot, but we are truly thankful that you did.
We realize you have no reason to believe our sincerity, another said, but I swear to the good spirits it is the truth.
I can vouch for the honesty of what they are saying, Shale said. I've spent time with these women. I know the heart of each. The hearts of the ones you killed were black, but these witch women are my sisters, and their hearts are good.
I understand. Kaelin spread her hands. I am also sorry that all of you have suffered as well. Like my husband, I don't assign guilt because of the sins of others. We each should be judged for who we are and what we do. My hope is that all of you can now go back to your homes and live in peace. Know that I hold no grudge against you. My hope for you all is that others won't either. They whispered among themselves for a moment, until there were nods among them all. We have all discussed it, the one with the wavy white hair said, and we all agreed that any of us will come to your aid should you ever ask us. We would be eager to try to make amends in any way possible. No amends are necessary. but I will remember your offer should I ever need your help." Kaelin let out a deep sigh. Although she doesn't necessarily deserve it, Shota has, in the past, helped Lord Rawl and me, so in view of that alone, I think you should take her body down to her home in Agaden Reach and bury her there. Heads tipped close together and whispering again broke out among them all.
"We will see to it, Mother Confessor," Niska said. "You are more thoughtful than she would have been for you."
Kaelin nodded. I have known her for a long time, and while she intended to do something evil, the woman was more complex than this one act driven by the thought of such power going to her head. She has paid the price for that act.
"We hope your husband is safe," a woman in the back said. "But if he is not, we stand ready to help you in any way we can."
"There is one thing we could do," Shale said, looking around at the rest of the witch women. "When Shota made the Mother Confessor start to miscarry, Lord Rawl gave her the raw milk of Mother's breath while I made up the preparation."
Worried whispers broke out among the women. They obviously thought that was troubling. They cast concerned looks at Kaelin. She fretted as to the reason. Yara lifted a hand.
"We could all join our gifts and cast a birthing spell to help ease your delivery, and also that the 2 babies might be born healthy."
Shale smiled.
"That is what I was thinking."
Kaelin felt her worry ease a little. I would be grateful for such a spell. The women all gathered in a tight circle around Kaelin, their hands over each other's shoulders. They closed their eyes as they whispered a chant in unison. Kaelin didn't understand the words, but she understood the heartfelt intentions. As soon as they had finished, they stepped back and, following Shale's lead, went to their knees and bowed forward. Kaelin recognized the honor. She waited a moment in the silence and then said, "Rise, my children." It was the Mother Confessor's formal recognition of those under her protection. As they were coming up, Kaelin heard a sound and turned to see the red leather of the moored Sith emerging from the mist. In the gloomy swamp, such a flash of color was hard to miss. She didn't see Richard. Chapter 43. Kaelin's eyes opened wide with dread as she saw all 6 moored Sith materialize out of the mist, but she didn't see Richard. Panic started to rise up within her at seeing that he wasn't with them. But then, off behind the moored Sith, she finally saw him emerge out of the swirling haze like a good spirit come among them. It felt as if her heart leaped up into her throat with relief at seeing him. She had been sick with worry that he was dead, but dealing with Shota was the problem at hand, so she'd had to set that worry aside to look after herself and the twins. Kaelin cried out in excitement as she ran the 12 strides to meet him. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed the side of his face at least a 6 times. He squeezed her tight in return, momentarily lifting her from her feet. Finally, she separated from him and stood back to wipe tears of joy from beneath her eyes. "What took you so long?" she asked him. Richard shrugged. "Well, a building fell on me." She blinked in astonishment that he had survived such a thing and was actually alive. "Shota told us that she had spelled your legs so that you couldn't run to safety. She wanted the whole palace to come down on you. How did you get out?" He didn't seem at all concerned about what had happened. "The good spirits watched over me." "Actually," Vika said as she gestured among the moored Sith, "we dug him out. I don't recall seeing any of the good spirits there, helping, but we did have a lot of help from the people of Bindamoon. Lord Rawl didn't make it easy, though. He managed to stand under the center of the palace as the entire thing collapsed, so it was a lot of trouble getting him out, I don't mind telling you." "We knew you would be angry if we just left him there," Berdine said offhandedly, "so we thought it best if we got him out and brought him along with us." Richard rolled his eyes. The people in Bindamoon turned out to be a huge help in saving my life. They were more than thankful to be rid of Iron Jack, the palace, and the Queen. But it was Rika, Nida, Cassia, Vale, Berdine, and Vika who organized and directed them in the rescue effort. I am indebted to them. As am I, Kaelin said as she put a hand on the forearms of two of the Mord Sith. I was so worried. Thank you for not giving up on him. I don't know what I would do had you... Her voice choked up, and she couldn't say the rest.
Kaelin killed the 5 evil witches, Shale said into the awkward silence. One of them was Shota.
She grinned then.
With her bare hands.
The Mord Sith all looked a bit astonished, but proud. Richard nodded with a serious look. I would have expected no less. I'm just surprised it took her so long. He winked at Kaelin. She gripped Shale's arm then and pulled her closer, as if presenting her to Richard. I couldn't have done it without Shale. She gave me a snake to use. A snake? Richard frowned. You hate snakes. Kaelin showed him a sly smile. Not white ones. Ah, I see. He flashed a smile at Shale as he gripped her shoulder. Glad you were able to help. Kaelin turned and held her arm out toward the group of witchwomen all watching him with a mixture of awe and terror, fearing that, like so many others, he would think they were evil just because they were witches. Worse, they knew that he had the power to strike them down on the spot should he so wish. These ladies here were not willing participants in Shota's scheme. They were all forced to answer Shota's call to Coven, the same as Shale. The ones who wanted to be part of it are now all dead. I know, Richard said. I heard the last of it as we were coming in. I stayed out of sight and watched to make sure there wasn't going to be any more trouble. I wanted to be able to come in and surprise anyone who might still attack you. It turns out that, thankfully, it wasn't necessary. No, Kaelin said with a smile as she looked over at the women. These women are all on our side. Shota was using them. He bowed his head to the nervous women. Thank you all for helping the mother of my children, my beloved wife, and the mother confessor. You have my most heartfelt gratitude. There were giggles and nods as the witch women all finally stepped closer. Richard turned to Niska, taking in the writing tattooed all over her flesh. He spoke words Kaelin didn't understand, but by Niska's wide eyes it was clear she knew what he was saying. She bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Rahl. Although I am their keeper, I have not heard these words spoken aloud since I was but a girl. It is a reminder to me of the importance of the messages I carry to preserve the ancient language of creation. Keep yourself and the words safe, Richard told Niska. Both are important for future generations. With a slight smile, Niska bowed her head. By your command, Lord Rahl. He turned and gestured to the woman without any lips. May I know your name? She bowed, too fearful to look up at him, or maybe too ashamed of her appearance. I am Yara, Lord Rahl. With 2 fingers, he beckoned her close. Yara reluctantly stepped up to him, and then, upon his urging, up closer to him. Richard gently gripped her shoulders and turned her around. He leaned in and spoke softly in her ear. You know about additive magic, Yara, yes? She nodded. Of course, Lord Rahl. Good. Now, I'd like you to close your eye for me. She did, and Richard gently put his hand over her mouth from behind. As he held his hand there, he bowed his head until his forehead touched the back of her head. Kaelin didn't know what he could be doing, but as she watched, Yara brought her hands together in front of herself to twine her fingers together as if in anxiety or maybe pain. She could see the witch-woman's breathing grow short and sharp. They stood that way for quite a time, until Richard finally took his hand away from her mouth. Kaelin was astonished to see that Yara now had normal-looking lips where there had been only lumpy scars before. Her disfigured nose, too, was restored to normal. Her hand rushed up to touch them. She turned and knelt beside the water to look at her reflection. As she stood, she started crying. "I'm sorry," Richard said as she turned to him. "But I don't know if it would be possible to create a new eye for you with additive magic. If it is, I'm afraid that I don't know how to do such a thing. But I could at least do this little bit to help fix some of the harm that was done to you by ignorant people." Weeping, she fell to her knees before him and grabbed the bottom of his trouser leg, kissing it repeatedly. "None of that, Yara," he said, reaching down to touch the back of her shoulder. "It's not necessary. It was my honor as the Lord Rahl to help you. More than that, it is my duty to try to set wrongs right where I was able." She finally stood and returned to the others. Some of them touched her lips in wonder as they all expressed their astonishment. Richard motioned then for the young woman with the birthmarks under her eyes to come to him. Holding her hands together, she approached him with her head bowed. Richard lifted her chin with a finger to look into her eyes. "Those aren't birthmarks, are they?"
"You know?"
He nodded. "Yes. Someone marked you." She nodded.
"I am called Thebe. When I was young, I was cursed by a sorceress with these marks. She said it was to let anyone who looks upon me know that I am to be shunned as a filthy witch."
Richard shook his head in disgust, then turned her around and spoke softly in her ear. "You know of subtractive magic, yes?" She nodded.
"Underworld magic."
Richard smiled as he put a hand over her eyes. "Well, yes, but it is also part of my power. And, as far as sorceresses' curses go, this one is relatively simple." After a moment, when he took his hand away, the frightening blood-like marks under her eyes were gone.
"Thebe!" Niska exclaimed. "The curse marks under your eyes are gone!"
Thebe started to go to the ground before Richard, but he caught her arm first. "Not necessary, Thebe. It was a simple thing, and I was glad to remove the marks for you." She bowed.
"Thank you, Lord Rahl, for removing this curse from my face. It has long made people shun me. Some even spit on me. It has caused me great loneliness. People fear and hate me without knowing me. They wouldn't allow me to help them with my gift."
Richard smiled. "I think they will shun you no more. In fact, I suspect you will find that a lot of young men are bewitched by your beauty." She lowered her head with a shy smile. Richard gestured at the woman with the 2 peg legs. She immediately held up both hands to ward him off. "Thank you, Lord Rahl, but I do not wish to have my legs back. My knees used to hurt me so bad that I could hardly walk. With these, I can walk. They do me just fine, if it pleases you." Richard showed her a smile. "Then I would not think of changing them." Kaelin wasn't sure if Shale looked amazed or concerned. She leaned close to whisper to him. "How did you do those things?" the sorceress asked. "I didn't know that magic had such powers. How does it work?" Richard stared off into the swamp a moment before he answered. "I have no idea. Sometimes, when I need it badly enough, my gift works. This was one of those times. I sincerely felt the need of it, the need of helping them, and it worked. That is the way with war wizards, I believe, or at least with my power. It is brought to life by need." He turned his attention to the group watching him. "I'm sorry that Shota pulled you all into this. Thank you for your concern for the Mother Confessor and your help, but we must leave at once. We have a long way to travel, and I want to get us where we are going before our children are born."
"Lord Rahl?"
Shale said hesitantly. Richard seemed to know what she was about to say. He dismissed her concern with a quick gesture. "Of course you're coming with us, Shale. We need you with us. The children of Dahara need you when it is time to be born, and after that, too. Besides, this is going to be a long and dangerous journey. We need to keep the Law of Nines intact. We can't do all that without you." She sighed in relief and smiled as she gave him a single nod. When Richard said that they needed to get going, Kaelin held the hand of each witch woman in turn, wishing them well on their own journeys home. "Don't forget," the witch woman with the wavy white hair said, "if either you or Lord Rawl is ever in need of our help for any reason, we will always do what is within our ability." Niska retrieved Kaelin's knife from near Nia's remains. Her pack was not far away. She brought both back and handed Kaelin her knife, handle first.
"We will do as you have asked and bury Shota down in Agaden Reach."
Richard rested the palm of his hand on the hilt of his sword as he looked at all the women watching him. "Do you all know about the Glee?" There were worried looks all around. They obviously all knew what the Glee were. The Golden Goddess, their leader, continually tries to get into the minds of people in our world in order to find out where the Mother Confessor and I are, so that she can send the Glee to kill us and prevent these babies from being born.
"What can we do to help?"
Niska asked. "You can all guard your minds. If you sense a power probing your thoughts, use your gift to shut it out." All of them nodded and spoke up to say that they would be careful. Chapter 44. Richard put an arm around Kaelin's and Shale's shoulders and moved them away from the witchwomen over to the group of moored Sith standing a short distance apart under a dead tree draped with sheets of moss. He wanted to have a confidential conversation. He didn't necessarily distrust the witchwomen, but he didn't want to let anyone know his plans for where they were going or the route he intended to take. "Besides nearly killing us all," he told them once they were all back together with the 6 moored Sith, "Shota greatly delayed us in getting to the keep. The diversion exposed us to attacks by the Glee. With Kaelin so far along, she is even more vulnerable. We need to avoid any more of those risky battles. Not only that, but Shota has caused us to go a long way off course in the wrong direction in order to come up here to Agaden Reach. It put us a long way from Aidendrill."
"How far do you think we are from the keep?"
Shale asked. Richard stared off to the northeast, as if he could almost see the keep from where he stood. "We are farther from the keep now than we were when we were at the People's Palace." Shale clearly looked disheartened. Richard couldn't say he blamed her. They had already had a long and difficult journey, not even counting the time in Bindamoon and now up near Agaden Reach. They were all exhausted from that journey, and it turned out that for all practical purposes, the journey was only now beginning. They now had farther to go than when they started.
"We are going to need to hurry then, if we are to get to the keep before the babies come."
Shale passed a look of caution among them all.
"We certainly don't want to be traveling when the Mother Confessor gives birth. The Glee are danger enough, but if they ever caught us when the Mother Confessor was in labor, well, I think we all know how bad that would be."
Richard nodded. "I think we all agree on that. Fortunately, we brought plenty of horses with us from Bindamoon. They couldn't make it up here, of course, so we had to leave them down the mountains a ways. They are eating grass and hopefully resting up for the long and difficult ride ahead."
"Are you sure they will still be there?"
Kaelin asked. Richard had no trouble reading the concern in her voice or on her face. He reassured her with a nod. "We made sure they will stay where they are until we get back to them. We left them in a good-sized box canyon. There's a stream through it, so they have water, and there is plenty of grass for them to eat. We made a quick fence of sorts with some deadfall to close off the narrow entrance to the canyon. They aren't going anywhere." He smiled at Kaelin. "I brought along a mare that is especially gentle riding for you." She didn't look to care about that. She was obviously worried about bigger issues than an easy ride.
"How far?"
She ran her hand over her swollen belly. We need to be on our way to Aidendrill. How long will it take us to reach the horses so we can set off in earnest?" Richard was probably more impatient than she was, but he was trying not to show his concern over the distance they still had to travel before the babies came so as not to discourage her. He didn't want Kaelin to worry they wouldn't make it in time, but it was a legitimate fear. He could see that she looked spent from the battle with Shota and the other witches she had fought and killed. He knew she wouldn't give up easily, but he also knew she would be concerned about the twins. Carrying them, added to the difficulty of traveling, would have to wear her out all that much quicker. He didn't really have an alternate plan if they didn't want to try to make it to Aidendrill in time. There was no substitute that could begin to provide the same level of safety. That meant they had to get there, and they couldn't afford to waste any time. "You just went through quite the ordeal," he said. "Are you feeling strong enough for a difficult walk down these mountains?" "I'm fine," she said without hesitation, almost sounding annoyed that he would think of her as fragile. "But I will be a lot finer when we get to Aidendrill. Stop worrying about me. I can rest all I want once we get there. Now, though, is not the time for resting. Now is the time for riding. Get us to the horses, would you please?" "All right," Richard said with a sigh at her determination. "If we push hard, I think we can reach where we left them by dark. It's a good place to camp. I saw wild boars on our way up here. I know where they will be bedding down late in the day. If we're lucky, I can get one with an arrow and we can have a good meal tonight and meat for our journey. We're going to need our strength, and our supplies of travel food are running low." "Which way?" she asked, eyeing the path back through the gloomy and dangerous swamp, not seeming concerned about the details that worried him. "I found a way that will keep us from having to go back up the peaks and over the snowpack that you used to get into this place." "I saw your tracks," he explained when she looked over at him with a quick frown. "That would be good. Then what?" she asked. Richard flicked his hand toward the east. "Once we get back out of this swamp, we need to head east, down out of these mountains as quickly as we can to get back to the horses. After that, we ride east." Kaelin gave him a puzzled look. "Why not northeast? Aidendrill is northeast of here. Northeast would be the straightest route." "This spine of mountains runs northeast all the way up through the Midlands. You're right that it's the straightest route, but it would take forever to pick our way through these mountains. Not only that, but we couldn't take horses if we went that way. Once we are down and out of these mountains, we will head east, cross north of Tamarang to reach the Calisidron. Then we can follow the river up to its headwaters. That will be the flattest traveling, where the horses can make better time. After that, we jump east again, between the worst of the mountain ranges over to the Kern River basin. Following that north will take us right to Aidendrill and the keep." "Sounds simple enough," Shale said. Kaelin looked over and arched an eyebrow at the sorceress. "Not so simple. Most towns and villages are along rivers. We don't want people to spot us. I really don't want to encounter any more glee. If one of them hooks my belly with a claw, it's all over." "Kaelin is right," Richard said. "That means we're going to have to stay close enough to the rivers to make riding easier and faster along relatively flat river valleys, but stay far enough away from any of the towns or villages where people could see us ride past. We simply can't afford to let any people spot us before we get to the keep. That won't be easy, but it's not so impossible." "We're wasting time," Kaelin said. "By your lady's command, take me away from this dreadful place and get me to the keep, wizard. Our children are asking to be born." Richard answered with a smile that made her smile in return, and that, more than anything, lit his world. He wanted to hug her and kiss her, but they needed to be on their way, and besides, he didn't want an audience when he finally had the chance. They quickly wished the witchwomen safe journeys home after they buried Shota. Then they traced their route back out of the swamp. Once into the vast forests of the rugged mountain country, they ascended steep climbs through clefts in the mountains to get through a confined, narrow pass that Richard had found before. It was a difficult climb, but in the end it turned out to be a lot easier than the frigid way into the reach by going across the snowpack and then over the windswept open ledges. The thickly forested cleft in the mountains had steep rises to each side and jumbled rock up the middle, so it sheltered them from the worst of the winds, but was hard work that tired their muscles and at least made them warm with the effort. Once through the pass, they were finally able to start down out of the mountains. The trees were thick, but that meant that the forest floor, so sheltered from the sun, was relatively barren, making travel quick and relatively easy. Ahead of them lay a long and dangerous journey. Richard intended to outrun any trouble. Chapter 45. As the 9 of them rode through a woodland of massive oak trees with low spreading limbs, now bare of leaves, Kaelin worried about the people in Aidendrill who had seen them arrive. They had taken out-of-the-way routes and bypassed main thoroughfares. Doing so enabled them to avoid being seen by most people, but they still had unavoidably been spotted by some. There was no telling how many more had looked down a rise, or out a window, or up a street and seen them race through the city. Still, it was only one of her worries, and not nearly the biggest one. They all knew that being spotted created the danger of the Golden Goddess being able to look through the eyes of those people in her search for Richard and Kaelin, and then she would be able to find them. As soon as she did, there was no doubt in any of their minds that she would send hordes of her kind to finish them before they could reach the safety of the Wizard's Keep. But they were close, and would soon be under the protection of the defensive magic of the keep. All the way from Agaddon Reach, they had traveled as fast as possible, and the whole time managed not to be spotted by anyone. It had been a swift and exhausting journey up through the Midlands. She only wished that the original journey from the People's Palace to the keep had been as swift. Without the interference of the witch's oath, it would have been. Aidendrill, however, was another thing altogether. It was no longer possible to avoid detection. There were also people out on the road, both on foot and on horseback, as well as in wagons as they went about their business. They were all surprised to see their group ride past. Many of those people waved. Some cheered. Word of the sightings of the Lord Rawl and the Mother Confessor, pregnant, no less, would quickly spread throughout the city. By morning it was likely that everyone in Aidendrill would know that the Lord Rawl and the pregnant Mother Confessor had finally returned. There would be rejoicing. But with the glee sure to attack at any moment, any rejoicing would soon turn to terror. While they would be safe up in the keep, the people of Aidendrill would have no such safety. Had it been possible to take a way into the keep without being seen, they would have done it, but there was no such way in. It had been inevitable that they were going to be seen, and even if it had been by only one person, that was enough to bring the glee. Kaelin's spirits lifted a little as she at last saw the magnificent Confessor's palace. Set on an expanse of vibrant green grounds, the white stone of the palace atop a hill seemed to glow in the light of the setting sun. She slowed her horse to momentarily take in the sight. It had been so long since she had seen it that she had come to fear she never would again. This was the ancestral home of the Confessors. It was where she had been born and where she had grown up. She ached to go straight there. More than anything, she wished the twins could be born there, where she had been born. Some of the same staff she knew growing up likely still lived and worked there. She knew they would be overjoyed to have the children of the Mother Confessor be born there, and to have little feet once more running through the halls. Kaelin wanted to bring life back to that home of the Confessors. The palace, in addition to being the ancestral home of the Confessors, was also a seat of power for the Midlands. The larger lands of the Midlands had palaces down in the city for their ambassadors and members of the Central Council, which had ruled the collective lands of the Midlands. As the Mother Confessor, the last of a long line, Kaelin had reigned not only over the other confessors when they were still alive, but, when need be, over the Central Council itself. It was an authority that the Mother Confessor exerted only when the Council could not reach an agreement, or when they reached an agreement that she couldn't accept as the best course for the Midlands. Some of the larger lands occasionally manipulated the Council to the disadvantage of other smaller lands. When that happened, the Mother Confessor would intervene, but otherwise she let the Council manage the Midlands. Even so, her authority was such that kings and queens sought the Mother Confessor's advice and counsel. They were well aware that they ultimately answered to her, as did every ruler of every land of the Midlands. The council was the intermediary step to her final authority, and handled most of the mundane, day-to-day affairs. Kaelin used her role to sometimes speak for those in the Midlands who had no voice on the council. That didn't earn her any friends, but confessors, and the Mother Confessor in particular, didn't have friends anyway, because everyone greatly feared a confessor's power. Richard had been the first real friend she'd ever had, the first one not to shy away from her because of that power, the first to stand with her and protect her willingly for the person she was, not because of her ability or status. The irony was that wizards had always protected confessors, and Richard was a wizard, although he hadn't known it at the time. Up on the towering mountain beyond the palace, they got their first glimpse of the dark, imposing walls of the Wizard's Keep. While the Central Council ruled the Midlands, and the Mother Confessor had authority over that council, it was the dark, brooding keep embedded high up in the rocky face of the mountain that was the dark threat backing the word of the Mother Confessor. The Wizard's Keep had provided the wizards who always accompanied confessors, including the Mother Confessor herself. The keep, in a sense, was the muscle behind the Mother Confessor's authority. While it hadn't always been that way, during Kaelin's lifetime the wizards at the keep chose not to use their power in order to rule, preferring instead to let the Central Council rule the lands. As they rode higher up on the road to the keep, it offered spectacular views of the city of Aidendril spread out far below. Smoke came from many a chimney, as most places had fires going not just for preparation of food, but to ward off the cold. Lamplight glowed in most of the homes and buildings, making the city seem to sparkle in the gathering dusk. People, carts, and wagons filled the streets of the city. The view of the city from the road up to the keep had always been one of Kaelin's favorite sights. As they rode silently up the mountain along a series of switchbacks, the road finally emerged from a thick stand of spruce and pine trees before the bridge spanning a chasm that had always seemed to her like the mountain had split open, leaving a yawning abyss. Beyond the bridge, the Wizard's Keep above them was embedded in the rock of the massive, imposing mountain. The complex of the keep was vast, and it seemed to be perched menacingly on the side of the mountain, as if ready to pounce on any threat. The keep was enormous, and its walls of dark granite looked almost like cliff faces rising up before them, as if it were a part of the dark rock of the mountain itself. Above those imposing walls, the keep was an intricate maze of ramparts, bastions, towers, connecting walkways, spires, and high bridges between sections of the structure. Wispy clouds drifted past some of the higher spires and towers, making the place seem as though it lived in the clouds. Out ahead, off across the stone bridge, Kaelin could see the gaping entrance of the arched stone passageway where the road tunneled under the base of the outer keep wall. The portcullis was up. Kaelin brought her horse to a stop to take it all in. The sight of the keep seemed to bring her mood to a low point of despair. They had spoken little in the last few days, mostly because Kaelin had not been in a mood to talk, and everyone seemed to realize it. When they saw her stop, everyone else slowed to a stop as well. Kaelin turned in her saddle and looked back at Shale. "How long until I give birth?" The sorceress was ready with an answer.
"From my experience, the babies will come any day now. It is difficult to say precisely when, but I don't think it will be longer than 3 or 4 days at most."
"You've been awfully quiet for the last few days," Richard said. "What's wrong?" Kaelin felt tears well up. Fears she had been keeping to herself wouldn't let her have a moment of peace. Even when she slept, those fears haunted her, and now those fears were about to be realized. Richard, right beside her, pulled in the reins and rested his wrists on the horn of his saddle. When he glanced back at the others, they waited back where they were. "Kaelin, what's wrong? I know you, and I know that something is bothering you. This should be a joyous time. Our children are about to be born. We have reached the keep where they will be safe." She nodded, too ashamed of her fears to speak. Richard's words only seemed to bring it to the surface, making the tears start to flow all the harder. Richard leaned over in his saddle to get closer so he could speak privately, assuming it was something she didn't want the others to hear. "Kaelin, what's wrong? You can tell me." Kaelin couldn't bear to tell him. How could she? These were his children too, the children of Dahara, the children the world needed. Or were they? "Kaelin, please tell me what's bothering you," he pressed in a whisper. She couldn't hold it back from him any longer. "You know what's wrong. Shota said that one of our children will be a monster. She saw into the flow of time. While she got her prophecies wrong in the sense of how they would come about, you know as well as I that in the end they always proved true. She was positive about this one because it was so clear-cut. I want these children so badly, but I'm terrified that one of them is going to be the monster she predicted." Richard relaxed a bit. "Is that all?" She wiped a tear from her cheek. "Is that all? It's everything. It's everything we have wanted, it's everything our world needs, and yet one of them is destined to be a monster who will destroy lives." He smiled a little. "I don't believe in destiny any more than I believed in blindly following prophecy, and neither do you." "This is not destiny. This is a vision from a witch woman who had seen it in the flow of time. Now that their birth approaches, I can't bear the thought of one of them being that monster that we bring into the world." Richard took a deep breath and let it out as he considered a bit. "Do you think me a monster?" he finally asked her. "You?" She frowned at him. "No. What does that have to do with it?" Richard shrugged. Darkenrahl was a monster. So what? His father, Panis Rahl, was a monster, as was his father and his father before that. The house of Rahl was a whole line of tyrants. Every Rahl who became a Lord Rahl was a monster, and each bred a monster for a son. "What does that have to do with it?" she said. "I am the son of a monster. By that logic, I should be a monster as well. But you were raised by a good man, and so you didn't turn out to be like Darkenrahl." Richard winked at her. "Exactly." Unsure, Kaelin squinted at him. "What's your point?" Richard smiled. "Had Shota looked into her flow of time when I was conceived, what do you suppose she would have seen? Yet another monster in the making. Prophecy, after all, is in many ways merely the essence of potential. Though it would have been possible, I'm not the monster she would have seen. Monsters aren't necessarily bred and born to be monsters. Evil people are mostly created by how they grow up, either by the terrible way they were raised, or by the terrible things they experienced that shaped them into who they turn out to be. Our children will grow up to be good people because we will raise them to be good people." Kaelin stared at him a moment. "Are you so sure of that?" His smile widened. "Kaelin, if it wasn't true, then I would be a monster the way all of the men in the Rahl line of rule were monsters. But I'm not like them, because I was raised differently, by a good man." She gave him a look from under her brow. "Your brother was a monster?" Richard drew a deep breath. "True enough. But I don't think it was because of birth, or that he was predestined to be a monster. I think he was weak and didn't use his head. He made a lot of bad choices. His friends and the people he associated with encouraged those bad choices. In a way, they urged him on to be the evil person he became. But I don't think he was born a monster the way Shota meant." Kaelin finally smiled over at him as she wiped away the last of her tears. "You always make me feel better when I think things are hopeless. Please don't ever stop making me feel better." Richard bowed his head to her. "By your command, my lady, it shall be so. Now, can we get you into the keep so that you can bring our 2 children into the world?" Kaelin leaned over and touched his arm. "You are going to be a good father." At that, they started out again. The rest followed behind. Chapter 46. Kaelin rode close beside Richard as they crossed the stone bridge. She felt as if a weight of dread had been lifted from her. She had been secretly terrified that Shota's prediction that one of their children would be a monster would turn out to be true, but she hadn't wanted to burden Richard with her fears. The world had seemed a dark and threatening place. She had felt doomed, without a way out. Richard had just made the sun come out again. Her spirits had been cheered to the point that dread suddenly turned to expectant joy at the thought of the fast-approaching birth. In the past, Shota's prophecies had always turned out to be true, but in ways that never brought about the kind of doom she had predicted. With this one, like the others, they could work to make sure that things turned out well. He offered her a smile, reassuring her, but she could see in his gray eyes that he was worried about things other than one of their children being a monster. She knew that, like her, he was worried about the lives of all the people down in the city once the Golden Goddess found out where they were. They both knew that she would use the lives of those people to try to force them to give themselves up. On the one hand, she felt dreadful that their coming to Aidendrill could result in the death of so many people in the city she loved. But, on the other hand, if they didn't retreat to the safety of the keep, then they and their children would end up being hunted and eventually slaughtered. If that happened, then in the long run, everyone in the world would be naked before the onslaught of the Glee, and everyone in their world would be hunted to extinction. That was always the dilemma with hostages. But the end result of giving in was why Kaelin never submitted to hostage negotiations. As cruel as it seemed on the surface, sacrificing hostages was for the greater good. She hated that such a phrase was what Shota had used, but in this case, it was the cold reality. Giving in to such evil only resulted in more death in the end. At least at the People's Palace, there had been a lot of soldiers of the first file to help protect people. Even so, a great many of those people had died. Here, there was no large force like that. There was only Richard, and he couldn't be everywhere at once. The only solution she could see was that the threat from the Glee had to be ended by force, but she had absolutely no idea how they could accomplish such a thing. The Golden Goddess, after all, was off in another world. Even if they wanted to try to kill her, they had no way to get at her. Kaelin smiled when Richard looked her way again, feeling better at least about how he had said they would raise their children. What he said made sense. As they rode over the bridge, she looked down over the edge of the bridge's stone wall at the side. The rock walls below the bridge dropped away seemingly forever. In one place, on the far wall of the chasm, a thin stream of water, as usually happened for several days after rain, emerged from a crack in the rock. The water tumbling down turned to mist before it ever reached the bottom far below. There were often clouds floating by below the bridge, but there were none this day.
"It's good to be home,"
she said to Richard. He nodded. It's been a long time, and a long journey. It seemed too simple a statement for all the effort of finally arriving after deciding to leave the People's Palace and all they had gone through, from Myshek to Shota to all the battles with the Glee. Once across the bridge, they quickened their pace up the road. When they were almost to the opening in the outer keep wall, and before they went in, Kaelin turned to have a look at the city she had so missed. When she did, her breath suddenly caught. Everyone else heard her gasp. They all wheeled their horses around to see what she was seeing. To their astonishment, there on the bridge, where they had been only moments before, stood a lone Glee. "Dear spirits," Kaelin said under her breath. Everyone else drew their horses close together, both to protect Kaelin and as they prepared for a fight. All their heads swiveled as they frantically scanned the countryside for others, looking for the rest of the Glee about to ambush them before they could get into the safety of the keep. The Mord Sith all had their Aegil in their fists. Rika and Cassia threw a leg over their horses' necks and leaped to the ground, drawing their knives in addition to the Aegil they had in their other hand. Unlike Shale and the Mord Sith, who looked ready for the expected battle, Richard merely stared at the single dark figure on the bridge. Kaelin was surprised that he didn't look alarmed. She could see that his posture was relaxed in his saddle as he watched the Glee. Much to Kaelin's surprise, he merely studied the creature, which was just standing there looking back at them. "Something looks a little different than I remember about the Glee I've seen before," Kaelin finally said when no one else spoke. "Or maybe I just never before saw them standing still like that for so long." Shale frowned back over her shoulder. "What do you mean? Different how?" "I'm not sure, but I don't really remember them having that slight greenish iridescence across the tops of their heads." "That's because the others you've seen before don't have that sheen of color." Richard sounded calm, and not the least bit worried. The way he said it made Kaelin think he had seen a Glee like this before. She frowned over at him. "What are you talking about?" Just then, the Glee did the strangest thing. It opened its arms out a little to the sides and turned its claws palm out toward them. When it did, it spread its arms a little. She saw webbing she had never noticed before between the individual claws of the Glee. And then it bowed its head. Kaelin, Shale, and the Mord Sith stared in astonishment. Richard let out a sigh. "Bags," he said to himself, but loud enough that Kaelin heard it. "What in the world could this mean?" she asked him. Richard finally looked away from the creature and regarded her with an expression that bordered on regret. "It means I want you all to get into the keep." Kaelin's frown tightened. "You know this creature, don't you?" "I can't imagine how, but you know it." Staring off at the Glee again, Richard nodded as the Glee stared back at him. "Get inside," he said. "All of you." Kaelin grabbed his shirt sleeve in her fist. "Richard, what are you going to do?" "The twins are due any moment. I need you here. Our children need a father. I don't know what you're thinking, but I can see in your eyes that you're getting one of your crazy ideas." He finally looked back to her with an iron determination in his raptor gaze. "I need to end this." She shook her head, as if trying to clear what didn't make sense. "End it? What in the world are you talking about?" "I'm not sure." He stared off again at the dark creature. "I want you all to get inside. I will be back with you as soon as I can. It may only be a few minutes, but I have a funny feeling it may be longer." "Longer? What are you talking about? How much longer?" Kaelin quickly glanced around at the others all staring at him before she leaned closer. "What are you going to do?" Shale was looking apoplectic. The Mord Sith all looked back and forth between Richard and the creature, unsure if they should go attack it or stand their ground. A firm look from Richard told them to stay where they were. Kaelin again grabbed his shirt. Richard, answer me. What are you going to do?" He had that look she knew so well. The ferocity of it softened when he turned to her, but it didn't leave entirely. "I don't know yet, but I suspect that this is a sign that the city is about to be attacked. I have to stop it." He kissed the end of his first 2 fingers, pressed them to her lips, and then pressed them to the twins. "Richard," he gathered up his horse's reins. "I have to see what I can do, or this ordeal will never end, and countless people will die. I am the Lord Rahl, the leader of the Daharan Empire. It is up to me to protect our people. I intend to do just that. Now get inside, all of you. Shale, I'm counting on you to take care of Kaelin when the babies come."
"You mean you will be gone that long?"
she asked. "I don't know. But if I am, I want you to take care of Kaelin when she gives birth."
"Of course, Lord Rahl."
His gaze slid from Shale to the moored Sith. "Do as I say. I want you all to get Kaelin into the keep where she will be safe. Don't delay for anything. Do it right now. The people in there will help you protect her."
"Only if you take Vika with you," Kaelin said.
"It's not his decision to make," Vika told her. "That decision has already been made. You had better do as he asks and get inside the keep where you will be safe. I promise you, I won't leave Lord Rahl's side." Chapter 47. Richard dismounted and handed the reins to Berdine. Nida took the reins to Vika's horse as she slipped to the ground. He gave the rest of them a commanding gesture to get into the keep. They all recognized the seriousness of the command. Reluctantly, they all followed his orders and rode off toward the arched opening in the keep wall. He watched Kaelin, with moored Sith surrounding her, ride in under the arch and then inside until he knew she was no longer in danger. Just before she disappeared inside, she turned back to give him a last brief look. Finally, she disappeared through the opening in the wall to be greeted by people he could see waiting inside. He wasn't able to see who they were, but he hoped there were Sisters of Light among them who would be able to protect her. He hoped Chase was still at the keep. He would certainly protect her. "Lord Rahl, what are you planning?" Vika asked. "The Mother Confessor said that you have a crazy idea." Richard nodded as he continued to share a look with the lone Glee. "She isn't wrong." "So, what is your crazy idea this time?" she asked with a long, suffering sigh. He flashed her a smile. "I think that Glee wants to talk to us. Let's go find out what it has to say." "The Glee don't talk. They only come to kill." "My crazy idea is that I don't think that this one intends us any harm." She nodded as she started after him. "That is indeed a crazy idea. If you are wrong, and it's a trap, then we will deal with it." Together, Richard and Vika walked back down the road toward the bridge, scanning the area for trouble as they went. He looked back over his shoulder, up at those ramparts and crenellations in the walls he could see from such a low perspective, but he didn't see anyone. Kaelin was now safe inside the fortress. The Glee on the bridge had not moved from where it stood, waiting. Richard continually swept his gaze in every direction, looking for a mass attack, but not actually expecting one. Vika also kept up a sweep of the area, especially the woods, but unlike him, she did expect an attack. Each time he looked back at the Glee, it hadn't moved. It watched him coming with big, glossy black eyes. Occasionally, its third eyelid would blink across the surface to keep it wet. The creature, with its soft, moist, mottled black skin, hairless head, big, glossy eyes, 2 small holes for a nose, and wicked claws, looked completely alien standing there on the bridge built by men. Glee weren't typically anxious, but given how uneasy this one appeared, he thought it must be here for a reason it felt was important enough to overcome its apprehension. As Richard slowed to a halt in front of the dark creature, He held his hand back and out to the side a little to let Vika know that he wanted her to stay back out of his way and give him room in case he needed to draw his sword. He really didn't think that was going to be necessary, but as he had learned so often before, it was better to be prepared to act and not need to, than to not be prepared and find out all too suddenly that you should have been ready. The Glee tipped its head to the side and blinked with its third eyelids, as if studying Richard's face up close for the first time. It was a disconcerting appraisal by such a dangerous creature. At least its lips weren't drawn back to expose its needle-sharp teeth.
I am called Sang.
Richard blinked in surprise. While it hadn't said the words out loud, and its mouth hadn't moved, Richard could clearly hear the words in his head. It was an unnerving sensation to have a voice talk to him from inside his own head. Vika gasped. I heard him talk in my head. We can both hear him, Richard told her under his breath. He looked back at the Glee. How is it that I can hear you speak in my head? He tapped a finger to his temple to show what he meant. But you make no words that I can hear with my ears. Sang cocked his head the other way.
It is how we communicate. The goddess comes into the minds of your kind in much the same way so that she may look through their eyes to see where you are. She has talked to some of you in the way that I talk to you now, in your mind. In that same way, I can speak into your mind in a way that you understand.
Can all of your kind do this?
Yes. This is how we communicate with each other. I have tried to speak to others in different worlds in this way, but they could not hear me in their minds. Only you and your kind can hear us speak in this way, as some have heard the goddess.
Why did you try to speak to those others, in other worlds? Richard asked.
For the same reason I speak now to you. But they could not hear me, and unlike you, they could be of no help.
Richard didn't like riddles, but decided to let it slide for the moment. I've seen you before, Sang, he said aloud.
Yes, I have watched you fight a number of times now.
Why have you watched me fight, but not participated in those battles with the rest of your kind?
I am also Glee, but I am not like those who attacked you. I watched because I wanted to learn about you.
Richard found that rather worrisome, but at the same time, it was what he had been beginning to believe. What have you learned?
I have watched and seen you finally discover how to fight the Glee. It is not easy, and no other has ever been able to learn what you have learned. The Glee are very, very dangerous, but you have grasped the way of fighting them effectively. You understand what I am meaning?
Richard nodded. Yes, I have learned that their claws, while deadly when used for ripping and tearing at people, are not really made for fighting. I think they are meant for something else. Even so, those claws are obviously very deadly. I have learned how those who fight us use them, and how to defeat them by using their weaknesses. Sang cocked his head.
And what are their weaknesses?
Most of their arm strength is in close range, not when they extend their arms out to slash. Their shoulders and upper arms are not as strong when extended. I have learned the limitations of their movements, and where in those movements they are slowest and more awkward, and thus most vulnerable. The farther they reach, the weaker their ability to use their arms and the more cumbersome their strikes. Sang nodded.
Your kind thinks we are deadly, and that is obviously true in most cases, but in reality, you, Lord Rahl, are more deadly by far.
Richard was somewhat troubled that Sang knew his name and title, But on the other hand, it told him that this individual shared information with others of his kind, which from what he had observed was rather unusual among Glee. This was obviously a thinking, reasoning creature, even if very different from him. "Is there a point to all of this?" he asked. "A reason you have been watching me?" Sang tapped his claws together several times, as if to demonstrate something. They made a clacking sound. "My kind uses our claws to feed. We eat water plants called flutterweed and floatweed. We harvest it with our claws. The webs between our claws help us to maneuver in water. We also use our claws to eat mussel snails that stick themselves down to rocks and can hold tight. They are at least as big as your hand and have a broad, powerful foot to hold themselves against rocks. They provide us nourishment. We must get our sharp claws in under their broad, shallow shells and then pry and pull them off the rocks. We use our teeth." He drew his lips back to expose his tightly packed, needle-sharp white teeth. "To rake the mussel snail's meat from inside the recess of its shell. We also eat other kinds of water plants, delicious varieties of thick, ruffled plants that grow low and tight on rock. We use our teeth to scrape them from the surface of rocks. It is the only way we are able to collect and eat them. We also eat a variety of other snails and use our claws to extract the meat. Mostly, though, the flutter and floatweed and the mussel snail are our staple foods, which grow in abundance and what our kind has lived on for as long as any of us knows." But something happened, and as a result of that event, some of you developed a taste for the flesh of creatures from other worlds. Sang let his claws drop back to his sides as he let out a kind of hiss that Richard took for a sigh. He looked somehow remorseful. "Yes. Some time back, before any of us now living were alive, we were visited by a race from another world. We thought of them as gods. These gods left us a gift. With this gift we were able to visit other worlds much like they did. In these worlds the Glee visited, they eventually found other things we could eat. At first, it was a wondrous device to explore worlds with different kinds of edible plants. In some of these places, the Glee found the kind of water weeds and snails that were similar to our favorites, and they brought them back for our young." Richard and Vika shared a look. "You mean to say you care for your young?" he asked. "Of course. We love our young. A male and female Glee will together care for and protect her eggs until they hatch. From the time they hatch, the mother and father bring them food until they grow enough to be able to learn to gather food for themselves." Sang cocked his head again. "Did the goddess tell your kind something different?" Richard let out a troubled sigh. "As a matter of fact, we were led to believe that the Glee simply reproduce, somehow, but that you don't experience love and bonding the way we do. From what we were told, it sounded like your kind didn't pair together, and producing young was not a meaningful act." Sang looked distressed. "That is not true. When we find a mate, we bond for life." Richard hooked his thumbs behind his belt as he stole another quick glance at Vika. "This is not what the goddess led us to believe. She gave us a picture of a cold-blooded race that cared only about collecting other worlds and hunting creatures in those worlds for sport, as well as to eat. She made it seem that they were born for this purpose, and it was all they cared about. We were told that even if the goddess grew old and died, it was not important, because they are all the same and of a like mind and basically interchangeable. She said her death would not matter, because there would always be another to take her place." Sang let out the same kind of hissing sigh as he had before.
The one who calls herself the Golden Goddess lies as easily as she breathes. She lies in order to strike fear into the hearts of those she intends her followers to hunt. They have developed a taste for the flesh of other creatures, including, most of all, your kind.
A taste for people? Sang nodded.
You are the only thinking creatures we know of that are, in some ways, similar to us. We have so far discovered no others. The other worlds we have discovered have at most lower creatures such as insects and other small creatures without the ability to understand our voice, much like floatweed and mussel snails cannot hear our voices. The goddess and her followers find great satisfaction in hunting down, killing, and eating your kind more than any that has been found before in the worlds she collects. She will tell anyone from your world anything that makes it easier for the Glee to succeed in hunting and killing, hoping your kind never learns any of our weaknesses as you have. Creatures that are terrified don't fight back effectively. That makes them easier to kill. The goddess and her followers have come to highly desire the flesh of other creatures more advanced than the mussel snails of our world, and especially after the game of hunting your kind. The hunting has become the purpose of many, and they do not even devour all they catch. The fighters the goddess sends out to other worlds are all males, like me. They bring some of their kills back to feed their females, the young, and the goddess. Those of us like me find the idea of eating, thinking, reasoning creatures like you to be not only wrong, but abhorrent. Those with the goddess don't care about our objections, and as you have seen, they have embraced violence, and they now eat your kind exclusively. They are even willing to use violence against their own kind in order to hold power so that they may continue doing as they wish.
Richard was disturbed to learn how much of what they had been told wasn't true. It changed everything. I have noticed that, unlike all the rest of the Glee, you have a greenish iridescence to your flesh, especially over the top of your head. Sang nodded.
It is because of the flutter and floatweed, as well as some other plants of our world that we eat. Those plants we prefer to eat have this same shimmering green color. Those who have turned to eating the flesh of creatures in other worlds, especially your kind, no longer eat the food from our world, and so they quickly lose this coloring.
That certainly explained the color Richard noticed on Sang that he hadn't seen on the other Glee. I'm glad that there are some of you who don't want to eat us. I would much rather cooperate with you and those like you.
It is the same with the others who side with me. You are the first creatures that I found who will fight back, which, of course, excites those who follow the goddess. And among your kind, you are the most effective at fighting and killing the Glee to stop them. I have been looking for one like you for a very, very long time, hoping all the time that I would find one.
For what purpose?
To help us kill the goddess, of course.
Of course, Richard said. Chapter 48.
The Golden Goddess is smart, cunning, and knows how to win followers. She prizes the power she has. She craves the loyalty of her followers and is pleased that they would do anything for her. They would die for her. As you know so well, many have already died for her. As we speak, many more are preparing to come here and slaughter all the people living in this place. Those like me, who believe in consuming what our beautiful, wonderful world has to offer in abundance, have tried many things to make the others see that what they are doing is wrong. But they see us as simply weak and too timid for the dangerous hunts of your kind. More than for the food, they enjoy their power over your kind, much as the goddess herself enjoys her power over her followers. After trying everything to reason with the goddess and her followers, we now realize that there is no way to turn them back from their new ways. If they are not stopped, she will see to it that the Glee come to roam this world and hunt your kind until there are none of you left. They think of eliminating your species as a goal and as an accomplishment. Finding new worlds for her followers to hunt, especially this one, gives the goddess power over them. Richard stared into the large, glossy black eyes. So, why exactly are you telling me all of this? Because, for your kind to survive, they must be stopped. For my kind to survive, they must be stopped. To stop them, the golden goddess must be killed. There is no other way. Richard leaned back a little as he tried to judge the truthfulness of Sang's words. It was possible, after all, that there was a power struggle in Sang's world, and he was just as bloodthirsty as the goddess, and simply wanted to win Richard's sympathy in order to help eliminate his opposition for power. Richard supposed that it was even possible that Sang was trying to win Richard's trust in order to eliminate him for the goddess. On the other hand, what Sang was saying did seem to ring true. And if it was true, this could be the key to ending the threat that Richard hadn't previously thought was possible. More than that, not ending the threat could very well result in the end of everyone. We were told that this goddess is merely one of your kind that takes the position of goddess, as others before her, and that if she is killed, another will simply take her place, and then another, and so on, so that killing her is not a solution to stop this madness. Sang didn't hesitate to answer. It is true that if she is killed, her followers may not stop simply because she is killed. Hunting and killing has given them a taste for power, so another leader will likely emerge to take her place. If killing her would stop this war with other worlds and what she is doing to her own kind, we would have tried to kill her ourselves if we could. But she is very powerful, with many who believe in her and do what she tells them. She teaches them that through eating the flesh of intelligent beings like your kind, they will gain the strength and wisdom of those they eat, making them superior beings. Unlike eating our traditional food of floatweed and mussel snails, they find a thrill in the danger involved. It gives some of them the chance to rise to be champions of the kills. Champions gain the favor of the goddess. This means that if she is killed, another would very likely want to take her place. Those with me could never succeed in stopping them because they have learned to fight, and they are vicious at it. Those who believe, like me, that what they do is wrong are not fighters, and we don't have their fighting skills. But on the other hand, if she is killed, and if her followers are dealt a severe enough blow, with many in their ranks killed on their home ground, they may then for the first time fear for their lives, fear for their world, fear for their offspring, and they may go back to the way we have traditionally lived for as long as any of us knows. Richard studied Sang's emotionless face for a moment. It's also possible that even if she and a number of her followers are killed, they could still hold to their belief in collecting and hunting other worlds, gather followers, and revert to this savage life. Sang nodded.
Yes, this is true. And this is why, besides killing the goddess and enough of her followers as only you would be able to do, there is another important aspect to what must be done. Richard had thought there had to be more to it. And what would that additional thing be that would need to be done? The device that allows them to go to other worlds must be destroyed once and for all. If they are denied any possibility of ever hunting other worlds, they could not win over followers. And without followers, believers, they could not continue. Richard felt goosebumps ripple up his arms to the nape of his neck. He didn't like the idea of being an assassin. He remembered telling Zed once that if he took the sword, he would not be an assassin. Zed had told him that he could be whatever he wanted to be. Not only the world, but he himself had changed since he'd taken the sword. He now understood that there were times when it was necessary to stop a deadly threat, and that killing was often the only way to do that. The difference between him and those he had to stop, like the goddess and the Glee, was that they killed because they wanted to. He killed because it was the only way to survive and prevent killing from continuing. I presume you are here, then, to ask me to somehow return to your world and kill the goddess for you along with enough of her followers to discourage them. Sang bowed his head. Yes, you have it exactly right. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that I agreed. So then, if I went to your world and could accomplish such a thing for you, you would then send us back here, and you would then destroy the device so it could never be used again? No, Sang said with a sorrowful shake of his head. You must also destroy the device with that weapon you carry. How could I possibly destroy a device that I don't even understand? We cannot destroy the device because there is nothing in my home world that would be powerful enough to harm it. With a claw, Sang gestured to Richard's left hip. I have seen you use that weapon. I have seen it do things that I find hard to believe. I have seen it do things that nothing else could do. We do not have anything like it. I believe it is the only weapon that could destroy the device. Richard was feeling a rising sense of dread. If I were to agree to come to your world, and I succeeded in defeating the Golden Goddess and her followers, and then destroyed this device that allows them to go to other worlds, how could I come home? To my world? Sang reluctantly shook his head again. There would be no way. With the device destroyed, you would not be able to return to your world. Chapter 49. Richard swallowed, trying to moisten his suddenly dry mouth, not entirely sure he had heard Sang correctly. You're saying that I could never return to my world? Never? There would be no way for me to return? Sang nodded sorrowfully. Yes, I am sorry. Once you have destroyed the device, you would not be able to return here. I am sorry, but it is the only way. Richard shook his head, not wanting to believe that he would have to stay there in Sang's world. I don't know if I could leave my world for yours to fight for those on your side who can't or won't do it themselves, and then, even if I succeed, never be able to return home to my mate, my offspring, my people, and my world? That is too much to ask. I am sorry, but there is no other way, Sang said. But it would not simply be that you fight for those like me. It would be for the survival of those in your world as well. Richard blinked in disbelief. I don't see how I could live in your world. I can tell you that of all the worlds the goddess has collected, none can begin to match the beauty of my own home world,
so you would at least have that. Your world here is a harsh, dry place. My world is lush and warm and beautiful beyond anything you have ever seen before."
Richard had to remind himself to hold back his rising anger. This wasn't personal. Sang was trying to find a way to end the bloodshed, even if the solution he had come up with was unacceptable. "I don't care how beautiful it is. It's not my home. Everyone I love is here, in this world." Sang cocked his head to the side.
"But this is such a dry place. I don't know how you are even able to survive here. We have much trouble coming here because of how dry it is. We must put the jelly of the scrum plant on ourselves to help keep our skin moist while we are here, or it would dry out and crack. Then we would bleed, and we would die."
That explained the gelatinous masses that Richard had seen slide off of them when the Glee first arrived, as well as the wet appearance of their skin. "Sang, I'm not sure I could ever agree to such a thing. To leave everything I have here and everyone I love, never to return. As you may know, my own offspring are about to come into the world."
"I do know about the imminent arrival of your offspring. Please believe me when I say that I sympathize with your reluctance," Sang said, sounding sincere. "If the situation were reversed, I don't know that I could stand to live in your world, never to return to mine." He gestured at Vika. "But you would have this female with you, at least?"
"That is not enough, nor is it a solution." Richard gestured up to the keep. "My mate is there."
"I am sorry. But while I do admit to wanting my kind to return to their ways and no longer be able to raid other worlds, the more important thing I am telling you is that this is the only way if you wish your kind here in this world to survive. As we speak, the Golden Goddess is right now preparing to send the largest number of Glee yet to come here to kill all the people of that place down the mountain. She wants none left alive to punish you for going into that place of magic to hide rather than surrender. When that is finished, they will then be sent to other places in your world to hunt the people there until there are no more of your kind. This will not be attacks such as you have seen and fought against before. This will be mass attacks in many different places at the same time. The goddess knows of and fears your magic. And she also knows that when you retreat into this place of magic here above us, she will not be able to reach out and take you, your mate, or your unborn children. But she also knows that with you hiding in there and not able to fight, or at least not able to fight in all the places of your world at once, there will be virtually no effective opposition to her and her forces. There will be the sport of some opposition, of course, but the Glee enjoy some resistance. People in places all over your world will not be able to withstand the attacks. The resistance they put up will not be enough for your kind to survive. The goddess knows that your magic protects the magic of this world. If your offspring live, their magic will do the same. Yet, as you hide and protect them in this place, she will see that vulnerability and exploit it. With you stuck in there protecting your mate and offspring, it gives her and her followers an opening to come here to this world in mass to hunt and devour your kind until there are none left other than you and those few with you in this fortress of magic. Although you may in that way be able to preserve magic in your world and the few people inside there with you, there will be no people left out in the rest of the world. They will all be dead. Your world will be a dead place."
Richard looked over at Vika. When she realized the full extent of what was in store for their world, some of the color had left her face. What was coming was no less than the cataclysmic end of everyone and everything. Sang was right. Even if they stayed and fought, they couldn't fight in every city, town, and village all over the world at the same time. He might be wildly successful against the Glee he faced, but he was only one man in one place and could not face nearly all of them.
I am afraid that I am not offering you the ability to return to this place and the people you love, Sang said. Once you destroy the device, it will not be possible for you to return to your home. But what I am offering you is the possibility of destroying the threat that otherwise will hunt down and slaughter everyone in your world. You have seen what they have already done, how many they have slaughtered, and what they are capable of. They know no mercy, and will grant none. They will not stop unless you come with me and stop them, and then destroy the device to prevent them from ever again coming to this world. You can only do those things in my world. What I am offering you is the possibility of saving the lives of those you love and everyone else in your world. I will not deceive you. That is all I am able to offer. I understand the sacrifice you will be making. But you must decide now, because they will be coming soon, and if you don't come with me and stop them there, it will be too late.
Chapter 50. Richard stood unmoving, terrified at the thought of never being able to see Kaelin again. She was his world. He would never see their children, never be able to teach them and watch them grow. Never see them have the life he and Kaelin had fought so hard for them to have. He would never see Kaelin's special smile and her beautiful green eyes again. Richard had never been so frozen in fear and uncertainty before. Through that fear, though, he realized that if he didn't do this, it would be the end of his world and the end of Kaelin and their children's world. If he didn't take this chance, how could he ever look Kaelin in the eye again, once she knew he might have been able to stop the slaughter of everyone in their world, and he hadn't tried? Richard looked over at Vika. What do you think? She arched an eyebrow. You are the Lord Rahl. You care about everyone in this world, or you would not have sacrificed everything you did to win freedom for everyone. You fought those long wars for those who depend on you, and because you care that they have a life. I know you are going, and I know that nothing I could say would stop you. So why are you even asking me? But I am going with you, and that is final. I will fight beside you in the struggle you face there, in that world, no less than I have in this world. Richard swallowed as he nodded. She was right, of course. She would also be sacrificing everything she knew and the possibility of what the future might bring for her. He had only entertained the idea of not going as he desperately tried to think of another solution. But deep down inside, just as Vika said, he knew that he had no choice. This was the only way of ending the threat. He had to go, no matter what it cost him personally. The lives of everyone in the Daharan Empire were his responsibility. Not only that, but he cared that the people of his world could live their lives as they wished and in peace. The Grace told the story of each of their lives, and it needed to live on. It was not simply a matter of being the Lord Rahl and it being his responsibility. He sincerely wanted people to be able to live their lives as they wanted, to achieve their hopes and dreams. If he didn't do this, they would know only terror and death. He was still filled with questions, though. Some, he knew, had no answer. but at least some did. How did you get here from your world? You had to have used this device you spoke of, but isn't it guarded by the goddess or her followers? That device is their way to raid other worlds.
The device is in a high place that is very dry, Sang said. No one guards it, because no one uses it except the goddess and her followers. Only they wish to go to other worlds, so there is no reason to endure such a dry place except when they use the device. They know that it cannot be destroyed, so there is no reason that they would need to guard it. Other than her followers, I am the only one who has used it. I went to other worlds they raided to try to find help, but I could find none until I saw you fight. I needed to use the device to come here to observe you and see if I thought you could possibly be the one to help stop this. I finally came to know that you are the one.
So then you simply went up to where it is and used the device to come here?
Yes.
As Richard considered it, he thought that it made sense. But the device is not here, in this world, or any of the worlds the goddess collects for hunting grounds. So how do you return to your world without the device to send you back?
It is hard to explain.
Do your best.
You have seen my kind when they fear being killed and they simply vanish? Sang asked.
Yes. They sort of turn all scribbly and then they disappear. We all assume they are returning to their own world.
Sang nodded. They were. When the device sends us somewhere, it creates a link to our minds. So when I desire, because I am connected to it through my mind, the device knows my thought that I want to return, and it pulls me back. It does the same with all the glee you have seen vanish.
Richard grasped the general idea, but couldn't imagine how it could work. It sounded like magic of some kind, a very powerful, advanced, and incomprehensible magic. As if he could see that Richard was having trouble understanding it, Sang idly clacked his claws as he tried to think of a better way to explain it.
The way to think of it is that we become attached to the device by a lifeline that it creates when it sends us to another world. Imagine if you went in dangerous water, and you suddenly wanted to go back to shore. When you called out, others pulled you back to shore by that lifeline. In much that way, when we want to go home, the device pulls us back by that lifeline.
Richard nodded as he considered, still not entirely satisfied. What you expect of me will not be so easy. If I agreed to come to your world with you, would those who believe as you do fight with me to defeat the goddess and her kind? Sang stared at him a long moment.
I cannot say for sure. They are not fighters.
This is about their world and their way of life, Richard pointed out with a rising sense of angry frustration.
Sang nodded. You are a great leader in your world. Leaders become leaders because they are able to convince others to follow them. The goddess is like this. Although those with me are not fighters, I believe that they might be willing to follow you. At the very least, they can help you in many ways, such as getting you to the goddess and her followers.
I need a lot more than having them point me in the right direction. Richard drummed his fingers on the handle of his sword as he considered. I think I can understand what you say about how you were able to go back. But how could Vika and I go there too? We don't have that link, that lifeline, as you called it, for the device to use to pull us there.
That is the easy part. When a number of injured Glee returned, they confirmed a theory many of us have. One time, when they attacked your people, one of the women with you used magic to create snakes. Many of those snakes bit the Glee, and while we do not fear the snakes in our world, these snakes from your world were killing those Glee with venom. The snakes, once they bit into a glee, would not let go. The glee, being bitten, panicked, called on their lifeline, and the device pulled them back. All they needed to do was to merely think to return, and the device that had sent them was able to know that wish, and it snatched them back to our world.
What about this theory you had?
The important part is that when they returned, the snakes were still holding on tight to them. That confirmed our theory that if I hold on to something from this world, it will return with me. I myself tested this by holding a rock when I returned, and it came to my world with me. This was also confirmed when some of the glee returned with parts of your people for the golden goddess and their offspring to eat. Those body parts were also used to convince others to join with her.
Richard remembered quite vividly how the glee down in the bowels of the people's palace had dismembered many of the bodies. You are saying, then, that we would hold on to you, and we would go there with you to your world when you return? You think it is really that simple? Sang gave him a single nod.
Yes.
Richard considered for a moment. He couldn't imagine a device with such power, but then, on the other hand, he had sent those who didn't want to live with magic, including his half-sister, to another world without magic. He also had used a device that created a star shift and sent their entire world to another place in the sky. He had seen devices, such as the boxes of Orden and the Omen machine, that had unimaginable power over the world of life and the world of the dead, so he supposed that even if he hadn't seen the device the glee had, he knew that such powerful devices existed. He didn't really know where most of those devices came from, or who could have made them. For all he knew, it might as well be these same gods. He looked over at Vika. She simply shrugged. If I were to agree to this crazy idea, what would we have to do? Simply hold on to you, and we would be pulled back with you?
More than that,
Sang said as he stared at Richard for a long moment with a haunted look in his big black eyes.
It is more than simply being pulled back by a lifeline. There is more to it.
What do you mean?
We must go into darkness.
Chapter 51. Richard's brow tightened. Into darkness. Sang nodded again.
I am afraid that is the only way.
I don't understand. What do you mean we have to go into darkness? Sang stared off again with a haunted look. He seemed to be looking again into that place that obviously frightened him.
That is the only way I can say it for you,
he finally told them as he looked first at Vika and then at Richard.
There is no way I can explain such a thing in a way that would make you truly understand. The only way I can say it is that we must go into darkness. It is what happens when we use the device. Once you have done it, you will understand. You will know what those words mean. If you have not done it, then there is no way for me to make you understand.
Into darkness, Richard said as he stared at Sang. Sang nodded.
Into darkness. That is really the only way I can begin to describe it. Yet the words are so hollow. Into darkness is something such as you have never experienced before. It seems to consume you. It is falling into darkness, and it is terrifying. You think that it will never end, that it never could end. Each time I go into darkness, I fear that this is the time it will not end, and I will forever be in that place of darkness.
Richard wondered if it was anything like the underworld. So, Richard finally asked, is there a risk that we would be lost there, in that darkness, especially since we weren't attached to the device by this lifeline. The Glee bowed.
To find what you seek, you must sometimes go into the darkness, even though there is always the risk that you will become lost.
Richard thought that was a pretty vague, philosophical answer. It didn't really tell him anything. He shared a look with Vika. He had, of course, been to the world of the dead. For that matter, he had actually been dead and then managed to return. In a way, he had been pulled back by his connection to those still living. That was a place of eternal darkness. A lifeline of sorts had pulled him back. He couldn't imagine any place or experience that could be darker than that, but he got the impression from what Sang said that this place might be darker even than the world of the dead, although he didn't think that Sang had ever been to the underworld to judge the difference. Vika had been to the cusp of that world. She had looked into the dark world of the dead. He could see by the haunted look in her eyes that she was remembering that experience.
The longer you think about it, Sang said, the greater the risk grows that the others will go to the device in order to come here before they can be stopped. If we delay too long, we risk arriving as they come up to the device, and then you would have to battle them when you are disoriented from having just come out of darkness and into my world. That would not be good. All three of us could be killed before we are able even to run.
Richard knew Sang was right. To have the element of surprise, they needed to get there and meet with those who were on his side first to come up with a plan. The longer he considered, the greater the risk grew that the goddess and her horde would arrive in Aidendril first. Plus, he had no idea how confused he would be upon arriving in that world. He knew that when he came back to the world of life after being in the underworld, it was difficult to again get his bearings. Light and colors and sounds were all overwhelming at first. But this sounded somehow worse. He found himself immobilized with fear. Not with fear of going into darkness, although if he knew exactly what that meant, maybe he would fear it more. But with fear of leaving everyone he loved forever. It was fear of never again being with Kaelin. He just didn't know if he could do such a thing. It would be a living suicide.
If you say no, Sang said, I would not blame you. I don't know that I could come here to your world and never be able to go home. But if you are willing to do this to have a chance to save the people of your world, then the time is now upon us when we must act.
Richard steeled himself. He hooked his bow over one shoulder and his pack over the other. Vika hoisted her pack up over one shoulder. Finally, Richard reached out with his left hand and put it firmly on Sang's right shoulder. His skin was cool, soft, and moist, more like the skin of a salamander than that of a person. He looked over at Vika. When their eyes met, each of them placed a hand on the other's shoulder. Then she put her right hand on Sang's left shoulder. Sang reached up and laid a claw over each of their shoulders. Once he had, they were all locked together into a circle of 3. An important component of the law of 9s, Richard reminded himself. He hoped that added bit of magic would help him and Vika survive going into darkness. Do it, Richard said. Call your lifeline. Chapter 52. Almost as soon as he said it, he thought of Kaelin and wished he could call his words back. But at the same time he knew he had to be strong if Kaelin and everyone else in his world were to have a chance to live free of the Glee. Besides, even as he had the thought, it was already too late. Everything all around him, the stone bridge, the forest, the wizard's keep above them, and the city of Aidendril below, all started to look scribbly. Only Vika and Sang seemed solid. The air itself had streaks of empty darkness slashing through it, as if the fabric of the world of life were shredded apart. The whole world around them was rapidly dissolving into scribbles as holes tore open into voids in the very reality of existence. Those voids suddenly expanded explosively. All light, all sound, and everything else that made up the world around him seemed to be sucked out of existence, ripped away, leaving a universe of nothingness. Not even Sang and Vika were there with him. He was totally alone as he was sucked into that darkness. It felt in a way like tripping in the darkest night and tumbling off a cliff. Richard felt himself falling without end. He kept expecting to hit the bottom, or to hit something. He knew he couldn't fall this long without soon slamming into something. His muscles tensed and his nerves burned with the agonizing expectation of that sudden, bone-shattering impact. It was terrifying. An eternity of fear was compressed into every second that he felt himself helplessly falling into darkness. That fear of hitting the bottom, or of falling forever, became everything. Richard worked at talking himself out of the panic that was clawing at his emotions. He tried to see his hand, but couldn't. He tried to touch it to his face, but he felt nothing, either from his hand or his face. He felt nothing at all. He put all his effort into focusing on reasoning out what was happening. As he did, he realized that he wasn't really falling. Once he concentrated and tried to make sense of what he was feeling, or rather not feeling, he became aware that there was no down, no up, no hot, no cold, no light, and actually no sensation of any kind. It was complete and total suspension of all sensation. There was nothing other than his own free-floating thoughts. He couldn't feel anything that made him feel alive. He couldn't feel his heartbeat or his breathing or anything that made him feel that he existed at all anymore. In fact, it felt as if he didn't exist, as if he were merely thinking that he had once existed. It was even becoming hard to remember his world. Rather than let himself be pulled under by the overwhelming emotion of feeling that he no longer existed, and since he had absolutely no control over what was happening, he let himself relax as he tried not to think. He lost track of how long it had been, and as he did, it began to feel like something he was all too familiar with, the eternity of the underworld. That place, too, was darker than dark, and it, too, went on forever. But this was a different kind of darkness. Not only was it a physical darkness, it was also a kind of inner darkness. The totality of it was different from the underworld. This was not a sense of being in the world of the dead, but a void of existence itself. The only thing that seemed to exist was his thoughts. In the underworld there had at least been constellations of souls, and he had been able to will his soul to travel through them. Here, there was nothing to travel through, and he was not able to will himself to go anywhere. There was no there within this darkness. Suddenly it ended. Existence imploded in on him from all sides. He felt his own weight, and with that, solid ground under his feet. He opened his eyes, and as scribbles all around him were just vanishing, he saw a strange world of desolation beneath a heavily clouded sky. All the clouds were different shades of dark red, darker and thicker the lower they were. Ruddy rock rose up in towering, otherworldly formations, seemingly shaped by the hot, moist wind that swirled around them. The muddy reddish clouds that rolled by low overhead looked almost like smoke. Everything in this world was some shade of sullen red. Richard felt like he was looking out through a piece of red glass that tinted everything. It made him wonder if his eyes, or even his brain, had somehow been damaged by the journey from his world, and maybe they weren't working properly. And as a result, he could now see things only in shades of red. He breathed in deeply. The air was damp and warm, so damp that in comparison to his own world it was heavy, humid, and uncomfortable. It felt almost thick. He could see why Sang said that his world was a dry world. This was an oppressively clammy, sticky, and moist world. He already longed for dryness. They were standing in an area of sand that reminded him very much of the area of white sand in the Garden of Life in the People's Palace, although the sand here looked white only in that it was less red than everything else. With all the smooth, towering rock formations, it felt almost like an eerie cathedral of stone sculpted by wind and weather. That muggy wind moaned as it moved through the strange, smoothly curved surfaces of the rock. Vika was still holding his shoulder on one side and Sang on the other. Their arms were all still locked together. It had seemed he was totally alone once he went into darkness, but that wasn't true. The other two had always been there with him. He just hadn't been aware of them. He finally released Vika's shoulder, and she his as they straightened. He could tell by the look on her face that she had experienced the same thing he had coming to this brooding, reddish, wind-swept world. He let his hand drop away from Sang. He leaned toward Vika and whispered, "What colors do you see?" She looked around. "Everything looks red. At least my outfit fits right in." Richard nodded. "That it does." As he looked around, he could see from the clouds between the reddish rock formations that they were someplace high. Over the edge, down below them, the ground was obscured by the rolling, roiling clouds drifting swiftly by the high place where they were. "Come," Sang said to them. "We must get away from this dry place before the others come." He turned and made his way between some of the surrounding rock formations. They were striated in layers of different colors of dark, brownish reds, and looked like the wind had eroded the soft rock, making smooth, round depressions and curving edges. It was disorienting to look at. Richard could see by the clouds down lower that they were high up in some kind of desolate, mountainous terrain. There was absolutely no vegetation. He remembered Sang saying that it was a dry place. The wind carried a lot of moisture and made a ghostly moaning sound through the strangely shaped rock formations. Apparently the air, as damp as it was not damp enough for the glee. Trying to focus his eyes in this reddish world was giving him a headache. The sand he and Vika were on was the least red thing he could see. "This is my home world," Sang said as he waved an arm, urging them on. "The home world of the glee. We have arrived safely. Now, we need to get down out of this place." Chapter 53. "Where is the device?" Richard asked, grabbing Sang by his arm before he could leave. "Is that it?" Sang stopped and looked across the sand to what Richard was pointing at. Something that definitely did not belong in this strange, wind-blown landscape of organic shapes. There, across the way on the edge of the sand, stood a square piece of stone, each side about the length of his arm from his shoulder to his fingertips. It wasn't tall. It wouldn't quite come up to his rib cage. The top was slanted, so that if you stood before the stone at the edge of the sand on the other side, you would have been able to have a good look at that slanted top, but Richard couldn't see it from where he was. The stone looked smooth, but not smooth in the same way the sculpted rock all around them was smooth. This thing was absolutely square and straight on all sides, and while it was smooth, it was not polished like so much of the stone in palaces. With everything some shade of red, it was hard to tell what color it might actually be. But Richard thought it would be dull gray in his own world. There were markings all over the stone. He was too far away to know what kinds of markings they were, but he could see that they covered the entire stone. Richard wondered if he should draw his sword and destroy the device before the goddess could send more glee to his world. As if reading his thoughts, Sang was gesturing urgently.
Hurry! We must get away from this place for now, and get to those who side with me against the goddess. I told them about you, and said that I was going to see if I could get you to come back with me. They will be waiting.
Richard and Vika followed Sang as he rushed off between the labyrinth of smooth, flowing shapes of the towering rocks surrounding the white sand. Once they were through the meandering gaps in the rock walls, the descent rapidly became steep. There was a path of sorts between the standing forest of rocks, at times with crude steps cut into the soft rock. Below them, Richard could see a thick blanket of clouds covering the ground far into the distance. As they moved down from the place with the device that sat at the edge of the area of sand, they gradually descended into that dark reddish cloud. As the visibility grew less and less, it was similar to moving down into clouds below high places in the mountains in Richard's world, and having those clouds turn to a dense fog once you were inside them. It was the same here, except the fog was a dirty reddish color. The farther down they went, the wetter the air became with mist. At some point, the mist turned to drizzle. Even before the drizzle, the heat and humidity had Richard's shirts soaking wet. Vika unbuckled some leather straps so that she could open her outfit at the neck. This was definitely not a place to be wearing leather, although the red fit right in. In fact, the red leather stood out brightly in the murky red world. Sang looked relieved when they finally got into the heavier drizzle. He used his wrists to rub the water collecting on his arms around on his body, seeming to luxuriate in the wetness that he had missed for so long. He looked back at them and drew his lips back to show his teeth. Vika glanced at Richard, wondering what it could mean. "I think he is showing us a smile," he whispered to her. She gave him a look of silent incredulity. If it really was a smile, it was about as grotesque a smile as he had ever seen. After about a couple hours of moving quickly down slopes of loose scree that slid out from underfoot, over ledges and down through canyons of towering rock walls, and then over yet more rock, but this time harder and more jagged, they emerged from the bottom of the cloud cover into a strange, wet-looking world. The ground, for as far as Richard could see, was relatively flat. The only mountainous area was behind them, as was the one they had just climbed down from out of the clouds. Haze and drizzle made the visibility toward the horizon poor, but he didn't see any hills or mountains off that way. There was scattered, low vegetation among open, swampy areas, and there were a lot of rather tall plants that resembled lush ferns. Mostly roundish rocks, some small, covered much of the ground where there wasn't the water or areas of the low vegetation. Among those small rocks were a few smooth, round rocks no bigger than about the right size to sit on. The rocks covered most of the dry areas above the water. In fact, they littered the ground endlessly. Some of the expanses of water in the distance looked larger, but most of the water nearby was in patchy areas much like the swamps he had seen before, but without the trees. In the distance were peculiar trees with long, crooked, bare trunks. High up each tree had a single dense clump of leaves. Widely spaced here and there, the trees seemed to march across the landscape beneath the cloudy red sky. They were the strangest-looking trees Richard had ever seen. None, though, were very close. Flocks of birds moved through the air like current in a raging river. As some swept down closer, he could see that they weren't actually birds. They were large bats flying in colonies. As they reached the bottom of the climb, Sang walked right into the first body of water he could get to until it was up to his neck. Richard could see several snakes writhing just below the surface of the water. Sang stretched out and swam for a bit, as if to refresh himself. "Sang, there are snakes in the water," Vika called out in alarm. Sang kept swimming for a moment before turning back to them.
Don't worry. The snakes are friendly.
Friendly? What if they bite you? She asked.
They eat small insects. They don't bite us, and they do not have venom, like the snakes in your world. The only animals that sometimes cause harm to us are the boars. They are big and mean, and sometimes even kill Glee.
Boars? Richard asked. You mean you have wild boars?
They live in the muddy places.
Sang gestured off beyond the immediate swampy water.
But sometimes they attack us. They are dangerous. They are big, with tough hides our claws can't cut through, and have sharp tusks bigger than our claws. We must always watch for wild boars when we are not in the water. They like the mud, but they don't go near the water.
He then busied himself at the edge of the water, dredging up water plants with round nodules dotting their entire length. They were a sickly green color, with a slight iridescence to them. When he had an armful, he flopped them over on the rocks.
Floatweed, he told them.
As soon as he was free of his load of floatweed, he started using his claws to pry at a large flat snail stuck tight to a rock at the waterline.
This is a mussel snail, he announced as he worked at prying it away from the rock. I want you to be able to try our delicious food.
Richard thought the place smelled rather rank, like most any swamp he had been in. Not as bad as some, worse than others. Vika looked around at the strange and forbidding reddish desolation, then looked over at him and spoke in a low voice that Sang wouldn't hear.
He's right. This place is an absolute paradise.
Richard half-huffed a laugh in answer. Sang, he said, we're not hungry right now. More importantly, we don't have time for this. We need to stop the goddess before she sends her hordes to my world to kill people. You said that there were those of your kind who wanted to see me if I returned with you. Sang blinked up at him, then walked up onto the rocks. The water sluiced off him as he emerged from the swampy water, some of the string algae draped over his shoulder.
Yes, you are right. My apologies. I was just so happy to be home that I wasn't thinking. I was eager to show you some of the wonderful things about my world, so that you would not be so afraid that you must remain here.
Where are the others? Richard asked, getting right down to business as he scanned the other swampy areas. They were dark, and it would be hard to see any Glee if they were in the water. We need to talk to those who believe as you. Sang stretched up on his webbed toes and peered into the distance. He pointed with a claw.
There are some of them over there, on those rocks, harvesting mussel snails. I will go talk to them and ask them to gather the others right away.
Good, Richard said as he took Vika's arm and guided her up onto some of the rocks that were a bit flatter and easier to stand on without their ankles twisting. In the distance, he could just make out the dark shapes of other Glee near the edge of some of the swampy areas. They were hauling up floatweed. In other places, he saw a few Glee swimming through larger bodies of water. They were so graceful in the water that they hardly disturbed the surface. Richard was beginning to feel frustrated and annoyed. He had come to stop the Golden Goddess from sending the Glee to slaughter the people in his world. He and Vika had given up their futures, their lives, in order to accomplish that vital mission. He hadn't known that he was going to end up playing mother hen trying to gather up groups of distracted Glee. Chapter 54. Sang met with Glee that were close by. They kept staring over at Richard and Vika. He then went off to talk to others. A crowd of Glee began to come over, gathering around Richard and Vika. The way they blinked as they leaned toward him and stared, they were making him feel like some kind of curious specimen. By the time Sang returned with yet more of the glee, a crowd of large black heads had spread out before him. They watched him, looking like maybe they expected he might fly or breathe out flames or something. As they all crowded in around him, they made a kind of low hiss as they looked around at each other, as if mumbling, but he didn't hear any words in his head. Richard thought they must be talking to each other, and they chose not to let the words come into his mind. Richard and Vika shared a look, not knowing what to expect. Sang finally stepped through the gathering of tall, black creatures. He held his claws in tight to his stomach so as not to accidentally catch on them, and they did the same as they allowed him to pass. Sang turned to the glee assembled before them and held out a claw toward Richard and Vika as he waited for all those gathered to fall silent and pay attention. Richard watched all the glee, still wary. He was trusting Sang's word that they wanted his help, and that this wasn't some trick to get him away from his own people so they could eliminate him. He didn't really think that was the case, but he studied all the glee before him, one at a time, looking at each face for any hint of trouble.
"These are the ones I spoke of," Sang finally announced. "This is Lord Rawl with the weapon he carries on his hip, and the female is Vika, one of his warriors. Unlike us, their females fight alongside the males, and I can tell you from having watched them fight that this female is deadly. They both have given up their lives and those they care for, given up any hope of ever returning to their world in order to come here to finally stop the Golden Goddess and her followers. Lord Rawl has even given up caring for his new offspring, not yet come into the world, in order to come here to protect his world and ours."
This news seemed to create a lot of conversation that he and Vika couldn't hear, but he could imagine it well enough as glee faced one another, nodding among themselves and occasionally glancing up at him and Vika. Their animated gestures finally subsided until no one seemed to be saying anything, unless they were talking to Sang and only he could hear them in his mind. Richard didn't especially like the way the glee could choose for others to hear them or not. He worried that if they were saying anything threatening, he wouldn't have any idea that he was suddenly on the verge of being attacked. If that were the case, there was nothing he could do about it before it happened. "If we are to stop the goddess," Richard said aloud to get their attention, "we are going to need your help." That seemed to send a fright through the group. A number of them started slowly moving back. A few at the edges of the crowd slipped into the water and glided away.
"They are afraid," Sang explained. "These are not fighters like the others. They are against what the others do, but they are not fighters. They don't like cruelty."
Richard looked out at the sea of inky faces watching him. At least they weren't showing their teeth. As he scanned the group, he paid particular attention to one individual near the front. He was standing just behind a few others. Richard pointed to that one. "You. Come here." All the glee looked confused. The glee Richard had pointed to glanced around self-consciously but didn't move. Richard stepped down off the rock he was standing on and gently urged several glee in the front out of his way. Before anyone knew what was happening, he snatched the glee he had been watching by the wrist, above the claw, before he could slip away. The glee twisted and turned first one way and then another as he tried to back away from Richard's grip. Richard turned the wrist over and increased the pressure on it. He was glad to find that it had the same effect on the glee as it did on people. It forced the glee to his knees.
"What are you doing?"
Sang's voice in his head sounded frantic and frightened. Chapter 55. Richard twisted the glee's wrist harder. Doing so worked just as well as it did on a man, causing the glee to squeal in pain as he cringed before him on his knees. Richard continued to apply pressure to keep him immobilized. "This one here is a spy sent by the Golden Goddess," he announced to the shocked crowd. At his words, the mass of glee all moved back away from the one Richard had by the wrist as they hissed in fear, confusion, or Richard didn't really know what. She sent this one to watch the glee she considers traitors to her kind. She considers all of you a threat. This one was watching, and then intended to report back to her on what he heard you saying. Once he did, it would only be a matter of time before she moved against you. Sang looked confused as he glanced around at the others watching them.
What are you doing? What makes you think this?
Richard showed Sang a small smile. He doesn't have the green sheen to his skin that all the rest of those gathered here have. This one does not eat flutterweed, floatweed, and mussel snails. He eats the flesh of those from other worlds. Along with everyone else, Sang stared at the glee Richard had on his knees.
Is this true?
No, the glee screamed in Richard's mind, and, he was sure, in the minds of all the glee gathered around watching. You are lying, Richard said as he gave Vika a meaningful look. Without hesitation, she spun her aegil up into her fist. She went to one knee to get down closer to the glee, and without a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and rammed her aegil into his midsection. The glee shrieked out loud, twisting, trying to get away, but Richard held him tight with pressure on his wrist as Vika kept the pressure on her aegil. She finally pulled back away. She leaned in, then, putting her face close to the glee. Tell everyone what you are doing here.
I don't know what you are talking about,
the glee cried out in their heads.
I am no spy. I am not with the goddess.
We don't do this kind of thing to one another,
Sang said as he held his arms out, trying to urge Vika and Richard to stop.
This is not the way we behave to each other.
Vika looked back over her shoulder, giving Sang the kind of look that only a Mord Sith in a rage could give. He went silent as he backed up a step. We gave up our lives to come here, she said. Lord Rahl gave up his wife and children who are about to be born to come here. He can never return home. All for you. All for the glee. All to help you stop your own kind from killing and destroying your way of life. We are doing this as much for you as for the lives in our world. And I have to tell you, after sacrificing my life and my world, I am definitely not in the mood to be lied to. I would tell her what she wants to know, Richard told the glee he was keeping on his knees. The glee defiantly shook his head. Vika reacted by ramming her aegil into his midsection again. The glee twisted and shrieked. The first time had been a warning to talk. She held it there longer the second time, and pressed it in harder. When she finally pulled it away, the glee sagged, one arm raised up only because Richard had a firm grip on his wrist. Tears of agony ran from his big black eyes. Vika held the aegil up before the panting glee's face. The next time, unless you start answering our questions truthfully, I'm going to shove this in your eye, blinding it, and when you don't answer, I will blind your other eye. If you still don't... The glee held up his other claw.
No, please. I will tell you what you want to know.
Richard lifted up on the arm, still putting pressure on the wrist until the glee was standing on trembling legs. I want you to tell everyone the truth of what you are doing here. The glee looked around. He glanced timidly at Vika before beginning.
The Golden Goddess sent me, just as this one said. She is gathering a large force to begin a mass attack.
With a claw, he gestured out at the crowd.
She considers all of you traitors because you do not support her. You are traitors. She has promised those with her that she is going to let them hunt you for the sport of it and then eat you all. She will no longer tolerate any of you who talk to her followers, trying to get them to change their ways. She believes it would be better if you and your offspring were all dead."
Loud hissing that Richard took for a kind of collective gasp of shock spread through all the glee watching. They clacked their teeth and claws, apparently in a display of anger. "Why are you here now?" Richard asked.
"A spy up near the mountain saw that Sang was bringing 2 of the creatures from the other world down to here. The goddess sent me to find out your plans so that she might stop you. She is very angry. She wants your blood."
"I would be glad to tell her my plans," Richard said to the glee. "In fact, I want you to go back and tell her my plans." The glee nodded eagerly.
"Yes, I will tell her what you say."
"Do you know who I am?" The glee shrugged a little.
"The one they call Lord Rahl."
"Yes, that and more," Richard said for all to hear. "I am also the one called Fjurgrissa Ostdroka."
Fjurgrissa Ostdroka. I don't know what that means.
"It means the bringer of death. I want you to tell your golden goddess that besides being Fjurgrissa Ostdroka, I was born a war wizard. War is my calling. I live for fighting wars." The glee nodded furiously.
"Yes, I will tell her."
"I want you to also tell the golden goddess that she has sent her kind to my world to kill us. Because of her, I have gone into darkness. Now I am here, and I mean to make war."
"Yes,"
the glee said, still nodding.
"I will tell her your words."
"I want you to also tell her that I demand she surrender her world to me." The glee winced a little as he shrank back as much as he could with Richard still holding pressure on his wrist.
"Surrender her world. What should I tell her are your conditions?"
"No conditions. Her surrender must be unconditional. There will be no negotiations. If she does not surrender her world unconditionally, I will come and kill her and all of her followers." The glee seemed to wince a little as he nodded again.
"I will tell her. Fjurgrissa Ostdroka, the bringer of death. She must surrender our world unconditionally. I will tell her."
"One more thing."
"Yes."
"Tell her that I am going to enjoy hunting and killing her." Richard suddenly released the glee's wrist. As he did, and before the glee could leave, he drew his sword. The rage of the sword's magic instantly surged through him. The unique sound of steel rang out across the swampy water. Before anyone could say anything or had a chance to move, the blade flashed through the air and lopped off the glee's claw. The glee stumbled back in shock, clutching the arm without a claw to his chest with the other as he shook. "You tell the golden goddess that her kind has shown my kind no mercy, and I will show her none. Now go, before I take your head in addition to your claw." Chapter 56. Richard watched the glee stagger away and then gradually break into an awkward, stumbling run. As he watched the glee leaving, he felt the magic of the sword pounding through him, matched by his own anger at how many people the followers of the golden goddess had killed in his world. He raged at what they had done to Kaelin's life, to his, and to the lives of countless others left without a loved one. He finally slid the sword back into its scabbard to extinguish its fury. He was glad, though, to learn that the sword's magic had joined with his and had worked in this world. His bond had also worked to power Vika's Aegil. It had confirmed that his own gift would function in this alien place. If he knew how to call upon it at will, that would be even better, but he had rarely been able to do that. He was relieved, however, that even though there were only the two of them, At least his magic would be there for him if he was in desperate need. He hoped that would be enough to see them through what lay ahead. He turned back and looked out over the stunned crowd of Glee watching him. That Glee, had he not been discovered, would have betrayed you all. You could all have lost your lives before you even realized that the goddess was planning to send her followers to kill you. Now that you know they don't have the same greenish iridescence as all of you have, you need to be on the lookout for others. There is no telling if the goddess might have sent more than that one among you. The Glee all looked around at those nearby.
"We will do as you say, and watch for them,"
Sang said. "I need to know the lay of the land, and where the goddess and her followers are," Richard told them.
"It is some distance that way,"
Sang said as he pointed in the direction the lone Glee had run off into the thick brownish-red haze that continually drifted past.
"She and her followers are off that way. It is an isolated area. There is only one way into the place where they are. There is not a lot to eat in that location, like there is here, but it is well protected. She does not care about what there is to eat because her followers prefer to eat creatures from other worlds, rather than the food our world has always provided for us. But now that you have sent her spy back without a claw, she will be angry, and she will be expecting you to come for her. Her followers will be on alert and massed to protect her. I don't see how it would be possible to attack her now that you have told her that you will be coming for her."
Richard briefly glanced into the distance where Sang had pointed. "There is only one way in?" Sang nodded.
"Yes, she chose that place because there is but the one way in, so it is easy to defend, should any others think to take her power."
"Or think to end her ideas of taking other worlds," Richard said. Sang nodded along with a few others.
"She will be preparing for you, and prepared to protect the place."
Richard rested a fist on his hip again, thinking, as he looked off in the direction Sang had indicated. It was a gloomy, reddish landscape of swamps and low vegetation. In the distance, there were more of the strange, tall trees with the leaves in tight clumps at the tops of their long, crooked trunks. Colonies of the large bats flew among the trees. In the far distance, he could also see some higher ground, along with some imposing cliffs. He presumed that higher ground must be what protected access to where she and her followers were gathered. He looked back at Sang. "What do you mean, there is only one way in? Why? Why can't we go around to come in another way, on another side?" Sang and all the other Glee seemed to shrink back a little.
"It is impossible to go around and come in from another way."
"You already said that. Why is it impossible?"
"Because,"
Sang said with a kind of whine that Richard could hear in his head, along with the words,
"that way is far too barren and dry. Nothing grows there, and there is no water. None of us could survive there. We would die."
"What do you mean you would die? You came to my world, and you said that was dry. You didn't die there." Sang shook his head with conviction.
"This is a different kind of dry place. Do you remember the sand we were standing on when we came back from darkness?"
"Yes, what of it?"
"All around the place where the golden goddess and her followers live is that kind of ground. Sand, as you call it. Nothing but sand and many towers of rock. In between those high rock walls there are hills of sand. Expanses of wind-driven sand make up all the ground there. When the wind comes up stronger, it creates a storm of sand and wind on the ground. Nothing can survive there."
Richard nodded. "Good. Then that's the way we will go." There were gasps from the Glee, and they turned to one another, seeming to murmur their fears. Richard ignored their obvious concern and instead squatted down and pushed some of the smaller rocks aside to clear an area of muddy ground. "Here, draw a map for me. Show me where everything is located in relation to us." Sang leaned in and looked at the bare ground.
"I don't know what you mean."
Richard pointed out at the areas of swampy water, then drew a quick map of the ponds in the sandy dirt. Like this. A picture on the ground of where places are. See this? He pointed again out at the nearby landscape. "I have drawn a map, a picture on the ground of where the water is." He gestured. "Out that way. See each of the areas of water I drew?" Sang and the others looked back at the water, then leaned in to peer down at the map Richard had drawn on the ground.
"I see what you mean now,"
Sang said. Richard smoothed out the ground, covering the map he had just sketched. "Now, you draw a map of where we are, where the goddess is, and the kind of land around her place. What is the area of dry sand? Try your best to show their relative sizes." Sang squatted down and lifted one single claw out and away from the other two, like pointing with a finger. Richard hadn't known they had that much dexterity with their claws. Sang then used the single claw to sketch out a lay of the land. All the while he was drawing, he pulled his lips back over his sharp teeth, the way some people stick out a tongue when drawing.
"This,"
Sang finally said, tapping the ground with the single claw,
"is the area of sand and tall rock. Here are the mountains that are too high to climb. Here on this side is the way that the goddess and her followers go in and out of her place, to then go to the mountain with the device they use to travel to other worlds. All of this, around here, is the impassable area of sand. We would die if we tried to go that way to get to the place where they are gathered."
Richard studied the map and then tapped a finger on the area that Sang said was impassable. "Good. We will go in this way. They won't be expecting us." All the glee gathered around looked at each other, again hissing their fright. Sang held up his claws to ward off the very notion of Richard's idea.
"You can go that way, to kill the goddess if it is your choice, but we cannot guide you into her place if you wish to go that way around. Besides, even if we could go that way with you, we are not fighters. This is why I asked you to come to our world to kill the goddess. I have seen you fight. We here cannot fight the way you do, or the way those with the goddess have learned to fight and kill. We are peaceful."
Richard raked his fingers back through his hair as he let out a sigh of angry frustration. "Look, I intend to do my best, as I said I would. I have proven my willingness to help end this threat to both of our worlds by coming here, to your world with you. But this is not my fight alone. It is your fight as well."
"But we cannot."
"This is about your future more than mine." Richard gestured off in the direction of the goddess and her followers. "You heard what that spy said. The goddess intends to slaughter and eat all of you for disrespecting her. What if I die in the attempt to kill her? Then what? What will you do then? Just let them kill you all? Brutal leaders like the Golden Goddess cannot long tolerate those who don't believe, follow, and do as they are told. She views all of you as a disease that could spread to her followers if she does not cut you out before she loses any of her followers and then her power. She cannot allow you to live. She will send her followers for you, and they will kill every one of you, along with your females and your offspring. You don't need to believe me. You all heard what that spy said. I have fought wars before, and this one is really not all that different. Such brutal leaders always seek to eliminate any who don't believe in their cause. You all are a bigger threat to her than I am. If I am killed, she continues to rule. But if you are not eliminated, you all pose a continual threat that could make her followers turn on her. Leaders need the support of those they lead. All of you threaten to cause her to lose her support. For that reason, she must kill all of you. It is not up to me to do it for you. You all must be a part of your own futures if you want to protect not only your own lives, but the lives of your offspring. If you do not help me, your offspring will have no future." One of the glee in front gestured to be heard.
"You told that spy that you are a war wizard, the bringer of death. You said that war fighting is what you were born to do. We are not war fighters. We were not born to do this. This is something you alone must do. We cannot fight."
Richard fought back his urge to yell some sense into them. "I realize that," he told them, trying to maintain his patient, reasoning tone. "But you all need to listen to me. You are a gentle race. You are peaceful. You love your young. You do not wish to harm others. I understand all of that because I was once very much like you. I did not want to fight. I learned hard lessons that if I stand aside, then those I love lose everything. They lose their lives. I've seen many good friends die. I learned that to save those I love, and even others who believe in peace as I do, as you do, I had to fight even though I did not wish to fight. I am telling you this from my harsh experience. If you wish to survive, you must fight for your own lives. I can help a great deal, but I can't do everything for you. This is about your lives and the lives of your kind. If you don't take your world back from the goddess, she will take everything from you. She already has plans to come and kill you all. So, in a way, you all are already dead. Your only choice now is to decide to live." Chapter 57. Sang looked around at the silent glee watching them. They seemed to be shaken by Richard's words as they looked at one another, but Richard didn't hear their voices. At least they weren't running away. He wondered if they were talking among themselves or voicing their objections to Sang alone, or maybe even arguing among themselves and they didn't want him to hear. It was even possible that they were all about to decide that they couldn't or wouldn't fight, and in the end they would all walk away, leaving it to him. He couldn't do this alone with only Vika to help him. He feared that they were so shaken by all they had heard that they would end up saying no. He knew that once the glee had made that switch to hunting and killing, they lost all reluctance, but these glee had not made that transition to being killers. He knew that he might be able to kill the goddess, but that would not by itself stop the beliefs that she and her followers held. If these glee would not fight for their own lives, then in the end, the most realistic thing he could do would be to save the people in his own world by destroying the device that allowed them to go to different worlds to hunt people. That might be enough to save his world, but it would not save this one, and he and Vika were going to have to live out their lives in this world. Finally, Sang turned back to Richard, as if having heard what the others had all had to say.
"Lord Ra, we understand and appreciate the very meaningful sacrifice you have made to save your kind and your world, as well as to help save our world and preserve our way of life. We have helped you in coming here so that you might stop the goddess and save your world. We also understand the threat the goddess poses to our lives. But even if we agreed to do this, you must understand that we would die out there in those barren, dry, empty lands. It is too far for us to travel away from here, away from the water where we gather our food and live. We could not survive out there. We would die.
And what you need to understand is that I know about fighting wars. I'm telling you, if the goddess believes there is only one way in, then that is the only place she will guard, and the only place they will stand ready to fight. If we could instead go in behind, where they least expect us, and surprise them,
I am telling you, we could not do it,
Sang said, lifting his arms in frustration.
We would die out there.
Not necessarily, Richard said. Sang shook his head in apparent exasperation.
We cannot go that way and hope to live to fight them.
Richard smiled. That's what the goddess believes. That is why it would give us the element of surprise on our side, and surprise is one of the best weapons you could have in a fight. Surprise will help all of you prevail even though you are not experienced at fighting. It would be even better if we could come in at night. When does it get dark here? Sang hissed his frustration that Richard just didn't seem to get the point. He gestured to the sky.
There is always at least some light in the sky. When the sun goes down, there are moons that provide light.
Moons? Richard asked. How many moons are there?
2. It does get darker when the sun goes down, but with the light of the twin moons, it never gets to be such a dark night like it sometimes does in your world.
Is that when they sleep? When the sun goes down and it's darker?
Yes. When the sun goes down and day grows still, we all sleep then. When night comes, we sleep partly in the water to stay wet and also to be safe. The wild boars like the mud, but they are afraid of water, so they won't come right up to the banks to attack us.
How much longer until then? He asked. Until they sleep. Sang looked to the sky, shielding his eyes with one claw. With such thick, continually heaving and rolling clouds, it was hard to tell where the sun was, but apparently the Glee had learned how to judge it. Sang thought a moment, trying to think of a way to explain it. Finally he did.
You know how long it took us to come here, from the device on the mountain? It will be the quiet time when the Glee sleep in probably 3 of those journeys. That long. We have never crossed the dry lands, but it would be at least 2 days and nights. We could not survive that long there.
Richard pinched his bottom lip as he considered. It was a problem that it wasn't darker at night. Still, if the goddess and her followers were asleep, that helped. He consulted the map Sang had drawn on the ground, and again looked at the sky. Then we must go now. Around the way they would not expect us, in order to arrive at their place when it is dark, he announced to the crowd watching him. Sang shook his head along with many of those in the crowd watching.
You are not listening to my words. We would die, so we can be of no help to you in fighting them if we go that way. If you wish to go that way, then you and Vika will have to go alone.
If there was a way that you could cross the dry lands without getting too dry or suffering, would you all agree to come with me? Show me the way and fight with me against them. If there was a way, would you help me for your survival and your world? Sang looked around. A number of the Glee finally nodded. Richard knew that they were probably all nodding because they felt it was impossible, so they could easily commit to something they thought they would never have to do. Sang shrugged.
If there was a way, then yes. But there is no way for us to do this, so we cannot go with you.
Now Richard knew for sure that he had just gotten them to commit to something they all thought was impossible. It was easy to agree when you never thought it was possible, and so you wouldn't have to do it. He was about to use that commitment to his advantage. He looked over at the pile of floatweed Sang had pulled up before and thrown on the rocks. He turned back to Sang. I would like you to show me the water plants you use to get the jelly that protects you when you travel to my world.
The scrum?
Sang asked. Yes, Richard said. Collect a big pile of the scrum plants for me. Chapter 58. Richard watched as a few dozen or so of the Glee waded through the swampy water, bending down and pulling up water weeds here and there. As they collected it, they threw their loads on the bank beside the pile of floatweed. While they were doing that, he directed the others to collect more of the floatweed and an even bigger pile of flutterweed. They had no idea why he wanted them to do it, and he knew that they possibly thought he was crazy. But as he and Vika watched, they all went along with his odd request and collected the water plants. As they worked, the piles grew quite large. Every time they asked if they had gathered enough, he had them continue adding more to the piles. As the glee brought ever more of the waterweed up onto the bank, Richard finally squatted down and pulled some of the scrum plants from the pile. The plant was tough and fibrous and almost transparent. The broad, flat blades were almost as wide as his fingers would be if he spread them all the way out. Each piece was longer than he was tall, and a relatively uniform width. The most remarkable thing about it, though, was how slimy the long blades were. If he pulled one through his fingers, he could collect globs of the sticky gelatinous coating. The broad leaves themselves remained quite slimy despite some of the coating being removed. The other plant, the floatweed, had groups of nodules that apparently caused the ends of the plant to float, probably so that they could reach up to get more sun. Below the nodules, the broad blades of the plant were almost as wide as the scrum, but it was only slightly slimy, as was any plant growing in water, and the leaf texture was thick and strong. It was hard to tear. The flutterweed was similar to the floatweed, but without the nodules and even more flexible. Both sides of the broad blades were wavy, but they were pliable enough that they could easily be flattened out. Richard looked up at the puzzled glee watching him. "I need the help of one of you so I can demonstrate what we are going to do." Looking around at the others and not seeing any more volunteers, one of the glee finally stepped forward.
I am Ibn, Lord Rahl. I will help you. What would you like me to do?
Richard stood, bringing up a bundle of scrum plants in one hand. "I would like you to simply stand there, so I can demonstrate to everyone that it is possible to protect yourselves so that you can survive a good long time in any dry land." Ibn shared a look with Sang before finally coming up to stand in front of Richard. Richard immediately began layering the slimy scrum plants over and around Ibn's body. Next, he wrapped his arms and legs with lengths of the wet, slippery plant. He draped some over Ibn's large black head and around his chin and then around his neck. He directed the others watching to pay attention as he explained how to lay down the strands to weave the long plants together in order to give them more strength together and hold them in place. All the glee watching were fascinated. Richard thought that since they so enjoyed being wet, this must be something that felt luxurious to them. A few of the glee stepped up to help by smoothing down the scrum in a few places or filling in missing spots. As they did, Ibn made a low, guttural cooing sound. "Now," Richard told his eager audience, "over the top of the scrum, we are going to do the same thing with the float and flutterweed. On the flutterweed, pull off the round nodules like this. We don't want that part of the plant. We only want the long, broad parts." When he did, several of the glee scooped up the discarded nodules and tossed them in their mouths. He could hear them softly pop as the glee chewed them. As they watched, Richard began covering Ibn in the same way he had done with the scrum plants, but this time covering it over with the thicker types of waterweeds. He wove the layers together so that they had strength in all directions. "How does this feel, Ibn?" he asked.
Actually, quite wonderfully wet.
"Good. Now walk around to make sure it stays put." Another glee called out for them to wait. Soon, it brought long, thin, flexible vines out of the water. They were about as thick as string, but stronger.
Use this, the glee said. Put it around and around to help hold the scrum, flutterweed, and floatweed in place.
Together, Richard and the one who had brought the vine used it to quickly weave a net of sorts to help hold the waterweeds down on Ibn. Richard remembered quite well how the gelatinous material always slid off the glee when they arrived in his world. Now the flutter and floatweed, layered over scrum, kept the slime against Ibn's skin so it couldn't slide off, Richard gestured. Move around. Run and bend. Ibn hopped about, following the instructions. See how well it stays in place? Ibn demonstrated his new suit of waterweed to the others, walking among them so they could inspect it. It worked better than Richard had dared hope. Now, I want all of you to do the same thing with each other. Put the scrum on first, as I showed you, and then the other weeds over the top, both to hold it in place and to keep it from drying out. This way, even if the top layers of flutterweed dry out, it won't matter because underneath it will still be wet and comfortable. The Glee were all eager to try both being the one wrapped and the one doing the wrapping. It almost seemed a game to them, something new and unheard of. They cooed excitedly. With an eye to the sky, keeping track of the day and how much time they had before dark, Richard saw that the afternoon was wearing on. He urged them to hurry. If Sang's map was at all accurate, it was a long journey across the dry lands, and Richard wanted to arrive at the enemy camp while they were still asleep. It never ceased to surprise him just how much dexterity the Glee actually had with their big claws. They could pinch the first two on one hand together to hold things, much like fingers. Of course, without thumbs, it was still somewhat difficult, but they managed and were obviously good at it. In fact, maybe because they were used to handling the water weeds, they were faster at it than Richard had been. Along the way, they perfected the weaving technique, making the suits of waterweed fit snugly, yet still allow them freedom to move. As they worked at wrapping each other, more of the Glee collected the water plants needed. Before long, they had an entire trade in full swing. The Glee found the wrapping exciting and interesting. None voiced any complaints. He knew that when they came to his world, if they became too dry, they could always activate their lifeline and return to their own wet world. Out in the drylands, they would not have that ability. He was sure that somewhere along the line they had to have figured out what he had in mind and why he was doing this, but if they had, none of them balked or refused to join in. As they worked, he realized it was building a sense of camaraderie, like soldiers working on their armor to get each other ready for combat. He hoped they would maintain that sense of spirit when they headed out into the drylands, and even more so when they met the enemy. As they were wrapped, the Glee drew their lips back to show him a kind of frightening smile. He returned a similar smile, hoping it satisfied them despite his not being able to quite match the display of teeth. Sang came up to him, completely wrapped from head to toe.
I am amazed by this, Lord Rahl. I thought crossing the drylands would be impossible for us, but I really think this will work. Not only now, but in the future, after we are rid of the goddess, this will give us a way to expand our world and discover new places and more food.
Richard put a hand on Sang's slimy shoulder. I'm glad to hear it, but the day is wearing on. We must hurry. We need to get to the goddess's followers while they are still there and before they leave to come here. We still have a long way to go. Sang nodded.
As you say, we must get started then. You are right that it is a long way around through the drylands in order to get to the place the goddess holds. Unfortunately, none of us has ever traveled there, so we are not exactly sure of what that place is like or what we might encounter there. We will not be able to get there in one day. We will have to stop along the way tonight for some sleep for at least a little while, because it will be a longer day tomorrow, and then tomorrow night we will arrive there.
Richard looked around at all the Glee, wrapped in waterweed, watching him. You all look wonderful. Let's get moving. Chapter 59. Sang had been right. As the sun set and night descended on them, the two small but bright moons certainly did provide enough light to see by, especially out in the wind-swept drylands. Everything, though, was a different shade of gloomy, dark red that seemed to weigh down Richard's spirits. He wanted to rub his eyes to clear away the bleak shades of reddish color to everything. He had never really appreciated color so much as he did after being in this place. He longed to see the simple colors of his world again. Thick, heavy clouds frequently scudded past to sometimes obscure the moons, but when that happened, they were backlit by the moons, and in that way provided enough light to see where they were going. When the moons came out from behind the clouds, it was about as bright as a night with a full moon in his world. It was easily bright enough for their journey, especially in such an open, sandy landscape. Although the ominous clouds scudding past looked thick and heavy, they didn't bring rain to this desolate place, and didn't look like they ever had, making Richard wonder if they could actually be more dust than rain clouds. If they did carry rain, he guessed that for some reason they didn't release the rain they carried until they reached the swampy parts of this strange world. Richard had thought at first that the sand would be hard to walk across, but he found instead that in many places it had been packed hard by the howling winds that left ripples in their wake across the face of the dunes. In other places, especially on the lee side of the dunes, the sand was deep and loose, making progress difficult and time-consuming. They hadn't been traveling long, and Richard's legs already ached from the effort of walking through the places of deep sand. Enormous, soaring rock peaks thrust up through the sand to impossible heights in random spots all around them, like islands in the sea of sand. The massive stone monarchs watched them pass at their feet. In places, when they passed close to the stone towers, it hid the two moons, casting them into gloomy shadows. The rock of those strange peaks was so rough and rugged, composed of faceted, stacked, sheer cliff faces, that Richard couldn't imagine they could be climbed. He was happy to instead make their way past in the shadows of those rocky peaks. It looked to Richard that those craggy, monumental prominences of rock stood so tall that they often pierced up into the dark, ruddy clouds continually sweeping past, and that had, over the ages, caused them to crumble under the forces of wind and weather. All the decaying rock created both the sloping skirts of crumbled rock and the sandy surface between each of those monstrous stone outcroppings. As the decomposing rock gradually and continually added pieces of debris to the low places between them, the wind tumbled it around and around, breaking it down until it all turned to sand. Once it was small and light enough, the wind lifted it and carried it across the face of the landscape, shaping it into dunes. Some of the dunes couldn't be avoided without a long detour and had to be climbed. The windward sides were sloped gradually enough to be an easy climb, but the lee sides were often quite steep and the sand soft. They had to run down the steepest sections to keep from falling face first. A few of the dunes were quite high. At the top, it gave them a good view of the bleak landscape out ahead of them. From those views, Richard thought it looked endless. That landscape greatly concerned the Glee, but in their wet wrappings of water weeds, they at least weren't complaining about being dry. The weeds were tough and were proving surprisingly durable. Richard thought that they were surely mostly worried about fighting the followers of the Golden Goddess. These were not warriors, but they seemed to grasp the necessity of what they were doing and were so far willing. Some of the followers of the goddess had already visited Richard's world and fought the people there. Those that hadn't yet had that experience were probably eager for it. The Glee with Richard were not at all eager to fight. None of them carried weapons, but of course they didn't need to. They had wicked weapons at the end of each arm. He had discovered just how skillfully those claws could handle the most delicate of tasks. He hoped that when the time came, they would also be able to fight with them. Their lives would depend on it. As if reading his thoughts, Vika leaned close. "Do you think they will fight or run?" Richard leaned over slightly to speak to her in a low voice. "To tell you the truth, I've been wondering that very thing myself. I think, though, that their usefulness may actually be in the shock value they will provide. It's a sure bet that the other Glee with the goddess will never have seen anything like these Glee all wrapped in water weeds come walking out of the drylands. I'm hoping that surprise will make them stop and stare. That hesitancy will give you and me the opportunity to get the goddess. You're thinking, then, that if you can take her out quickly, that may take the fight out of her followers? Richard nodded. I'm hoping so. If nothing else, it should cause a lot of confusion. Confused people, and Glee, are easier to take down. What if another one of them is eager, once they see her killed, to become the leader? Richard tucked his head down and turned to the side as he leaned a shoulder into a hot gust of wind-driven reddish sand. He had to wait for it to die down a little before he could answer. Then we will simply have to take out any of them who think they would like to become the leader. I have my doubts that the Glee with us will have the nerve to do that. It's going to be up to you and me. If a different Glee steps up to be in charge only to swiftly meet our blades, I'm hoping that will take the fight out of any of the others who would think to be a leader, and the ones who would be followers willing to fight. If they don't have a leader, then their whole defense may very well collapse like an army without officers. Vika lifted an eyebrow. Well, that's not the craziest idea you've ever had, but it's certainly one of the more optimistic ones. Richard didn't want to tell her his doubts and fears. I'm glad you are with me, Vika. She smiled. I wouldn't have it any other way. The thought of living in this strange world for the rest of his life had hopeless depression continually clawing at him to take over his emotions. He tried his best to tell himself to worry about one thing at a time. For now, they had a big enough problem to overcome with a fighting force of Glee that had never fought before and seemed more kind and cooperative than vicious. He worried about what they would do when they saw their kind dying. When this is done, I need to get back to the device and destroy it, he told her. If there are Glee that escape during our attempts to get to the goddess, they could eventually get the same notion as the goddess had to travel to other worlds. We can't allow the Glee to ever again get to our world. You will get no argument from me. Richard glanced over at her. When that time comes, before I destroy the device, I am going to first have Sang activated so we can send you back. Vika stopped in her tracks and glared at him. You're going to do no such thing. Vika, there is no reason for both of us. Yes, there is every reason. I am Mord Sith. I have sworn to protect you with my life. I don't want you to sacrifice a future you could have in our world. Vika stepped closer as she flipped her single braid forward over her shoulder and gripped it in a fist, as if deciding on using that instead of pointing her Aegil at him. You gave me a choice in the beginning of how I wished to live my life. This is how I wish to live my life. At your side, protecting you. I never wanted anything else. If I returned without you, my life would have no meaning. This, here, is the choice I made for my life. Richard would want her to return and then devote herself to protecting Kaelin and the twins, but decided that this wasn't the time and place to task her with that duty. She would say that there were other Mord Sith to do that. He didn't want to argue with her. She still existed partly in that place of madness. The Glee behind them had slowed to a stop, waiting. But you would have a life, Vika, he said simply. It is my choice, not yours. And besides, maybe I like this world much better than a world full of people. I often find people intolerable. You once told me to choose what I wanted to do with my life. I am here by that choice. Do you now intend to revoke your word and deny me the right to choose for myself what I will do with my life? Richard slowly let out a deep breath as he scanned the horizon. No, Vika. I will not deny you the right to choose what you want to do. If it is really your wish to stay here with me, then I will be happy not to be so alone. Good. Sang came a little closer and pointed to an outcropping of rock.
That place there will protect us from the wind so we can get a little sleep. There is still a long way to go."
It was deep in the night. Richard knew they were all tired. He nodded. Sang started back to the others, motioning for them to gather in the protection of the rock for a bit of sleep. Vika gestured to a spot in the shelter of an overhang of rock where the Glee were headed. "Now that subject is closed, let's get some sleep. We have a war waiting on us tomorrow." Chapter 60. The next day, after hours of walking, rocky areas began to break through the sandy ground. Here and there, off to the sides, enormous rock towers also appeared to erupt up through the sand and thrust toward the sky. Their size made Richard feel very small. The debris that had gradually fallen as the rock decayed had accumulated over eons around their bases, creating massive slopes of scree that gradually became almost vertical near their tops. The way it rose up ever more steeply, it gave the rock monoliths a flared appearance at the bottoms, but it was really their rock faces gradually shedding material. Between two of the towers off to their right, one of the moons between the massive rock mountains lit the billowing clouds that seemed to boil up from the distant landscape, the reddish color making them look almost like smoke from distant, raging fires. With those silent monoliths, that sand, the rolling clouds, and the moons, it was a frighteningly beautiful, if ominous sight. The isolated islands of massive rock towers reminded Richard of the plateau that held the People's Palace rising up from the Azrith Plain, except these in this world rose up considerably higher. It had been a long journey from that palace, a journey unlike any other that had taken him to a different world. It was turning out to be a journey that could never see him reach home again. It was depressing to think that this world of sand, desolate rock, and in places stagnant swamps would be where he had to live out the rest of his life. Richard had to put those thoughts from his mind. Being distracted by turbulent emotions was a good way to die in battle. He had to stay alive at least long enough to be sure his home world would be safe from the Glee ever coming there again. He had to make sure that Kaelin and their children would be safe. As they went farther into the drylands, he understood the fear the Glee had of this desolate place. While the areas where they lived were swampy, there was abundant life there, providing food and safety. For good reason they were most at home there. This was an empty place, where it would be all too easy to die a very lonely death. If they died out here, it was unlikely that anyone would ever come along to bury their bones. Eventually, those bones would be ground to dust by the wind-driven sand. The one good aspect of what they were doing was that he could see why the Golden Goddess and her followers would never expect that anyone would come around this way into the place where they lived. They wouldn't be expecting Richard, Vika, and the Glee with them. "How are you doing?" Richard asked Sang. Sang held out his arms, wrapped in water weeds with just the claws sticking out the ends. Water weeds were also draped over and around his head so that his eyes could barely see out of his suit.
"I thought that you were foolish to think we could cross this land, but this way you thought to wrap us with the water weed is working. It is amazing for us to explore this strange, dry land we have never seen before. My skin is warm and wet. I no longer fear that I am about to die."
Richard thought that maybe Sang should reserve judgment until they met the enemy. Areas of rocky ground breaking through the sand became ever more frequent, with large stretches of the rock joining with others until before long they were walking over jagged, uneven rock rather than sand. The rock was pitted and sharp. The terrain was even more harsh, and that worried the Glee with him. As they continued onward, the rock seemed to tilt upward so that they had to continually climb the ever-rising, massive shelf of rock. Having never been through the drylands, the Glee didn't really know much about the terrain, and could offer no advice other than general guidance about the direction they needed to go to reach the area held by the goddess and her followers. Richard worried about what other surprises they might encounter in the vast, trackless drylands. As they went farther, many of the enormous peaks began to line up, with numbers of them joining in chains of towering rock, making it appear that they were one long mass of rock wall rather than individual peaks. In some places, the rock did completely cease to be individual towers, becoming long, sheer rock walls hemming them in. By their size and orientation across the landscape, those rocky outcroppings seemed to bend the wind, deflecting it off to their right rather than channeling it through the drylands the way they had up until then. Those winds, while still hot, became heavy with moisture and felt stuffy. Richard could see the thick overcast being funneled past the walls of rock to head off away from them. The uneven ground, littered with sharp, pitted, crumbled rock, was difficult to walk on. They all had to be careful lest they twist an ankle. He was worried that the glee might fall and tear their suits of weeds as well as their soft flesh. As they came to the crest of the rising ground, they all slowed to a halt.
There,
Sang called out, pointing off into the distance.
that place down there is where the Golden Goddess and her followers live. They like this place because it is near the mountain with the device. It is wet, and there is a lot of room for their great numbers to assemble.
Richard nodded as he studied the landscape out ahead. It looked to be a low, swampy area with abundant vegetation. It was indeed a vast area that would hold great numbers of glee. In the far distance, he saw more of the tall, crooked tree trunks with the single, high clumps of foliage. "When we get down there," Richard told the glee in a low voice as he scanned the area in the distance, "I want you all to stay behind me." "Why?" several glee asked him in his mind at the same time. "Because if things get rough, anything in front of me is going to die." That seemed to bring the seriousness of what they were doing into sharp relief for them. Richard urged them back a ways, out of sight of any of the glee down below that might happen to look up. If they did look up, they would easily be able to see them silhouetted against the sky. Once back a ways, they all watched as he quickly strung his bow.
"What are you doing now?"
Ibn asked. Instead of answering, Richard gave him a meaningful look and then nocked an arrow. Without a word, he drew back the string, let out a deep breath, settled his aim. He drew the target to him as he had long ago learned to do, and then let the arrow fly. Even as the arrow left his bow, in his mind it had already hit its target. Several seconds later, reality caught up with what he was seeing in his mind. The arrow went right through the head of a glee sitting on a rock outcropping down closer to the swampy area. He had been looking away from Richard and his group, keeping watch from higher ground toward the only way they believed others could enter their home ground. Watching the glee crumple in the distance seemed to sober those with him even more. None spoke, but they glanced around at their fellow glee, having never seen anything like it. "That one was standing watch," Richard whispered to them. "Had he turned, he would have seen us. We don't want any of them to sound an alarm. We need to catch them by surprise."
"We will let you know if we spot any others standing guard," Ibn said.
A few others nodded their agreement. Chapter 61. "Where do they sleep?" Richard asked back over his shoulder after he had moved forward in a crouch and taken a peek.
"We like to sleep in beds of water weeds, where it grows thick on the banks of the water," Sang told him, "often with our legs in the water."
"So then most of them will be sleeping right beside the areas of water?" Richard asked.
"Yes," Sang said. "That is where glee like to spend the night. It is comforting."
Richard found the concept disturbing, but didn't say so. "But these glee don't eat the water weeds or the mussel snails like you eat," Richard told them. These glee eat those like me. So do you think they would still sleep on water weeds the same as they used to do?" Sang thought about it a moment.
"Now that you mention it, I'm not sure, but I believe they would still want to sleep the same way as glee have always slept. They still want to keep their skin wet and stay where the boars won't come."
Richard nodded, thinking. He turned back and peered into the distance, trying to spot any of them sleeping at the edge of the water. Richard finally looked back at the others as they waited. "The glee who have been eating people from my world don't eat the floatweed anymore, so they lose the green sheen to their skin that all of you have."
"Like that spy you found,"
Ibn noted. "That's right. All of you have that green coloring. The ones down there won't have it." Ibn nodded.
"Now that you showed us that with the one you caught watching us for the goddess, we can easily know any who are followers of the goddess."
"That's exactly right," Richard said. "So remember that if things get confusing in a battle. I don't want any of you to accidentally slash those with us if some of you lose the water weeds wrapped around you." After another quick look, he turned back to the glee with him. "Is there a way to tell the goddess apart from the rest of the glee down there?" Almost all the glee were nodding, even as he was finishing the question. Ibn stretched up, looking over the rise to be sure of the lay of the land, and then gestured off toward the swampy areas.
"I don't see her,"
he said. "But how would you recognize her?"
"The one who calls herself the Golden Goddess hatched in a nest of eggs that had unknowingly been built almost on top of a rare plant," one of the other glee with them said. "It was the first thing she ate when she emerged from her shell. She then broke open the other eggs and ate her sibling offspring so that she could grow fast and strong."
"None of you eat the other eggs in the nest with you, do you?" Richard asked. They all looked horrified at the very notion. Just about all of them were shaking their heads, not wanting to be associated with eating their siblings.
"That is not something our kind does when they hatch," Sang told him. "The parents would prevent it. I don't know why her parents did not, but maybe she did it while they were asleep."
"What does all of that have to do with recognizing the goddess?" Richard asked. Ibn spoke up first.
"That rare plant growing by her nest, the one she ate when she first hatched, is somewhat poisonous. As a result, it scarred her skin and gave it a golden color unlike any of the other glee. Also, she is big for a glee, at least a head taller than any of us. Her whole life she has always used her size to torment and intimidate others."
Richard realized then that all the glee were very similar in stature. They were all lean, and their skin all looked the same. From the description, it certainly seemed like he would have no difficulty at all recognizing the goddess. Although he couldn't imagine how she would look golden in this world. Everything was tinted some shade of red. Only Vika's red leather outfit looked normal to him. But the rest of her was tinted red. Her blonde hair was a rather lovely rose color. He guessed that maybe the golden color was simply relative to everything else. But finally, with an easy way to recognize the goddess, Richard felt like they at least had one advantage on their side. "Do you think she will be down there with the others?" Vika asked.
"Oh, yes," Sang said, nodding confidently. "She likes the others to see her among them so they can admire her. Her golden skin color is the envy of all for its exotic appearance. She likes others groveling and seeking her approval, so she is always among them."
"Besides, she never likes the others to be out of her sight," Ibn said. "She doesn't easily trust that they will stay loyal."
Not wanting to waste what darkness there was, preferring to have that on their side along with the element of surprise, Richard finally gestured for them to move out. With Vika beside him, he started out in a crouch, heading down the long slope into the place of the goddess and her followers. He worried about their numbers. When they had attacked back in Richard's world, there were sometimes large numbers of them, so they were likely to encounter even more of the enemy Glee here. All the Glee wrapped in waterweed followed Richard down the rocky slope. None of them seemed to grasp the concept of sneaking up on an enemy. He urgently signaled for them to crouch down the way he and Vika were doing. They did their best, considering the wrap of waterweeds, but found it awkward. The Glee they were after were quite familiar with being vicious. Most of the Glee with Richard and Vika apparently had not yet met any of their fellow Glee with such a capacity for brutality. The spy had said that they were coming to kill Sang and all those who weren't followers of the goddess. This was going to be a savage encounter. To say that he greatly feared for those with him was an understatement, but this was their world, and this was about their lives and future. Richard couldn't simply fight this war alone and then hand them their freedom from the Golden Goddess, or others who would eventually spring up from her legions of followers to take her place. Sang and his group had to take part in stopping the threat to their world and way of life. He hoped that when it came right down to a battle, they would show the same capacity for ferocity as those they were about to face. Chapter 62. Richard moved in a low crouch, from one thick growth of vegetation to another, relieved that, since they were coming in from an unexpected direction, they had managed to get down close without being spotted. He knew that the closer they could get before they struck, the greater the surprise, the more confusion it would create, and the more effective the attack would be. Vika was close behind him as he silently slipped through the moon shadows, going from cover to cover. He had told the Glee to stay back a little because he wanted room to draw his sword and fight. If he had the chance, he would rather use his bow to take the goddess down from a distance than engage in close combat with her. He already had an arrow nocked and ready. He had learned to fight Glee, but he had no idea what her capabilities might be. She was taller than the others, so she very well might be stronger as well. But Richard was also tall, a little taller than the rest of the Glee. The biggest problem would be their numbers. It would be hard to take out one individual, the goddess, if masses of her followers were charging in all around him. It would be much better if he could simply drop her with an arrow and then they could deal with her followers. It tended to take the fight out of followers when they saw their leader be the first to fall. If he could, he wanted to dispirit them by killing the goddess first, before he had to fight the rest of them, or before the Glee with him had to engage in battle. He wanted the important part over first. He knew, though, that in battle things rarely went as planned. In such unfamiliar territory, that made the situation even more difficult. So far, they hadn't seen any sleeping Glee, but they were still some distance from the areas of water. The ground back where they were was muddy, but Sang and Ibn had said that the Glee favored sleeping in the wet water weeds on the banks and often partly in the water. All of a sudden, there was a loud squeal, and it wasn't from a Glee. Richard turned just in time to see something low crash through the thick brush close to him. He heard grunts and high-pitched squeals. When he spun to the sound, he saw several Glee upended, their legs knocked from under them as they were flipped through the air. He just caught sight of a bunch of piglets scattering through the underbrush in every direction. Almost immediately, he saw the sow charging through the brush to protect her young. The sow was bigger than any wild boars he had ever seen. The tusks were enormous, and no doubt lethal. The sow charged at the Glee with Richard. Fortunately, they were all able to dive out of the way just in time. The piglet's piercing squeals seemed to be all the louder in the stillness of the night. The sow let out angry snorts as she wheeled and charged the Glee before racing through the dense brush toward the squeals from her young. The boar was not the problem, though. The squeals and screeches of all the piglets were the problem, because the sound pierced the quiet night air. Richard heard the warning cries of the Glee rising from their sleep, furious at discovering other Glee sneaking up on them in a surprise attack. He saw frightening numbers of the dark shapes rising up everywhere out of the swampy areas, and then the shadowy shapes of all the glee were suddenly racing toward them. Searching frantically, he finally caught fleeting glimpses of the golden goddess as she raced through the dark masses of glee. Ibn had been right. There was no mistaking her. Her long legs carried her faster than any glee Richard had seen before. Richard tracked her as he let the first arrow fly. Although the aim was true, it hit another glee that got in the way of the shot at the last second. She charged ahead without pause, pushing some of them out of her way as she wove through the throng of her followers, clearly infuriated. The same thing happened with the second and then the third arrow, as others passed in front of the arrow before it could get to her. Richard realized that his plan to take her down at a distance with an arrow was not going to work. There were simply too many glee in the way to have any hope of getting a clear shot, and she was closing the distance fast. As he momentarily lost sight of her, Richard threw his bow to the ground and drew his sword in a rush. The unique sound of the blade that had been touched by the world of the dead rang out across the swamp. That clear, pure sound could easily be heard above the mass of angry howls as it announced the arrival of a lethal rage of its own. Some of the advancing glee in the front stopped in their tracks at the sound, as those behind kept coming, packing them together even tighter. Maybe some of them had heard that sound before, or heard descriptions of it from returning glee, or maybe the danger it represented was simply obvious. Off to Richard's right, Ibn raced out ahead, calling out, bent on urging the golden goddess to stop and listen, hoping to stop the battle before it could begin. The goddess suddenly burst through the throng of dark glee and with one powerful swipe tore out Ibn's throat. Shrieking her anger, she turned and raced toward Richard even as he was charging toward her. As they came together, she swung at him with a claw. He dodged to the side and it just missed his face. Without pause, he brought his blade around and severed the claw before she could withdraw it. The sword flashed in the moonlight, and just as quick the other claw was off. She stopped dead in her tracks as her big black eyes blinked in stunned surprise. While her followers had gone to Richard's world to fight, she never had. Because of that, she was all angry bluster and intimidation without the fighting skills or experience to back her threats. She had never come face to face with anyone like Richard, who was not intimidated by her. Before she could react, Richard was already using all his strength to power the blade around in an arc. It severed her head in one clean strike. The goddess's head, as it flew up and back, made one slow turn through the air as strings of blood were pulled around after it. Glee stood frozen as they watched what they could never have imagined. The clawless, headless golden goddess dropped straight down as if she didn't have a bone in her body. The crowd pushed back to be out of the way as her head completed several revolutions in midair before it thudded down heavily on the rocks in their midst and took a few odd bounces before rolling to a stop. Her stunned followers backed out of its way as if it might bite them or yell at them. All the howling rage and fury came to an abrupt halt. A number of the glee with Richard cried out then and fell to their knees around Ibn's body. Their distress at his tragic death was sad to see. Richard immediately turned to the threat from the goddess's followers, expecting a furious onslaught of claws and teeth. Instead of charging in to fight them, he stopped as he saw them slow to a stop. They all briefly gazed down at the body of the goddess before moving on to come forward and stare at the dead Ibn. Glee wrapped in water weeds protectively surrounded their dead friend, many on their knees beside him weeping. They all crowded around, reaching out to touch their friend, clearly devastated that he had been so violently slain by one of their own kind. After Sang, grieving, had gently touched Ibn's body, he stood in a rush to face the enemy. Tears of rage ran from his large black eyes, his third eyelids trying to blink them away, but more continued to flow. He gestured angrily with a claw down at Ibn's body.
Look
at what you have done. This is what you all wanted. Look at what you all have done to one of your own kind. Look. Glee should never harm Glee. Never. Your golden goddess did this. You all did this. You are all responsible.
If Glee could look shamefaced, those Glee watching him standing over the body of his friend certainly did. Many hung their heads. Others looked away in disgrace.
This is what you wish for our world,
Sang cried out as he swept an arm out in anger.
This is what you wanted. This is your way now, to kill other Glee.
Other grieving Glee behind Sang stood after touching the body to gesture down with a claw, demanding that the enemy look at what they had all been a part of.
Is this how you want to live now?
One of the others asked as he got up from kneeling by Ibn.
This is what fills your hearts. This is what you wanted. Your own kind to be murdered. This is what you all would do to other Glee. To us. None of you are as good as this one was. He rushed forward because he wanted to tell you all to please stop your ways and return to the way we have always lived. But you instead killed him. What kind of beasts have you become?
The guilty Glee stood around, watching but not interfering, some holding their claws behind their backs, while others hung their heads, all of them clearly not knowing what to do. The fight had been taken out of them. Finally, in the unbearable pre-dawn silence, one of the enemies slowly approached and pointed with a claw.
You are covered with water weeds. Is that so that you are able to cross the dry lands to come in and surprise the goddess?
Many of the Glee who had come with Richard nodded. Then, the masses of Glee that had been hanging their heads began to step forward and do the strangest thing. Chapter 63. At first, a few of the enemy Glee slowly, timidly began approaching the Glee still kneeling around their fallen friend. When the first reached Ibn's body, the Glee who had been kneeling stood and moved back so that the others could see what their beliefs had wrought. Many of Sang's Glee bared their teeth as they hissed. Richard thought that their meaning was clear enough. The first Glee to slowly shuffle up to Ibn went to a knee beside the body. Richard and Vika shared a look, wondering what it could mean and what was going to come next. But with that look, they wordlessly decided to let it play out and see what happened. Richard still had his bloody sword in his hand, so if things suddenly turned violent, he intended to show them what violence really was. The twin storms of rage were still roaring through him. His blade had come out in anger and tasted blood. It wanted more. This time, if a battle broke out, they were already in their home world and would not be able to vanish to escape certain death. The Glee that approached first and went to a knee gently pulled off a strip of the floatweed from Ibn's body. As Richard and Vika watched along with all the silent Glee, he ate the piece of waterweed. To Richard, it looked almost like some kind of sacred ceremony or statement that this one Glee at least wished to give up the path he had been on and return to their traditional ways. As that Glee stood and moved aside, another came forward and took his place. He, too, pulled off a short piece of waterweed and ate it while the Glee with Richard stood back beyond Ibn's body, out of the way, and watched. Soon, all of the Glee were lining up to come and kneel before the dead body of one of their kind. Each in turn took a piece of floatweed and ate it in a kind of reverent expression of their sorrow. Richard took it as a wish to return to their ways. Before long, the flutter and floatweed and the scrum under it had all been eaten, except for the layers around Ibn's neck that were covered with blood. There were still a vast number of followers of the goddess who hadn't had a chance to eat some of the water weeds that had protected Ibn, so instead They began mingling in among the glee who had been with Richard, looking like they wanted to take pieces of the water weeds off of them as a suitable substitute. The glee covered in water weeds all held their arms out so that their former enemies could all partake of the water weed in a symbolic gesture. If any of them were speaking, they were not doing so in a way that allowed Richard and Vika to hear anything they were saying. He supposed they didn't want outsiders to hear their apologies and pleas for forgiveness. It took quite a while for all the glee to come up and take a piece of the waterweed. As they gathered around, waiting their turn, some of the glee wrapped in the weeds began pulling off strips and handing them to the ones waiting their turn in order to speed up the process. Richard didn't see a single glee leave or express defiance. They all looked genuinely remorseful at the death of one of their own kind. He finally sheathed his sword. He was thankful that it had done enough. He also didn't see a single glee pay any attention to the body of the golden goddess lying in a heap by itself. None of the glee mourned her death. There were so many of the glee, it took over an hour before all of them were able to collect and consume a symbolic piece of the water plants that had long been part of their staple diet and way of life. "I have never seen anything like this," Vika whispered as she watched the silent ritual. "I'm sorry that Ibn had to die, but I am thankful to be able to see others make the kind of decision I once made." Richard put an appreciative hand on Vika's shoulder. Having been prepared for a bloody fight to the death, and now seeing that fate turning aside, he feared to test his voice. The piglets had all run off and the sow had gone after them, so the scene was hushed as each of the glee ate some of the water plants after they paid their respects to the dead Ibn and finally greeted their long-separated brethren. Richard, too, was sad at the death of Ibn. He had been open, friendly, and eager to help, and along with Sang, had completely turned Richard's view of the glee upside down. They were not all what he expected. They were far more than that. Ibn had wanted to talk his fellow glee out of violence against their own kind. He had wanted to try to get them to stop and think about what they had been about to do. He thought he could persuade them. In the end, he had. Chapter 64. Late in the afternoon, the glee took turns using their claws to dig a grave. When it was finally deep enough, they gently placed Ibn's body in it and covered him over. After they had put Ibn to rest, they then slashed the body of the golden goddess until it was covered with ribbons of deep cuts. Richard and Vika couldn't imagine what they were doing. Once satisfied, they threw the body and the head into one of the swampy lakes. The body floated for a short time among standing reeds before small creatures Richard couldn't see began tearing at the flesh. After a few hours, most of it had been eaten, leaving only bones. It was apparently a disrespectful burial, to show their displeasure with what she had brought to their kind. The strange celebration and socializing went on into the evening. As it grew dark, the glee began finding places to sleep. Some curled up in thick beds they made from fronds. Others laid their heads down on the banks of ponds and let their legs float out into the water. Whatever had eaten the body of the goddess apparently didn't bother with living glee. They slept peacefully with half their bodies in the water. Richard and Vika found a place nearby beside a beautiful bush that was more like a small tree. They gathered fronds to make sleeping mats. Neither one of them liked the idea of both of them sleeping at the same time, so they took turns taking naps while the other stood watch. Richard wondered how long they were going to have to do that in their strange new world. By late morning of the next day, the odd reunion was still going strong, with the glee mingling together and talking with one another. Richard and Vika weren't aware of much of what was being said, because while they occasionally heard some of the talk, most of the glee chose not to have their voices, or possibly their confessions, heard by these strangers from another world. Richard wasn't overly concerned, though, because everything appeared to be friendly enough, but he did wish he possessed that talent to deny others the ability to hear his words. It could come in handy at times. As he casually watched, he remained vigilant and ready to draw his sword at the slightest sign of trouble. He didn't think it looked like there would be any trouble, but he felt it best to be ready just in case. He saw Vika idly spinning her ajeal on the end of the gold chain around her wrist as she too watched. He and Vika stood out of the way, not wanting to intrude. From time to time, many of the glee slipped into the water, where they seemed most at home. Groups congregated in the water as they floated together. Others would periodically bring bundles of water weeds to the banks, where yet others could take some to munch on. Others, apparently tired from the reunion and celebration, rested their chins on a pillow of their folded arms while the bottom half of their bodies floated in the water. Yet others sat cross-legged on the banks to talk. Richard supposed they had a lot to talk about. Richard had been to a number of fancy banquets and gatherings of officials. This seemed very much the same, other than the trappings of power and social standing, and of course the claws and needle-sharp teeth. Other than those trappings, he recognized the body language and the interplay of different personalities. The whole thing was, in a word, weird. Richard was getting hungry himself. He wondered what he and Vika were going to be able to eat in this strange world. He certainly didn't have any cravings for the smelly water weeds. He supposed he might be able to catch some fish, or he could hunt wild boar. There might even be fruits and berries they could eat. Fortunately, they still had some travel rations in his pack, but not a lot. As they watched the glee, he and Vika idly chewed on strips of dried meat. It occurred to him that as time went on, maybe the glee could provide the meat of some mussel snails for him and Vika to roast over a fire or smoke. He glanced around and realized that he didn't see much they could use for firewood. All the glee Richard had brought through the drylands were easy enough to spot because their skin had the green iridescence. They seemed somewhat somber that Ibn had died, but also recognized that his death had resulted in the end of the reign of the Golden Goddess. Ibn had been the catalyst that had brought all the glee together again. Richard didn't know if or how long that would last. He hoped it did, but he worried that it wouldn't. He was also all too aware that at some point after those former raiders of other worlds ate enough water plants, it would give their skin the same green iridescence. He worried that once that happened, he wouldn't be able to tell the formerly hostile glee from the peaceful ones. If they ever turned hostile again and decided they wanted to eat Richard and Vika, he would have no way of telling them apart. That would put surprise on their side. Richard supposed that, while he didn't want to die, he didn't really have much to live for anymore, except the one thing that he was growing impatient to finish. As he and Vika watched, some of the former followers of the goddess came up to them and made a point of telling them that besides ending the tyranny of the Golden Goddess and her oppressive rule over their lives, what Richard had done had lifted them from a terrible future in which they abandoned their traditional ways and instead went to other worlds to hunt for food where many of their kind had been killed. Some told him of beloved offspring that had been eager for the adventure of going off to other worlds and had only ended up dying there. Richard wondered if he had killed some of those glee or offspring. They had been vicious killers and had died as such. He hoped their minds didn't turn to revenge. Those engaging him in conversation explained that they had done what they had done because the Golden Goddess made them do it. Richard didn't necessarily believe a word of it, but he let them have their excuses in order for things to remain friendly. If that was what they wanted to claim in order to soothe their consciences, he didn't really care as long as it meant an end to the fighting. At this point, stuck in their world with Vika, never to be able to return home to Kalen, he didn't really care how they justified to themselves what they had done. He only cared that it stop. Now that it had, he was relieved that he didn't have to face yet another protracted war in which he and Vika would be vastly outnumbered. But this new peace, still had to prove to him that it could last. It was possible, or even likely, that there were Glee among them who harbored very different sentiments, and they simply hadn't come forward to express them. He realized that he might never again be able to sleep with both eyes closed. He had always been skeptical that when the time came, those Glee who came across the drylands with him would actually fight. Now, he didn't need to fear that bloody conflict, or all of them being slaughtered. If, that was, a new leader didn't rise from the ranks of the former followers of the goddess. Richard's patience finally came to an end. He pulled Sang aside to talk to him privately. Before any of these former followers of the goddess start to think that maybe they might like to have the power she had and be in charge of a vast army that could raid other worlds, we need to destroy the device so that can never happen again. Sang nodded, looking apologetic that he had forgotten all about it, and handed the long piece of the floatweed he was munching on to one of the others passing by.
Everything is back to the way it was, thanks to you and Vika. I don't think we could ever adequately express our gratitude. With peace restored, we have nothing to fear now. We can take care of the device any time. There is no longer any worry or any rush.
There is to me, Richard said in a firm voice. I want it taken care of now. I don't want to have to worry that I might have my throat torn out in my sleep by followers of the goddess who decided to resume their ways and will then go to my world and kill the people there.
I don't think you need to worry about...
Richard held up a warning finger. I came here to do what was necessary to protect my world. I sacrificed my life with my kind, my wife, and my offspring to do this, both for my people and for your kind. I have nothing left for me now, other than a lonely future here in this world where Vika and I don't really belong. I made that sacrifice to be able to destroy that device that made all of the terror and bloodshed possible. That job is not yet done. I want it finished. Sang could see the determination in Richard's face and hear it in his voice. He nodded.
Of course, Lord Rahl, I understand. Of course, you are right. We will go there now. I will show you the way.
Richard would simply have left the days-long celebration and gone there on his own, and he actually would have preferred to do that. But with the clouds obscuring much of the landscape, he wasn't sure exactly how to find the place up in the mountains. They had come into the territory of the Golden Goddess via a long, roundabout way through the confusing maze of rocky spires in the drylands in order to surprise the goddess and her followers. With the clouds, the wind-driven sand, the maze of rock towers, and not being able to see exactly where the sun was in the sky, he wasn't confident that he had been able to keep track of direction or distances. He had a general idea where he could find the mountain where the device was located, but with visibility so poor and the low clouds always obscuring mountain peaks, he feared that if he looked for the site on his own, it could end up taking him days to find the small trail. He knew that Sang could show him the way, and then he could destroy the device much sooner. He worried about the possibility that in the meantime, if it wasn't quickly destroyed, it might be used again without him being aware that some of the Glee had snuck away to travel to his world. He didn't want to risk it existing any longer. Better to destroy the device once and for all. That was the only way to make sure Caitlin and everyone else would be safe. Sang spoke with some of his followers, apparently letting them know that they were leaving to go to the mountain where the device was located. But as they started out, Richard saw that a large number of the Glee were following behind, both Sang's followers and many of the followers of the goddess. He didn't know why, but as long as Sang got him there so he could use his sword to destroy that strange square block of stone, that was all that mattered. His sword had cut through steel before. Not all that long ago his blade had cut through massive stone pillars and blocks to get at Moravaska Myshek down in the complication. Neither steel nor stone ever proved to be any obstacle to the sword of truth, so he had no doubt that it would cut through the stone device. Although, in the back of his mind, he realized that it was possibly neither steel nor stone. It was, after all, a device that allowed travel to other worlds, so it was possible that it only looked like stone and would in reality prove much more difficult to destroy than he had at first thought. When he looked back over his shoulder at the line of glee following him, it reminded him of a funeral procession. In a way, that's exactly what it was. Chapter 65. A warm rain accompanied them along the climb up the mountain. It made the air wet and heavy and difficult to breathe. At times it came down in sheets, harder than any rain he had ever known before, almost like standing under a waterfall. It was so heavy that they could barely even see. When the rain increased to an intensity that Richard and Vika found unendurable, they had to crouch behind some of the forest of rock towers that had overhangs enough to shelter them somewhat. Sang warned him to stay out of any low places because this kind of rain often created flash floods that could sweep him away before he realized what was happening. It could easily be disastrous to be rolled down the mountain in such floodwaters. From time to time, they came to those kinds of sudden, rushing, muddy rivers and had to find a way around them. The glee didn't at all mind the rain, at times standing in it with their arms held out and their faces turned up to the sky. But Richard and Vika found it miserable. Traveling into the heaviest of the curtains of rain was arduous. It was also hard not only to see where they were heading, but also where they were stepping. He worried that either Vika or he might fall and break a leg. Richard had grown up outdoors, and so he was familiar with walking in challenging terrain, but Vika hadn't, so it was harder for her to walk among the jumbles of rock during the downpours. There were no healers that he knew of among the glee, and he didn't think that they had any. They seemed to be too simple a species to have healers. If he or Vika was injured, there could be no help. They had only each other, and while he knew about healing, both with magic and with herbs, he could certainly heal Vika, but she couldn't heal him. He also didn't know if this world had any healing herbs they could use. The landscape they had to travel through was completely devoid of any kind of life. There was just rock and, in the rain, mud, much of it rushing down at them. There were no plants, not even a blade of grass, just continual rain. Since starting up into the mountains, he hadn't seen a single bird, or even one of the bats that he had seen in large groups down in the swampland. He remembered that Sang had said that where the device was located was a dry place, but getting there beneath the leaden overcast certainly wasn't dry. He was looking forward to getting up into the mountains above the clouds that were dumping so much rain on them. A lot of the rock was sharp and crumbly, making walking difficult. This world was a strange mixture of lush swamplands, sandy drylands, and desolate, lifeless mountains. The skies seemed to be an odd mix, too, of dark clouds that carried no water and heavy, wet overcast. From what he had seen so far, it seemed that nothing lived anywhere other than the swampy lands down lower, where all this water running down the mountainsides eventually collected in the swamps. Richard came across holes in the upslopes of grainy rock. They appeared almost big enough that he might be able to crawl inside. He wondered if they might be able to be enlarged, and in the future provide some kind of cave-like shelter for him and Vika. He stuck his head inside one of the holes, trying to see how deep it was. All he could see was blackness. Suddenly, Sang put both claws around his arm and urged him back out. Richard pulled his head out of the hole and turned to look back at Sang. Sang shook his head in warning. It seemed clear to Richard that Sang didn't want to talk about whatever lived in those caves. Richard could tell from the looks of the others that whatever was in the holes scared the other glee speechless. Right then, the device was Richard's priority. so he didn't want to waste the time to be concerned about the holes and what might be in them. He would have to ask later. After he nodded his thanks for the warning to Sang, he turned back to the trail and kept going. But now he was concerned about what lived in those holes that he and Vika might one day have to deal with. Unlike the Glee, the two of them weren't equipped with claws for protection. Lightning flashed nearby, and the ground shook with a sudden thunderclap. While the rain didn't bother the Glee, the lightning clearly made them nervous. It made Richard nervous as well. The Glee looked around, as if they thought they would have time to run if they saw lightning. Some of them sought shelter behind rocks whenever there was a particularly bright flash and crack of thunder. Richard knew that hiding like that was pointless, because by the time you saw a close bolt strike, it was already too late to run from it. Richard disregarded what some of them did and kept climbing.
"Being up high like this is dangerous when there is lightning,"
Sang said, almost apologetically. Richard looked back over his shoulder as he pulled himself up over a projecting shelf of rock. "I understand. I know the way from here, so you don't need to go the rest of the way up to the device. You can all go back now, and when I'm finished destroying it, I will come back and join you." As he and Vika waited, Sang consulted with a number of others. Richard couldn't hear that debate in his mind, so he didn't know what was being said, but he was hoping they would turn back. He didn't particularly want an audience. Flashes of lightning lit clouds from the inside in a frightening display of the power of the storm that was rolling in on them. The heads of some of the Glee sank into their shoulders as they cast worried looks to the sky. Finally, Sang returned.
"We will go with you. I want to see the device destroyed, and so do many of the others. It has ruined many Glee lives. We want it ended once and for all. The ones who used to follow the goddess wish to go as well."
Richard worried about those Glee, but didn't want to get into any kind of disagreement that could prevent him from destroying the device. So he simply nodded and then turned back to the trail up through the rocks. They had to scramble up steep areas of scree, almost running in order to make progress against the ground sliding away underfoot. The rock was loose and difficult enough to climb in the dry, but when it was wet, it was even harder to get up because the water coming down helped it to slide out from underfoot. After an exhausting climb up through the loose, wet rock, they finally made it up into rock that was still slippery in the wet, but at least solid and much easier to climb. Richard's legs ached, but he didn't want to stop to rest. He could rest once the task was completed. As they climbed higher into the low clouds, the fog became so thick that it was difficult to see very far. Richard could see Vika's dark shadow behind him, along with a couple of the Glee, with what looked like ghosts following them, but the rest were lost in the poor visibility. Thunder rumbled almost continually through the desolate landscape. Lightning flickered somewhere off in the distance, illuminating the cloud they were in. Because they couldn't see where it was coming from, the light and sound instead seemed to be everywhere. It was unsettling. Richard didn't like the idea of being on a mountain in a storm with such violent lightning, but his need to destroy the device made him ignore the danger and drove him onward. After he destroyed it, they would be forever trapped in this awful, wet world. After hours of climbing, they finally began to emerge above the cloud cover and into the strange, dry forest of small rock towers. The sun was still obscured by an even higher layer of clouds, but at least it wasn't raining, and it was brighter. The lightning moved some distance away along the huge, dark, billowing clouds, but Richard could still see the near-constant flickers of lightning inside those clouds down below them, lighting them with an eerie, reddish, fire-like glow. He didn't know that he would ever be able to get used to this strange world, but he knew that he didn't really have a choice. It made him wonder if life would be worth living here after he destroyed the device. As Richard and Vika wove their way through the maze of rock spires that had been carved, shaped, and softened by the weather, they finally reached the cathedral of those stone shapes surrounding and overlooking the device. It sat across the way at the edge of an expanse of white sand. He could tell that Vika, not usually given to emotion, was feeling as despondent as he was at the prospect of destroying their way back to their own world. But it had to be done. Richard drew his sword. Chapter 66. The sound of the blade being drawn from its scabbard rang out, echoing back from the complex shapes of the stone walls all around them. It was the forlorn sound of finality, of all his hopes and dreams ending. That distinctive ringing sound caused the massive crowd of glee following them, who had seen the sword kill the goddess, pause with concern before backing away. Many moved back among the safety of the standing stones. In his mind's eye, Richard could see Kaelin's smile. He had to force the image from his thoughts, lest it be too unbearable, or even prevent him from doing what he knew he had to do to protect her and all the people in her world. He hoped that one day his home world would again have a Lord Rahl, one who cared about his people. His son. One day it would also have a new confessor to help protect them. His daughter. For now, though, Richard was the only protection for that world, and to protect it he had to destroy the device that allowed the glee to go there. None of his people would ever know what he had done to save their world, and one day the glee would only be a terrible memory. New generations would likely not even know anything about them, or the horrors they had brought to the world. He looked up overhead when he noticed that it was getting brighter. He saw that the clouds had parted enough to give them a rare glimpse of the sky. The sun itself wasn't in view, but the sky was a bright reddish-orange. Because it was still late in the day, he thought it likely that it was near sunset. He couldn't yet see the stars, but if he could, he knew that he wouldn't be able to recognize them from a strange world he didn't want to be in. So far, since he had arrived, the sky was rarely visible. The continual heavy, rolling, boiling clouds seemed to make this world all that much gloomier. He didn't know if it was simply a seasonal weather pattern or a habitual one. Kaelin was out there, somewhere, among stars he couldn't yet see. He wondered if in her world, when she looked up, she might one day look toward the forsaken place in the sky where he would be forever stranded. His joy at having a glimpse of the reddish sky instead of the continual overcast vista was short-lived when his gaze reluctantly settled on the device waiting for him across the sand. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Vika whispered from close behind him. "Once you do, there is no going back." He looked over his shoulder into her blue eyes. She questioned his choices and decisions quite often, sometimes in the form of a cutting remark. But he knew that it was her way of testing his confidence in a course of action, a way to get him to reaffirm his decisions within his own mind. When it came down to it, he knew that she had complete confidence in him. This time, it was a critical, consequential question. What choice do I have? Vika's face said it all as she nodded slightly. None, I guess. Richard could feel the power of the sword storming through every fiber of his being. That power pulled and tugged at him, wanting his anger to join with that power. But this time, he knew that venting his anger on the device that would forever separate him from Kaelin seemed out of place. This was an instance more of solemn duty than rage. Besides, Richard couldn't seem to bring forth any anger of his own to join with that of the sword, or at least none he dared unleash. Finally, he decided that it was best to simply get it over with, and not dwell on it, so that he could at last rest easy in the knowledge that it was done, and that Kaelin and their children would not have to live in fear of Glee coming to slaughter them. So many had already died a horrific and senseless death. He couldn't realistically do anything for them, but he could at least see to it that the ones still alive would be spared the terror the Glee could bring. As he crossed the expanse, with the tip of the sword dragging through the sand behind him, he was reminded again of the round area of white sand in the Garden of Life at the People's Palace. That was a place of great significance. So much had started there, and ended there, and now it was all ending in a similar circular area of white sand in a world far away. As Richard got closer, something about the symbols on the stone device made him pause for a moment, staring. He moved closer then to have a better look, to see if his initial thought could actually be possible. When he realized that he was right, he sheathed his sword. Vika looked suddenly concerned. "What's wrong?" Richard hardly heard her as he dropped to his knees in front of the stone and reached out to run his fingertips lightly over the symbols on the smooth surface. "Lord Rahl, what is it?" He could hardly believe what he was seeing. "These symbols are in the language of creation. It's not precisely the same as the symbols I've seen before, but they're awfully close. I can tell right off that most of them are substantially the same. There are some differences, but they're close enough that I think I might be able to translate them." Vika rushed up and fell to her knees beside him. "Really? What does it say?" "It's not that simple." "Well, if you can recognize it as the language of creation, and you understand that language, then it only makes sense that it must be something you can read, right?" "Yes, I think I can. Some of it, anyway. From the parts I am able to read, what it says is incredibly complicated." "What do you mean by complicated?" "Well, in many ways, it reminds me of a complex constructed spell." "A constructed spell?" She leaned closer to him with an astonished look. "You mean magic?" Richard nodded as he tried to decipher one of the symbols having to do with intersecting lines of power. "Yes, like magic." Vika let out a sigh as she sat back on her heels. "I'm afraid that I can't help you there. But are you sure? How could magic possibly be involved with this device?" "Magic is involved with all the devices I've seen before." "You would know a lot more about that than I would," she said. "I try to avoid anything having to do with magic. You seem to always be involved with it in one way or another." He nodded, not really hearing her as he leaned in and frowned. "It's saying something about a ring." Vika stared at him. "A ring? What kind of ring?" Richard ran his fingers over the symbols, trying to understand what he was reading out of order and out of context. Doing so always made translations much more difficult. The language of creation was not easy to read as it was, but a lot of it had to be read in context to be understood. He searched for the beginning to try to read it from where the description started. The problem was he wasn't entirely sure yet exactly where that starting point was. He read several of the symbols looking for the beginning when he recognized something. He looked to the sand at the sides of the stone. "It's talking about a ring beginning and ending here." "What could that mean?" "I'm not sure." He pointed beside the stone. "Dig in the sand right there, and see if there is a ring of some kind." As Vika did as he asked, Richard went to the other side and started digging with his hands. "I found something," Vika called over to him. As he dug, his fingers touched something hard and smooth. "Me too." He started clearing away the sand, exposing what was buried there. He brushed sand away to expose more of it. Vika was doing the same. In a few moments they each had uncovered gleaming metal. It was the color of gold and perfectly round, about as thick as his forearm. It was not cold to the touch like some metals. It felt more like real gold. As he and Vika both followed it along, uncovered more and more, They began to see that it went out in both directions from the stone, and by the way it curved as it moved away from that square stone, it soon became obvious that it was a gold ring that, from what they had so far uncovered, looked like it encompassed most of the round area of sand. "What should we do?" Vika asked. Richard was using his hands to sweep away sand from the top of the ring. "It's not buried very deep. Let's uncover it all and confirm if it really does go all the way around in a ring." They worked with urgency to solve the mystery. They both felt driven by the discovery, wanting to excavate it to see if it told them anything important. Richard couldn't imagine, though, what use it could be to them. After all, the whole thing would soon be destroyed. The hundreds of Glee watching them from around the whole area and back in among the stone formations didn't say anything or try to interfere, but it was clear that they were as astonished as Richard and Vika. They had lived with and used this device all their lives, and yet they had never known that the ring was right there, connected to it, just under the surface of the sand. In a short time, Richard and Vika had uncovered the entire ring. Both of them stood and stepped back to look at it. Richard thought that it was either made of or covered with gold. The golden ring went in a full circle, interrupted only by the stone sitting at one side of the sand. The ring was polished, and so perfectly smooth that Richard could see his distorted reflection in it. It was simply a smooth, polished golden surface. It had no writing or symbols on it. Richard looked over at the stone. It had a massive amount of writing on it. He rushed across the white sand to see if he could tell if the writing on the stone might reveal something about the purpose of the golden ring. Chapter 67. "Anything?" Vika sounded impatient. "You've been looking at it long enough that you must be able to read at least some of it. You should be able to tell something from the symbols, right? So what does what you've translated so far say?" Richard sat back on his heels and looked over at her. "The Glee are wrong in calling it a device." "Really? Why? What is it called?" "It's called a gateway." Vika stared at him a long moment. "A gateway?" "That's what it says." Vika gestured at the stone. "You mean, like a gateway to other worlds?" Richard nodded. It would seem so. She frowned as she considered. "I guess that makes sense. But it seems like an awful lot of writing just to say that it's called the gateway. Does it really take all of that to say it's called the gateway?" Richard let out a deep sigh as he looked back at the stone. He gently ran his fingers over the symbols as he considered them. "No, that's only a small amount of what this says. There's a lot more to it. The symbols are similar to those in our world, and many are the same. But not all are, and there are key differences from any I've seen before. Some of the more complex symbols are meant to convey concepts by using underlying elements, but not all of those use the same elements as the ones I'm familiar with. Even though it's in many ways different, it's still hauntingly similar to what was once a common form of writing in our world." "You mean it's the same as the writing all over that witch woman, Niska, back in our world? The one in the swamp by Agaden Reach, where we caught up with the Mother Confessor?" "The very same. And it's close to the same as in a lot of other places in our world. It predates everything else. All other writing, which involves words rather than pictorial elements and concepts, came after the language of creation." Vika gave him a blank look. "So, what exactly are you trying to say?" Richard shook his head with a sigh as he looked back at the stone. "I don't know. I'm just saying that this has to be very old. But more than that, don't you think that it's more than strange for the language of creation to be on this stone in another world besides ours?" "It has been here for a very long time," Sang said from back beyond the sand, trying to sound helpful. He had stepped a little closer, away from the others watching. Richard had forgotten that the glee packed in among the stone spires were listening.
Maybe that is what you mean, that it has been here for a very long time?
Richard knew that Sang didn't grasp the significance of what he had discovered. There was no way he could. He wasn't in the mood to give lessons, though, so he kept it simple. Longer than that. All of the glee looked to be confused as they whispered among themselves. They clearly had a hard time grasping anything Richard was saying. The language of creation, after all, had no meaning for them. Vika slapped a hand onto the stone. But it could be that this thing, this gateway, may have once come to our world and given us the language of creation, don't you suppose? Much like it came to this world. Richard shook his head. I have absolutely no idea, Vika. That seems like it could be true, but I don't think that's the case. I simply have no way of saying for sure. What I do know is that these symbols are instructions. Vika withdrew her hand from the stone as she leaned close to him. Instructions, she whispered. Instructions for what? Richard leaned in toward the stone again to put his fingers on the symbols. I'm not ready to say yet. I need to read some more so I can try to piece it all together. Vika stood to leave him to it. She walked the perimeter just beyond the gold ring. Richard thought she looked like she might be making sure the glee stayed back out of the way. The more he read, the more he thought that might be a very good idea. On one of her rounds, as she went past him, she bent close. Anything useful yet? Richard looked up at her. Tell Sang I'd like him to come over here. I want to ask him something. Be casual about it. I don't want the others to hear me. When she strolled back with the tall, nearly black glee, Richard stood.
What is it? Sang asked. Why are you not destroying the device? I thought that was why you were...
How did you use this device to come to my world? You came a number of times. How did you do it? How did you make the device work for you? Sang was taken off guard by the question. He thought about it briefly, and then looked over at the device.
There is a place on the top, on the other side, that I used to make the device work so that I could go into darkness. That is how I reached your world.
Show me, Richard said. Sang nodded and then led them around the square block of stone to stand just outside of the ring, facing the slanted top. Richard came around with him and watched. Sang spread his right claws to extend just the first one, much as a person would extend their first finger to point.
When I wished to go to your world, I would put one claw into this place here.
Sang used the claw to tap the sloped top of the stone. There was a slot right next to where he tapped. It looked like he would be able to fit the single claw all the way down into the slot. That was what Richard had thought from what he had read so far, but he knew that there had to be a lot more to it. How did you know where to go? When you went into darkness, it didn't just spit you out somewhere at random. How did it allow you to come to our world?
In the beginning, long before we all came alive, it is said that glee would sometimes try putting their claw into that place. They were never seen again. No one knew what happened to them, so maybe, as you say, the device sent them someplace where they died. Or maybe it sent them nowhere at all, and they long ago simply vanished into darkness. The Golden Goddess, besides being bigger than other glee, was also smarter. She was the first to learn that she could ask the device to send her to other worlds where she could survive. I believe that was the key. The device then picked places like that. She learned right at first that she could return by what we now call the lifeline. She would travel to other worlds and then come back and tell others what she had discovered. As she found worlds for them to raid, they came to call her the Collector of Worlds.
After she found a world she liked, she would then insert one claw and think of the place she wished to go back to, and the device would send her into darkness until she arrived at that world. They began to call her a goddess, much like they thought of the ones who had left the device as gods. Because she alone knew how it worked, she began to gain followers who called her goddess, and then the Golden Goddess. She liked having followers who worshipped her. After a time, she would stand here, where we stand now, and in that way send her followers to the places she had found where they would hunt for food. That eventually evolved into sport for them.
Richard knew that when the gods, or whoever it was, had brought the gateway to Sang's world and left it where it now stood, it had to be adjusted so that the Glee could use it. It had protocols, shown in the symbols, that had to have been set so the Glee could use a single claw to activate it. From what Richard had read, once it had been set for the new use, such as had been done when it had been left here in this world, nothing else would work. Until the gateway was reset. From what Sang had just told him, the Golden Goddess was the first to finally figure out how to make the gateway work successfully. Now, all the Glee knew. The implications were racing around in Richard's mind as he tried to piece together all the things he had so far been able to read on the stone. "Thank you, Sang. That explains a lot." Richard lifted his sword halfway from its scabbard to show it to Sang. "You better go stand back there with the others where it will be safe." Piecing together what he had read so far and what Sang said, Richard knew just how dangerous this gateway was in the hands of the Glee. It had to be destroyed. Sang nodded, having seen the destructive power of the sword before, and rushed out of the circle of sand to stand back with the others among the rock formations. Richard stood, staring at the symbols on the stone gateway for a long moment. He let the sword slide back down into its scabbard. Vika frowned at Richard and lowered her voice. "Lord Rahl, what's going on? Are you going to destroy this terrible thing or not?" Richard rubbed his chin as he looked from her to the stone and back again. "I'm getting an idea." Her brow tightened. "What kind of idea?" "The crazy kind." "Is it going to get us killed?" "Probably." Chapter 68. "What kind of crazy idea is it this time?" she asked, sounding weary of such ideas and the likelihood that it would get them killed. Richard waved off the question. "Do me a favor and keep making sure the Glee stay back. I need to be left alone for a while to study these symbols. They're complicated." Vika waggled a hand at the stone. "What do you think all those are for? What is their purpose? You said before that they're instructions, but instructions for what?" Richard looked into her blue eyes. "Instructions to reset the gateway." "What do you mean, reset it?" Richard wiped a hand across his face. He was already weary of this damp world. He dreaded the thought of living out his life among the Glee in this hot, red, often wet world. He supposed he wouldn't have to live too long until one of them eventually got the idea to eat him. Well, when whoever brought this gateway here left it for the Glee to use, they had to reset it so that it would work for the Glee. "Maybe they didn't really intend to leave it here," she suggested. "Maybe the Glee captured them and forced them to reset it so they could use it. After all, we know all too well how vicious they can be." Richard pulled his lower lip through his teeth. "I suppose that's possible, too. There is no real way to tell for sure." "So, what are you considering?" He waggled a finger at the stone. "I'm thinking that if I can figure out enough of the symbols to activate it, I may be able to reset it." Vika cocked her head as she suspiciously scrutinized him with her left eye alone. "Why would you want to reset it? For what purpose?" "Well, think about it. If I'm able to reset it so that it works differently, then they could never again use it to go to our world, or any world for that matter. They wouldn't have the means to reset it to work for them, so that would render the gateway inert. Vika's mouth twisted as she tried to follow his train of thought. Why bother with all that? Wouldn't it be a lot simpler to just break it apart with your sword? If you did that, they certainly wouldn't be able to ever use it again, right? I mean, you wouldn't need to understand the symbols to do that. If you simply break the stone apart with your sword, that would be the end of it. Forever. Richard glanced over at the stone before looking back at her. We don't know what this thing really is. Vika was giving him a wary look, like she was trying to figure out what he could really be thinking. You said it's called a gateway. Obviously, it's a gateway to other worlds. That's what it is. Yes, but what I mean is we don't know what powers it. What makes it work? How does it send people? He gestured with a hand in the direction of the throng of Glee watching them, or Glee, or whatever, to another world. What if it uses some kind of magic? Or what if inside it has mechanical components powered by magic like the Omen machine used to have? I've found things in our world that are incredibly powerful, and in many cases I have no idea exactly how they work, or who could have made them, or, for that matter, even where they came from. But I learned that they were profoundly dangerous, and had I tried to simply destroy them with my sword so that no one could ever use them, it could have caused unimaginable consequences. Some of those devices could have destroyed the world of life. In some things involving unknown magic that has the potential to be profoundly dangerous, such as this here, you have to think it through before you do anything that can't be undone. Vika glanced over at the stone in a new light. So, you're saying that it could be so dangerous to try to destroy it that you think it might kill us all? Richard shrugged. I don't know. From what I know about magic, that's a possibility. If I hit it with my sword, it could kill me, or for all I know, it might even unleash enough power to destroy everyone for miles around, or even render this entire world a dead rock. He leaned closer to her. Or, for all I know, it might even act as a weapon, and send that destructive power to the last place the Glee used it to visit. To our world. Vika flipped her braid forward over her shoulder and held it in her right fist as she considered. You mean you think it could possibly be dangerous to try to destroy it, even dangerous to our own world? So instead, you are thinking it might be safer for us and for our world if you try to reset it so that the Glee can't possibly use it, and that would accomplish the same thing. It would render it useless and prevent them from ever harming our world again. Richard gave her a firm nod. That's right. For all I know, it could kill me if I tried to destroy it, and then it would still be here and still work and remain a threat to our world. Well, she said with a deep sigh, that's not crazy. So it's obviously not what you are actually thinking of doing. What is the crazy thing you are really considering doing? Richard showed her a small smile and gestured off to the other side of the ring. Would you please go keep an eye on them? Once I start, I think I may need to keep going, and I don't want to have any nosy Glee interrupting me. Vika studied his face for a moment. What are you not telling me? I'm not telling you what you don't yet need to know. Vika folded her arms as she looked at him from under her brow. I'm here alone in this world with you, forever. I'm going to grow old and die in this world along with you, if we live that long. We are in this together. Tell me. Richard pursed his lips. We are starting to sound like an old married couple. She kept the look leveled on him. Tell me. He sighed. All right. Well, first of all, if I simply reset the gateway, it's always possible that someone else could come along, figure it out, and reset it back again. If that happened, then they could use it for who knows what purpose. There's more to it, though. Like what? Richard gestured toward the gateway without looking over at it. These symbols are starting to look to me like they could actually be a constructed spell. Chapter 69. With her arms still folded, she shrugged. That's the big deal you couldn't tell me? That it might be a constructed spell? If you mess with them, and accidentally do the wrong thing, some constructed spells can kill everyone within dozens of miles. Her arms came unfolded. Oh. They can also be incredibly dangerous in other ways as well. Unexpected ways. If it really is a constructed spell, or even if it isn't, but it functions something like one, it's not any kind of constructed spell I'm familiar with, and yet it has many of the routines and protocols I recognize. On top of that, not all the symbols are close to the same as those in the version of the language of creation that I'm familiar with. That makes it hard to know precisely what each of those protocols means, how they function, and if there is a specific order to using them. Some constructed spells have fail-safes built into them that can kill you if you do the wrong thing at the wrong time. I will need to study it some more first, before I can say for certain exactly what we are dealing with here. Vika looked at the stone and then back to him. But if it really is the language of creation, you should be able to understand it, shouldn't you? I believe that the language of creation may have different dialects. The markings here might simply be one of those different dialects, and that's why I'm having trouble understanding it. That makes it a little more difficult to translate all these symbols. It won't prevent me from translating what they say, but I first need to be sure of what some of the more familiar ones mean. Once I'm sure of the meaning of the symbols in those, that will help me translate others. That's going to take me some time. I don't know how much time, but I need to be left to it. She shrugged. All right, so study it. He gave her a meaningful look. I would appreciate it if you went over there and watched the glee to keep them from getting too curious, so I can concentrate on this. Oh, all right. Well, why didn't you just say so? But if you really think it is a constructed spell, wouldn't that mean this thing is powered by magic? Richard shook his head, feeling frustration that he had a hard time explaining all the technicalities. I don't know. Maybe. I understand constructed spells, and I know how they function. I've even made a number of them myself. This looks in many ways like it could very well be a constructed spell, but in other ways it's different, so I'm not yet entirely sure. It may simply share some aspects with a constructed spell. It may be a coincidence that it looks like one to me, in part because I'm not able to read all the symbols. I might also be reading too much into it. I just don't know yet. But these symbols are the key to learning how this thing functions, and if it actually is a constructed spell, so that's why I need to study it. Got it now? What difference could that make? She frowned at him. If you simply reset it, so they can't use it, that's all you really need to do, right? Sure, unless someone comes along who can recognize the symbols or figure them out, and then reset it for themselves so they could use the gateway. I'm trying to figure out if there is a way to lock in the reset. Or, better yet, use a failsafe. So unless you know how to work a constructed spell, or you understand the language of creation, would you please go over there and watch those glee? And be prepared in case something happens. Vika glanced to the glee and then back at him. Something like what? Are you going to ask questions all the time for the rest of our lives in this awful world? Vika only smiled. Richard looked over at the glee out of the corner of one eye. I don't know for sure what might happen, but if this thing really is a constructed spell powered by magic and something happens, they may become alarmed. What should I prepare for? Richard let out a weary sigh. Vika, Sang is going to soon grow impatient that I am not destroying this thing. I don't know what the other glee will do if this stone starts making noises or something. After all, they seem to regard this thing as some sort of sacred object given to them by gods. Vika finally relented. All right. That makes sense. But if I have to start using my Aegil on them, things could get messy. Well, I don't want you to do that. Just keep your eye on them. Strike up a conversation or something. Divert their attention. Ask them about their offspring. Parents love to talk about that. As soon as he said that, he wished he hadn't. I'm not all that experienced at small talk, but I'll give it a try. Is life with you in this world always going to be this difficult? Vika smiled again. You wouldn't want life here to be boring, would you? Richard shook his head before turning back to the stone as Vika walked over to Sang. Chapter 70. Richard glanced over to check and saw Vika talking to the Glee. Things seemed peaceful enough. They looked interested in whatever she was telling them. He turned his attention back to what he was doing, bending close to continue studying the series of symbols and emblems on the stone, trying to figure out what the parts he didn't recognize meant. He rubbed a temple with a finger as he worked to understand the connecting links. They were in fact different in a number of ways from the language of creation he had learned, but he hadn't told Vika everything he already knew about them. He wasn't sure she could understand it, or would care to. Mord's Sith were famous for their dislike of anything to do with magic. Richard wasn't yet positive that this gateway stone really did possess magic, but the symbols certainly did have a lot of the characteristic elements of magic as expressed through constructed spells. He almost had a hard time believing it could be something other than magic. In large part, they did comply with the precepts of a constructed spell, and yet in some ways, they didn't. He had created constructed spells before, and in his studies, he had learned a great deal about their complexities and how they function through principles of magic, both additive and subtractive. He knew a number of their key provisions, but that hardly meant he knew everything about them. While this was in many ways the same element he knew and understood, there were differences he couldn't yet fathom. He traced components of things he knew, struggling to identify exactly how this was different so he could fill in the blanks. In his studies of books of magic, and in working with constructed spells he had access to, he had also learned a lot about his own gift. For reasons that eluded him, he had an easier time using his gift with constructed spells, perhaps because they were so technical and the steps made sense. When he followed the steps in constructed spells in the proper way, the spell came to life. In other situations when he needed his gift, it didn't always respond, so he naturally gravitated toward the type of magic with structure he could analyze. He also suspected that those technical aspects that required him to concentrate distracted him enough to call upon his gift without really thinking about it when his magic was needed in procedures along the way. When he was relieved of the conscious pressure to call forth his gift, it simply naturally worked as required to assist him. Importantly, one of the things he had learned in his studies was that it took his gift not only to work with the constructed spells, but to understand them. It had always been difficult for him to call up his gift consciously, except in a certain kind of crisis. But here, with these emblems, he could sense them with his gift. It seemed like here, in this world, with this complicated spell, he was able to touch his gift in order to understand elements in ways that were difficult or impossible to do back in his home world. He realized that it felt to him like he was having much the same kind of ease with using his gift as he had experienced before, only in the underworld. Because constructed spells were so rare, he hadn't been able to study a lot of them. Having seen only a relative few, that left a lot of questions in his mind with the gateway. He came to realize that, rather than trying to decipher every element of every symbol along the way to understand all of the language of creation the way it was written on the stone, if he simply assumed it was a constructed spell and treated it as such, that very well might be the best way for him to come to grasp the entirety of what all the writing meant. As he became more familiar with the symbols he hadn't seen before, He began to learn by their context that it wasn't really all that different from the language of creation he already knew. This simply said things in a slightly different way. It might use the symbol for a bat to express flight, rather than the bird symbol he was familiar with. But it suddenly clicked in his mind that the larger concept was really the same. They were both referring to the concept of the air, or the sky. That realization helped him start to make faster progress in deciphering the overarching meaning of what he was reading. When he glanced up, he noticed that the glee across the sand were starting to look restless. Vika was walking back and forth, talking to them, distracting them. He certainly couldn't afford to have the glee suddenly decide that they didn't want Richard messing around with their device, as they called the gateway. But what was worse, he now realized that he was going to need to ignite a verification web if he was going to learn more of how the gateway functioned, and he didn't know how the glee might react to that. He finally decided that there was no other way around it. He was simply going to have to do it. Richard finally located the sequence of symbols that would initiate the verification web. He touched those symbols with a finger in the proper order, letting his gift flow into each of them to begin to unlock the constructed spell. It should work if the symbols were what he believed they were. He held his breath and briefly tapped the last one to let a bit of subtractive magic feed the emblem. Suddenly, all the symbols on the entire stone lit up as if they were made of glass and there was a light inside the stone. Every one of the symbols glowed a pale bluish color that stood out all the more because of everything else being some shade of red. More alarming, the thing started giving off a low humming sound. Richard didn't know if he had merely activated the stone in some way, or it was doing what he intended. He quickly went back to the symbols and tapped the next series in the proper sequence to add subtractive magic to them in order to find out if this really was a constructed spell. Subtractive magic would break the necessary seals if it actually was a constructed spell. If it was, then something should happen to give him some kind of indication. At first, nothing happened. He held his breath as he waited. All of a sudden, one of the emblems on the top of the stone, on the side opposite the sloped top, lit with red light. He touched it with a finger, letting it have a bit of additive magic. As soon as he did, it abruptly threw a series of lines through the air, similar to the way a fisherman would toss out a net. But instead of sinking to the ground, this net of lines hung in midair over the sand. The lines all glowed the same pale bluish color as the other symbols on the gateway stone. That was a sign, but not yet the right sign. He heard the glee across the sand, crowded in among the rocks, start to hiss. It sounded to him like a hiss of impatience. He glanced up at the intricate pattern of the lines hanging in midair, only to see Vika rushing back to him. The alarm on her face was clear. Chapter 71. Richard motioned frantically to get Vika to go around the glowing lines, rather than run straight toward him and through them. She had no idea how dangerous they were, but fortunately, she instinctively avoided anything having to do with magic, so as soon as she spotted the glowing lines, she dodged to the side and changed course to avoid going into the gold ring altogether. He breathed out a sigh of relief. She skidded to a stop beside the stone. She put a hand on it for support as she panted. "Lord Rahl." Richard pushed her hand off the stone. "Don't touch it. It's active. I don't know what it could do if you touched the wrong thing." She drew her hand back as if she had touched fire. "Lord Rahl, the Glee are not at all happy about what they're seeing." Before she could elaborate, Sang raced up behind her. "Lord Rahl, you must not do this," he shouted in Richard's mind. "You said that you intended to destroy the device. That is what you must do. The others who were followers of the goddess are growing angry. They consider this device a sacred gift from the gods." Richard frowned up at Sang. "Then why didn't they object when I came up here to destroy the thing?"
Sang looked back at the massive throng of glee among the rocks on the other side of the white sand. They were all waving their arms, apparently arguing among themselves. He looked back at Richard and bent down as if to speak confidentially, although the glee had already proven their ability to have others hear them selectively. Or maybe it was only an ability to make Richard and Vika selectively not hear them.
They did not know that you intended to destroy the device.
What? Richard rose to his feet. You mean you didn't tell them what I intended to do? Sang shook his head.
No, I dared not. You must understand that we have only just been reunited with them after you struck down the Golden Goddess. I thought you would come up here and do the same thing with the device, and it would be over before they realized what you were going to do, and in that way have it ended once and for all before they could object.
What did you expect them to do once I had destroyed it with my sword? Sang hesitated.
I thought that since it would then be over and too late for them to do anything about it, we could more easily convince them that it was for the best. With the Golden Goddess dead, and the device destroyed so we could no longer go to other worlds, I thought they would then realize they had no choice but to go back to our traditional ways, and then they could come to be at peace with it. I thought they would even realize that the fighting and violent death of so many was finally ended and be pleased.
Richard realized that even though they had the ceremonial eating of the waterweed from Ibn's body, they hadn't fully committed to giving up all their beliefs or using the device to go to other worlds. They had enjoyed the sport of hunting, and they had developed a taste for the flesh of people. There were probably glee among those watching who craved power and were waiting to later use the device to win followers to themselves. This is more complicated than I realized, Richard told Sang. I can't simply use my sword to break this stone apart. It's not just a piece of rock. If it were, I could shatter it. But it's a powerful device that uses magic to send you to other worlds. If I use my sword to try to destroy it, it could end up killing us all, or even killing everyone in this world. I need to disable it in another way.
Do what you must, but hurry, Sang urged. If you do not destroy it quickly, you may never get another chance.
I will go as fast as I can, but it will take some time. I need you to go back and convince them that they need to stay away because these lines you see above the sand are dangerous. Sang looked across the sand, toward the glee for a moment, and then back to Richard. His third eyelids blinked across his large, glossy black eyes.
What lines?
Chapter 72. Richard was shocked. You mean to say you can't see the glowing lines above the sand? Sang briefly looked again and then back at Richard. He shook his head.
I see only sand, and beyond it, the glee who are growing angry.
Richard hadn't expected that the glee couldn't see the lines of light. He knew that everyone in his world had at least a spark of the gift within the grace they were born with. That spark, even though it usually wasn't powerful enough in most people to use it to do magic, still allowed them to see and interact with magic. The only explanation was that the glee had no such spark of the gift. They were completely devoid of even that infinitesimal spark. That was why the goddess had been so fearful of the magic of Richard's world. She had never experienced it before and didn't understand it. It was a fearsome unknown to her. Sang drew back his lips, exposing his needle-sharp white teeth, as if in apology. Richard gestured. Can you see the symbols on the stone light up? Sang leaned past Richard to look at the stone.
Light? I see no light, only the markings as they were always there.
The sun had set, and it was rapidly getting darker. Sang should have had absolutely no difficulty seeing either the glowing lines of light above the sand or the glowing symbols on the stone gateway. Richard looked over at Vika. You see them both, right?
She shrugged her confusion that Sang couldn't see them. Of course. I don't know what the lines over the sand are or what they mean, but I can see them. Richard was at least relieved by that much of it. It's the initial stages of a verification web. The lines mean that I was able to get the gateway to ignite its constructed spell. There's no explanation I can see other than whatever this gateway is, it uses a constructed spell. It's built right into it.
What is a constructed spell?
Sang asked. Magic, Richard told him. Dangerous magic.
Dangerous to you or to us?
Extremely dangerous to the Glee, Richard told him. You already know that this device has the ability to send you into darkness. That should tell you something about how powerful it is. That power is dangerous.
But we have used it since long before any of us were alive, Sang said. It never harmed us.
It was never activated before, but now it is. Because it uses a very powerful form of magic, I need to use that power built into the device to destroy it. It's the only way. Sang gestured back across the sand.
But the others are angry at not knowing what you are doing with their device, and they may soon decide they must stop you.
You need to go talk to them. Tell them how you have seen the power of magic in my world. This device uses that same magic. If you want to, tell them that the device is malfunctioning, and it is about to kill anyone up here. You need to get all of the Glee away from here or they might be killed. Get them all to go back down the mountain to safety.
I don't think they will want to leave you alone with the device. It is too important to them.
Richard growled his frustration. He gestured up at the darkening sky. It's getting dark. You need to go now while it is still light enough to see your way down the mountain, or you will all be stuck up here in this dry place all night. Richard leaned toward him. All night. Without water. Sang touched a claw to his lip. That concerned him, but he was still hesitating. Because he couldn't see the glowing bluish lines, Richard didn't know if he understood and feared the magic of the gateway. But like a boulder falling off a cliff from above, you didn't need to see it to be killed. He knew, though, that fear of being stuck in this dry place overnight was probably more alarming to him than anything else. He looked across the sand to the others. Some of them were clacking their claws in a threatening manner. Sang, Richard said, drawing his attention back to him. Something is about to happen that will likely kill all of you up here. You need to convince them they must leave, right now. You need to tell them that darkness will soon trap them here in this dry place, and they must leave now, while they can still see the path down. Tell them they can come back tomorrow, if you have to. Sang nodded.
I will try. I will tell them what you say about being trapped up here in this dry place where it will soon be dark. That may convince them to go back down from here right away.
I'm serious, Richard said. Dangerous magic is about to begin, and if anyone is up here when it does, they will die. If they refuse to leave, then you and your friends must leave as quickly as you can or you will be killed too. You must believe me, Sang. You must leave now. I don't want you or your friends to be harmed, but if they stay up here, you all will die. Sang again touched the tip of his claw to his black lower lip as he studied Richard's face. Finally, he nodded.
You have done what we needed to stop the Golden Goddess. You have helped us. I will tell those with me that we must run. I will tell the others, too, that it will soon be too dark to see, and they will be trapped here, so they must leave until tomorrow. They will be warned. If they don't leave...
Richard put a hand on Sang's shoulder. You have been a friend, Sang. I wish you a good life. Sang's dark skin bunched above his big black eyes in a kind of grotesque frown.
Are you saying that you will be here when the magic starts, and you will die?
Richard continued to gaze into those black eyes. I'm afraid so. This is what I need to do to protect my world. Thank you for your part in this, and for coming to help me protect my people as well as yours. Now go, hurry, get to safety.
You have been a friend to me, and to my friends.
Sang laid a claw on Richard's shoulder, as if to thank him, and then he quickly turned and rushed away. He paused once to look back, and then he ran to the others off among the forest of tall rocks to warn them that they must leave at once. Chapter 73. Vika leaned close to Richard once she saw Sang join the others. This is it, then? We are really going to die? Richard glanced over at her. If my crazy idea doesn't work, most likely. She frowned in a way that only Mord Sith could frown. And if your crazy idea does work, then the gateway will be destroyed, and we will have to face who knows how many thousands of angry Glee that will want to rip us apart for destroying their precious device. Maybe they will cool off once they get back to their ponds. Richard didn't want to tell her what his crazy idea actually was. So if your crazy idea doesn't work, we will likely die in the attempt, and if it does work and doesn't kill us, the Glee likely will. I tried to get you to stay back there in our world, he told her. You are the one who insisted on coming with me. Vika made a sour face as she folded her arms. I guess coming with you was my crazy idea. He showed her a small smile that was more forced than real. She looked across the sand at the Glee. They were all engaged in an animated discussion. There was even some pushing and shoving. Sang threw both arms up in the air as he jumped around, frantically trying to make his point. They didn't look to be convinced. He gestured at the sky and then toward the way down the mountain, urging them that they had to leave before it was too dark. The former followers of the goddess who had followed them up the mountain didn't look like they had any intention of leaving before it was too dark, apparently more upset about Richard messing with their precious device than anything else. The way they were pointing across the sand, they looked like they were more set on stopping Richard. The Glee Richard had brought across the drylands finally heeded Sang's urgent warnings and started for the path down the mountain. Richard looked up, and he could already see the first stars. They soon wouldn't have much light to help them make it down the mountain. The moons would help, but only until they were in the dense fog of the heavy cloud layer lower down the mountain. I don't know what you have planned, Vika said, but you had better hurry up before they decide to come over here and kill us to keep you from harming their sacred device. I know, but I need time. Time for what? How much time? I already activated the verification web. He gestured toward the sand. That's the bluish lines in the air above the sand. It doesn't tell me enough about what I need to know to reset the gateway. In order to understand the gateway and the process to reset it, I need to do an aspect analysis of the verification web from an interior perspective. Oh, of course, Vika rolled her eyes. I don't know why I didn't suggest that in the first place. Vika, this is serious. This is our only chance. I'm going to have to use both additive magic and subtractive magic. It's the only way to activate an interior perspective. That sobered her. What do you need me to do? Once I ignite that kind of power, anyone up here is going to die. I hope you don't really expect me to leave with Sang. No. He gestured to the bluish lines above the sand. I want you inside that web with me. It's the only way to protect you. Inside magic? She looked at him like she thought he had lost his mind. You want me inside some kind of powerful magic with you? That's your crazy idea? You need to trust me. You have already let me take you to the world of the dead. Compared to that, this should be a breeze. Sure, a breeze. She glanced briefly at the glowing lines above the sand. I don't know a lot about magic, but what I do know is that mixing subtractive magic and additive magic is beyond dangerous. If you need reminding, that's what brought Shota's palace in Bindamoon down on top of you. I know, but this time there is not a witch unleashing the same thing at me. Will we be safe in your web thing? Richard nodded to reassure her. Yes, I've done it before, and I know how to do it. But there is a problem. Of course there is. She let out a deep sigh. What's the problem? While I know what I'm doing with the constructed spell portion, I don't know for sure how the gateway is going to react to a mix of that kind of power. She gestured across to the sand. Well, whatever you're going to do, you had better hurry. I don't think Sang is convincing those angry Glee of anything. Richard saw that she was right. The last thing he needed was to get into a battle with Glee in the middle of complex protocols. He grabbed hold of Vika's upper arm and urgently pulled her with him toward the center of the maze of glowing bluish lines, working his way carefully but quickly through the maze without touching it to get to the center. Fortunately, there weren't yet a lot of the bluish lines. That was why he needed to do the more extensive interior perspective from inside the verification web. Once there in the center of the sand, Vika looked all around at the glowing lines, like they might bite. She wasn't necessarily wrong. But they were far from as dangerous as they were going to get. I don't have magic, she reminded him. You have the bond to me, he told her in a distracted voice. I have magic. That gives you all the magic you will need. You will be protected by that bond. She looked around at the lines. If you say so, I do. Well, do I need to do anything? No. Just try not to move around too much or touch the glowing lines. Stay close to me. Once everything starts, don't move away or try to run. She gestured. Sang is still here, trying to convince them to leave. Richard turned. Sang, he called out. You have 3 heartbeats before anything living up here is killed. Go, now. If they won't go with you, leave them. Chapter 74. At Richard's urgent warning, Sang and the rest of his followers still up on the mountain raced away and disappeared through the contorted rock spires toward the path that would take them down the mountain. A few of the other Glee looked about and then changed their minds when they saw the others running for their lives. A number of them decided to go with them. Many more watched them go, but didn't follow. Richard had given them a chance to get to safety. They refused to take it. He saw the masses of Glee that were left behind, apparently wary because of Sang's warnings about dangerous magic, cautiously begin to move out from between and behind the smooth, flowing shapes of the rock. Cautious or not, he recognized Glee with murderous intent. Lord Rahl! Hurry! Vika yelled. Don't stare at the lightning, he told her. What lightning? Instead of taking precious time to answer her, Richard simply reached out and touched 2 separate primary intersections of converging, glowing bluish lines, and then closed his eyes. To cast the proper interior perspective of a verification web, he needed to use his gift. He could feel the power of the gateway's constructed spell as it pulled his gift up from the depths of his soul. He knew by the way it functioned that the gateway had to be powered by a constructed spell. It was clear that it was simply a type of constructed spell he had never encountered before. That being the case, he hoped that everything at least worked in the same way with the same procedures he knew. As he felt the power from those bluish lines radiating up his arms, he didn't try to resist. They were seeking within him what they needed. He knew that without subtractive magic, the verification web would be sterile. He quickly opened his mind to what they were trying to pull from him and released his restraints. His gift responded with such a rush of power it took his breath. Time and movement outside the golden circle seemed to stop. Inside that circle, almost instantly, both additive and subtractive magic ignited from his outstretched arms with a deafening thunderclap. From his right hand, additive magic flashed in a twisting arc that would blind a person were they to stare right at it for more than a brief glance. Beyond the gold ring, Glee tried to shield their eyes with an arm. They might not be able to see magic, but this kind of power was something that even they could see. With his eyes closed, Richard could still see the bright, searing lines of the lightning right through his eyelids. Almost at the same time, from his left hand, subtractive magic thundered into existence, shaking the ground. Unlike its opposite, it wasn't at all bright. His eyes were closed, but he had seen it enough times that he could sense the cold void in the world of life that was blacker than death itself. Now that his gift had responded, and the full verification web had been ignited, Richard held both arms out as he squinted just enough to see the blindingly bright threads of crackling additive lightning and shrieking threads of totally black subtractive threads flickering and twisting all around him and Vika. Those threads of power arced upward from his hands and then cascaded down to the golden ring. The way they each turned and tumbled, they reminded him of wild beasts on a chain. In his peripheral vision, Richard could see the dark shapes of the glee that had started racing toward the gold circle suddenly stop where they were as they saw power they couldn't comprehend exploding into existence before them. They didn't run, maybe because they were waiting for an opening to attack to save their precious device, or maybe because they couldn't understand what it was they were seeing, or maybe because they were simply paralyzed by fear. The whole perimeter of the golden circle that he and Vika had uncovered in the sand drew a network of thin subtractive threads of inky black lightning as well as blindingly bright threads of additive magic, all of them flickering as they jumped and raced around the entire perimeter of the gold ring as if it were alive and trying to find a way to escape. But the golden circle prevented any escape, at least for the moment. Richard closed his eyes again and swiftly raised both arms. Using all the power of his gift, he abruptly brought the main trunks of those crackling, flickering discharges of additive and subtractive magic up with his hands, feeding them everything he had. Both of those arcing streams of thunderous power slammed together, rocking the mountain. Instantly, all around the perimeter of the gold circle about waist-high, a burst of dark energy powered by subtractive magic exploded outward in an ever-expanding ring. As it shot off in all directions, it instantly cut cleanly through the glee where they stood and the rock towers behind them as well as those all around the mountaintop. Richard saw what had just happened as if watching from outside his own body. With the threat stopped, he immediately used his gift to pull the subtractive magic he had allowed to escape back within the boundary of the gold ring. The glee had all been sliced cleanly in two and were dead before they tumbled to the ground. Some of the tops of the rock towers, suddenly separated by a void cut cleanly through them by subtractive magic, dropped straight down with a thud and stayed there, as if joining into one again. Others that were out of balance slowly began to tip over until they crashed down. Any of the glee that had been behind the rock had also been cut in two and killed. No glee that had come up the mountain, other than those with Sang who had fled, escaped alive. Everything had happened in a blinding flash of pure, elemental power. What only a second before had been a dangerous threat was no more. With the threat eliminated, Richard turned his attention back to the procedures for the ignition of the interior perspective of the verification web. He allowed both kinds of lightning to twist and dance together. Countless threads of the combined power crackled all around them, forming a dome shape over Richard and Vika. The ends of all those thrashing threads grounded on the golden ring, like lightning drawn irresistibly to a tree. It didn't seem to do any harm to the ring. That part was unlike any verification web procedure Richard had ever seen before, or heard of, but he realized that just because he hadn't seen it before didn't mean it was wrong, and was no reason to stop. Within that dome of crackling power, all around Richard and Vika, the constructed spell rapidly built a network of yet more lines, confirming that everything about the spell was unfolding properly, and as he had expected. As Richard concentrated on giving those lines the power they needed from his gift, they traced their way through the air, building a three-dimensional series of glowing lines. Unlike the previous lines, these glowed orange, which was a rather discordant contrast in the red world. The bluish lines from before turned green when the orange lines intersected with them, changing them and adding to their structure. Lines of light raced through the air to support and reinforce geometric shapes. Triangles merged and formed complex angles and shapes of pure white light that lit the remaining towers of rock all around them in their soft glow. The lines swiftly grew in purpose, creating an intricate web around Richard and Vika. Richard understood those lines and the elements of magic they represented. As they multiplied, the glowing lines continued to build, crisscrossing around the two of them at a dizzying rate. As they did, Vika pressed her back to his as yet more lines shot like arrows through space close in around them. The lines, Richard knew, were routines of the spell form, protocols that created the web to confirm what elements made up that spell form. They were, in essence, a three-dimensional diagram of the constructed spell. The lines continued to trace their routes with purpose and precision as the dome of crackling lightning overhead protected them. The symbols on the stone flashed in sequence. In the fabric of the web around them, made of orange, white, and green lines, in the angles and junctions, Richard could read purpose and procedure, revealing how the spell and the strange power used by the gateway functioned. Even though it was unlike any constructed spell he had seen before, in the complexity of glowing lines all around them, there was profound beauty of purpose. Richard now understood how it all fit together and the underlying mechanism for how the gateway worked. And he now understood exactly what he had to do to alter the gateway. Chapter 75. Richard looked back over his shoulder at Vika. "Are you all right?" "Peachy," she said above the crackling noise of the lightning flickering all around them. Richard smiled. "Good." She cast a worried look around the dancing and glimmering dome of power, then gazed back at him. "As far as your crazy ideas go, this one might be the craziest." "Well, I have to tell you, I haven't yet gotten to the crazy part." She carefully avoided touching any of the glowing lines as she used her hands on him to twist herself around until she was facing his back. She circled one arm around his waist to make sure she stayed close enough in case he moved. He was glad, at least, that she was taking the danger of the glowing lines seriously. "What?" she yelled out. "This isn't the crazy part?" "No. I just wanted to make sure you are all right because I'm about to do the crazy part. I'm going to need your help to do some of it with me." She shook her head. "Sure, why not? I have nothing better to do." He gestured around at the complex network of luminous blue, green, orange, and white lines of the verification web. "I'm going to have to extinguish some of these glowing orange lines in order to open up a corridor of sorts that you and I can move through to get to the gateway device." "Should I go with you?" "Yes. Once I clear away enough of the lines, then when I start to move toward the stone, I want you to move with me, like you are my shadow. Can you do that?" "Of course, but that doesn't sound like it's the crazy part." "It's not. When I'm ready and we start to move, keep your arms in close. Be careful not to let any part of you touch the lines, because they will cut a slab of flesh right off you." "I understand." "I'm going to extinguish some of the lines, but I can't get rid of them all quite yet or the web will collapse, and I still need it. So it will be a narrow space, and we will have to be careful." "I understand. But there is something that I think you should know first." "What's that?" he asked. She pointed down. "We're not touching the ground. We're floating about a foot above it." "I know. It's part of the process. When I extinguish some of the lines, we will settle down to the ground and be able to walk to the stone." Once he was sure that she wasn't going to panic and do something that might get her killed, he realized as soon as he had the thought that Mord Sith didn't panic and they didn't necessarily fear getting killed, as long as it was in service to protect him. He began reaching out and touching his first finger and thumb together at key intersections in the web. Since the lines were in part a creation of his own gift, he knew that as long as he was careful, they wouldn't harm him the way they would harm Vika. As he touched the first intersection of lines above and a little to the right, two of the lines crossing in front of him vanished. He continued to pinch off primary junctions of lines, in a way cauterizing the flow of power so that it wouldn't bleed away and the web would remain viable. As he pinched off intersections at the proper nodes, it extinguished lines in midair between him and the stone at the edge of the ring. With each that vanished, he could reach farther in to touch other prime points where complex networks of glowing orange lines came together. As he worked, he and Vika gradually sank toward the ground. Once their feet touched the ground, he spoke to Vika back over his shoulder. "I'm going to move closer to the stone. Stay close. Don't worry. Just think of me as your shadow." Richard worked as he moved deeper until he had an adequate corridor open to the stone. It wasn't roomy, but it provided enough space for them to get through. Once there, he started clearing the glowing lines from all around the stone to give himself the access he would need to all the symbols. "All right. I'm ready for the next part. Don't be alarmed." "Nothing you do alarms me anymore." He smiled as he pulled his silver-handled knife from the sheath at his belt. It had an ornate letter R on it for the House of Rawl. It was a reminder of home, Kalen, and all he had left behind, as well as his responsibility to his own world. As Vika watched over his shoulder, Richard gritted his teeth and drew the razor-sharp blade across his forearm, cutting deep enough to bleed sufficiently to provide the blood he would need. He ignored the stinging pain of the cut and wiped the knife in the blood, turning it over, collecting all of it he could on the blade. He held the knife level so that the blood wouldn't all run down and drip off. Leaning over, he touched a series of 3 emblems in the language of creation with just enough additive magic to initiate a reset of the gateway. Each one he touched confirmed that touch of magic with a slight vibration and a tone. Once done with that, he held the knife over the stone to let the blood drip from the tip of the blade into the slot on the top where Sang had shown him they put their claw. "What are you doing?" Vika sounded apprehensive. "I thought you said that nothing I do alarms you anymore." "I'm not alarmed. I'm Mord Sith. I'm curious." Richard held the knife steady to make sure all the blood continued to drip into the slot. "I'm altering the protocols with my blood so that the gateway will only recognize a Rawl from now on." "That's actually not crazy." "Just wait," he whispered. "What?" "Nothing." Richard swiftly stroked the edge of the blade up his arm again to collect more blood. Once he had, he quickly held it over the slot, letting more of his blood drip from the tip into the slot. He didn't know how much would be needed to accomplish what he wanted to do, but he decided it would be best to be sure it was plenty rather than risk having too little. As he dripped the blood in the second time, the ground began to rumble like distant thunder. A soft glow appeared in the air over the sand within the gold ring. Richard looked back at Vika. "Now comes the crazy part." Her mouth dropped open. "You mean none of this was the crazy part?" "No, not really." "What are you going to do?" "I don't have time to explain. The reset is active. I need to complete the series. What can I do to help?" "I need to hold an arm around this stone. I will reach back with my other arm. I want you inside the gold ring as close as you can get to the center of that glowing light and still be able to stretch out an arm and hold my hand." Seeing his grim expression, she nodded. "All right. Anything else?" "Just don't let go of my hand, no matter what happens." "I won't," she said earnestly before she started carefully working her way back through the corridor of glowing orange lines. She turned and stretched her arm out, waiting for his hand. Richard put his right arm around the stone and with his wrist hooked up over the top on the other side so that he could hold the knife, still dripping his blood, over the slot in the slanted top of the stone. With his left hand, he reached down and touched the reset sequence with his palm. He used enough of a flow of subtractive magic to close the verification web. As soon as he felt the final emblem vibrate under his palm, confirming that it accepted the instruction, all the glowing lines instantly turned to smoke. Those lines of smoke swirled a little in the air before they quickly began to vanish. In a moment, they were gone. But in their place, the softly glowing air within the golden ring began to vibrate with an ever-increasing roar that hurt his ears. Richard looked back at Vika. She was wincing against the pain of the thundering roar. "You will need to bend over a little more to be able to reach me," he had to yell to make sure she could hear him over the strange, vibrating, rumbling noise. She nodded as she did as he asked, bending at the waist and stretching her arm out toward him while keeping her feet in the center of the sand. She held the position, waiting for him to grab her hand. With his left hand, Richard quickly pressed his palm to the final reset authentication emblem. It pulsed a bright red to confirm that it recognized him. As soon as it did, he immediately stretched his left arm back to Vika. She grimaced against the pain of the sound as she grabbed and then gripped his hand like her life depended on it. It did. He again read the critical emblem in the language of creation that was facing him. Because it was so important, the same emblem was on all four sides of the stone so that it couldn't be missed. Each emblem was the same. It translated roughly to, "Keep your target in mind." He didn't need to know what that meant to tell him. He understood it from using a bow and arrow. When he shot, he called the target. That was what the gateway meant him to know. As strange as it seemed, it felt to him as if the gateway, now that it had his blood, was reading what was in his mind and using what he already knew in order to guide him. It was like they were now of one mind and one purpose. Richard looked back at Vika. "Once more into darkness," he cried out over the roar. Hugging his right arm around the stone, target firmly in mind, he reached over the top with his right hand and slammed the silver knife down into the slot in the stone. Chapter 76. The air within the gold ring that had been glowing with the roar abruptly began to flare with points of light, packed together so tightly that it almost looked like the air itself was burning white-hot. All of those sparkling points of light gave off a crackling sound that replaced the roar, but was just as loud. Richard hugged the stone with all his might as he gripped Vika's hand as hard as he could. He dared not lose his grip on her hand. He thought he might be hurting her, but she was squeezing back just as hard. He closed his eyes, trying to empty his mind of all the thousand worries questioning everything he had just done. No one had taught him these procedures. He had learned them from the gateway itself through its verification web. In essence, the gateway had shown him what it needed at each step. His grandfather Zed had taught him that many dangerous things of magic had fail-safes that prevented anyone who wasn't supposed to from using them. He worried that maybe the things the gateway had revealed it needed to function and reset might be one of those fail-safe traps to not only prevent him from successfully using something that he was not meant to use, but kill him in the process. Many fail-safes were, after all, lethal. He mentally ran through everything he had done, trying to make sure he hadn't overlooked anything. He knew he had done a thorough analysis, and as a result he had disarmed all the fail-safe sequences he had found from the interior perspective of the verification web. He tried to think if it was possible that there had been any that he could have missed. But if there were, it was too late now. He knew he needed to focus, so he finally put those concerns from his mind. He called the target. He tried as hard as he could not to let any other thoughts but that target enter his mind. Around the fringes of his awareness, though, a continual stream of little things nagged and nibbled, calling to him, trying to pull him away to think about each of them. He redoubled his effort to put them from his mind. As he did when he shot his bow, he saw the target in his mind, centered on it, and pulled it toward him. He didn't feel anything trying to force him from the stone, or Vika from his grip, but he dared not loosen his hold on either. He had to remind himself what mattered and put both of those thoughts from his mind as he concentrated on calling the target. He stole a quick peek. It was hard to see anything through the sparkling points of light, but he could detect the wind-swept stone all around them rapidly getting increasingly wavy. He thought it might be that his eyes were watering, so he blinked and returned to concentrating on calling the target. He had done everything to the best of his ability. He knew he could no longer dare to spare the mental effort to worry about any of it. Now, he simply focused on calling the target. That was all that mattered. It was everything that mattered. Suddenly there was a thunderous rumbling sound, low, intense, powerful. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the flash of light that had caused it. The next thing he was aware of, before he could begin to understand what had just happened, was darkness beyond dark. Abruptly, there was no longer any sound at all. The profound silence rang in his ears until it hurt, and then even that sensation was gone. Richard felt nothing. It was a complete lack of any sights or sounds or sensations. He couldn't tell up from down. He couldn't feel if he still had hold of Vika's hand or if he was still holding the stone. He desperately hoped that he was. If he wasn't, then it had all been for nothing, and he would go forever into darkness until even his thoughts gradually disintegrated into nothing and became part of the void. He had absolutely no sense of time. He didn't know if it had been minutes, hours, or even days since the silent darkness had abruptly collapsed in on him. Even that sensation of falling and the awful expectation of hitting the bottom left him. Having done this before made it easier to do again. He told himself that this was no different than it had been last time. But somehow, in some indescribable way, this was different. Very different. Profoundly different. Despite having done this before, it was a sensation of no sensation that left him feeling hollow and lost. Since he had done this before, it was relatively easy to talk himself out of any panic. He knew that eventually it had to end, in one way or the other. So he tried his best to disregard the sensation, or rather the lack of sensation, and focus only on calling the target. That was his only job now. To keep his mind from wandering into disturbing places, even as he concentrated on calling the target, he thought of Kaylin in the background behind the target. He pictured her face in his mind. He smiled when she smiled. Chapter 77. Suddenly, light and sound and sensation slammed in all around him. It was such a powerful awareness that it made him gasp. It was so totally different from the void of all sensation that the abrupt weight and light and sound hurt. He could feel himself still holding Vika's hand, and he still had his other arm around the gateway stone. Richard opened his eyes, afraid he would see the same terrible place in the Glee's world. Instead, he saw his target brought to life all around him. Despite having expected it, he blinked in surprise. Vika turned all the way around, her eyes wide with wonder. "You did it! You did it! Lord Rahl, you did it! You got us home!" The gateway stone was right there beside him the way it had been, except that now wisps of vapor rose off of it. The gold ring sat in the white sand like it had been before, but this sand was white. Really white. All around him, in all its glory, was the Garden of Life. He could see the stand of trees off to one side, with the path meandering back through them. It made him feel so good to see trees again that he thought his chest might burst. When he looked up, he saw the glassed skylight overhead that let in the sunlight of his world. The sky was a clear, bright blue, not red. All around him there was color, greens of every shade and browns and whites. Color had never looked so luscious, so vibrant before. He and Vika stared around at the place. It didn't seem possible that it could be real. This was the target he had called, and it was all around them, and it was real. They were in the People's Palace. They were home again in their own world. Vika finally gripped him by his shoulders as she looked into his eyes. She had to swallow to be able to use her voice. "Lord Rahl, I will never ever again, for as long as I live, doubt any of your crazy ideas." Richard smiled as he used a thumb to wipe tears from under her eyes. "Don't be so quick to make that pledge. You have not yet heard what other crazy ideas I have." By the look in her eyes, she didn't care. He turned more serious. "I expect all those I love to occasionally doubt my crazy ideas, because questions from ones I care about and trust make me have to be sure, for their sake, before I act. So don't ever stop questioning my crazy ideas." She smiled. "All right, but now what? I'm afraid that we're back where we started. The Mother Confessor and the rest of them are a long way off at the Wizard's Keep." He looked over at the gateway stone sitting beside him. The vapor was finally beginning to abate. It was still making a soft humming sound, as it had back in the Glee's world when he had activated it. Vika gestured at the slanted top. "Don't forget your knife." Richard could see that several of the emblems were still glowing red, and a couple were blue. "I'm not done yet. While the reset process is still active, I have to put in a failsafe." "A failsafe?" "Yes, a procedure that prevents just anyone with the gift from being able to reset it or use it. Believe it or not, if you activate the gateway in the way I've done, you can actually create a duplicate." Vika frowned. "What for?" Richard shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe so that you can play that you are gods by gifting a gateway to other worlds. Maybe this one is a duplicate and that is how the Glee came to have it. Maybe the ones who gave it to them wanted to play at being gods." "But you know for sure that there was no duplication this time, right? Are you sure this device is the one from the Glee's world, and that they don't have one anymore? Maybe a duplicate of this one?" "I'm positive. The procedure for creating a duplicate is completely different. This is the original from the Glee's world, and there is no duplicate left behind. The Glee are going to be trapped in their world. They can never again travel to other worlds. I think Sang and his friends will be happy about that." "And only you can ever do that with this one?" Richard nodded. "Only a Rahl, yes, with failsafes to prevent just anyone from figuring it out and using it. The knife I used is only used by special people. The gateway will recognize only it, the same way it was set to recognize the claw of a Glee before. That's one safeguard. My blood created another protocol, so that the gateway will only recognize Rahl blood." "That should be specific enough, shouldn't it?" Richard shook his head. "With something this dangerous, you can't be too careful. It needs something more, another failsafe that no one would likely know how to use. Something that only the right person would know." "Like what?" Richard flashed her a smile before squatting down before the stone. Most of the symbols in the language of creation glowed a soft blue. One of them in the series of final emblems still glowed red, indicating that the reset was still open. He knew that once he touched it, the protocols would lock in and set. Before he put his hand on the pulsing red symbol, he reached down to another series of emblems designed to accept additional properties. He recognized that this was a way he could set a fail-safe protocol. He tapped that lower emblem once each time he counted out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Each tap elicited a soft chime along with a pulse of brighter light. He tapped the emblem one last time. 9. He spread his fingers to touch 2 green emblems at the same time. The gateway stone made a soft, dull sound as it recognized and accepted the new failsafe. Finally, he pressed his palm against the glowing red, pulsing symbol. He felt it make a soft vibration to confirm that the failsafe was set and all the new protocols he had initiated were locked in. Vika leaned close, looking at the symbols as the light within them gradually faded away and finally went out. The gateway stone once more looked like the inert stone it had seemed to be the first time they had seen it. It now appeared to be nothing more than a smooth but not polished stone, with symbols inscribed on it. Vika looked puzzled. She gestured at the gateway stone. "What were you counting?" "This thing is obviously dangerous. As dangerous as the most dangerous magic. I'm not sure how to destroy it, or what harm it could cause if I tried, so instead I decided to make sure that it will be incredibly difficult for anyone to ever use. To make the gateway work, I locked in protocols that one now has to use a special knife like the one I'm carrying, and raw blood. But it's always possible that those requirements could be met, even against the will of a Rawl, by using a knife like this to kill him. This kind of knife, with raw blood on it, would meet the initial procedures, but it's too dangerous to leave it at that. So I set into the gateway a protocol that, in addition to this kind of knife and raw blood, the law of nines is also required for the gateway to work. Without the law of nines, no gateway. It will remain an inert piece of stone." Vika rose up. "You are a devious man, Lord Rawl." Richard let out a deep breath now that it was finalized. "You've said that before." "It bears repeating." He looked to the path out of the Garden of Life. "We need to get to the Wizard's Keep. Kaelin was about to give birth back when we left her there." Chapter 78. "It was a long and difficult journey getting to the keep the last time," she reminded him. "We had better get some fast horses." "I have a better way," Richard told her. "Another crazy idea? Please tell me you don't intend to use the gateway to get us there." Richard shook his head at the very notion. "Dear spirits, no. I'm not sure that would even be possible. But I know a better way, and it's not crazy at all. Let's go." As they went through the double doors and out of the Garden of Life, there was a very surprised knot of men of the first file standing right there. They all stepped back, stunned at seeing the Lord Rawl and Vika. It looked as if they had heard sounds and were all gathered by the doors. At seeing him, all of them snapped to attention after stepping back and clapped their fists to their hearts. One of the Lord Rawl's personal guards stepped forward. The man was even bigger than the men of the first file. He was armored with fitted leather and had metal bands around his massive arms, just above his elbows. Those bands had razor-sharp projections on them that were used in close-quarters combat. They could tear an opponent apart with ease in short order. The big man blinked in astonishment.
"Lord Rawl, we weren't expecting you."
"I suppose not," Richard said. "To tell you the truth, I wasn't expecting me to be here ever again." When the man only frowned in confusion, Vika showed him a smile. "We went into darkness to get here." He clearly didn't have a clue as to what she could mean.
"We've been keeping extra guards on this place since you told us to before you left," the captain of the guard said. "Not a soul has gone in there, but we heard noises and thought that maybe it was more of the glee." He leaned over to look around Richard and through the open doors into the Garden of Life. The man looked painfully puzzled. "How did you get in there?"
"I just returned from the world of the glee," he told them. The eyes of all the men widened. "They were killing people in our world, and they killed a lot of people here, at the palace. I had to make sure they can never come here to harm anyone again." The captain looked grim.
"There was an attack. Not long after you and the Mother Confessor disappeared, some time back. But none since then, thank the Creator."
"That wasn't the Creator's doing," Vika told them. "It was Lord Rawl's." Richard ignored her and addressed the captain. "I'm sorry to hear about that. But at least there is no longer any need to ever again have to worry about attacks from those monsters. They will never be able to come here to our world again." The captain frowned his concern.
"Lord Rawl, how can you be so sure of that?"
Those demons could just show up out of thin air. We never knew when or where. How can you be sure they will not come again?" Richard gestured back through the open double doors. "Because I stole the device they used to travel to our world and brought it back with me." Jaws dropped. "Weren't they angry you did that?" the commander asked. "Well, yes, actually they were, but the ones who objected are now dead." They all looked at Vika, like maybe she could explain the incomprehensible to them. "I know it sounds crazy," she told them, "but Lord Rahl sometimes does crazy things. If he didn't, we would be the ones who were dead by now." The captain cleared his throat. "We are certainly happy to hear that you are safely back in our world with us, Lord Rahl. But what of the Mother Confessor? You were going to the keep for her safety." "Yes, well, and therein lies the problem. I wanted to bring the device I stole from the Glee here, where I know it will be safe under the protection of the first file. Now that I've done that, I need to get to the keep as soon as possible. What can we do to help?" "Get me to the Sliff." At that command, he sensed Vika tense up, and he saw her glance down at the Sword of Truth. He showed her a small smile. "Since the sword has been touched by the world of the dead, and this time there isn't any risk to Kaylin's pregnancy, I can take my sword with me in the Sliff." Her expression eased. "That's a relief." Richard nodded his agreement and then turned to the captain. "The fastest way to the Sliff, if you please." The man clapped a fist to his heart. "Come with us." Richard could see in Vika's face that she had lost weight. They had eaten hardly anything in the days they were in the world of the Glee. He was feeling weak himself. He knew that the Sliff would take at least a day to get them to the keep. Before they started out, he took one of the other soldiers by the arm. "It's going to be a long journey. Please bring me and Vika something to eat. Nothing fancy or anything that would take time to prepare. Some kind of meat. Whatever is already cooked. Bring it to the Sliff and be quick about it." Chapter 79. Breathe. Richard had traveled with the Sliff a number of times, and as was usually the case, it was both breathtaking, in more ways than one, and utterly terrifying. The only difference this time was that he didn't need to be told twice to breathe when they arrived and the Sliff pushed him to the surface. While the Sliff could be an experience of profound wonder, his sense of urgency meant that he didn't care about any of that. He simply wanted out. He threw one arm over the side of the Sliff's well to hold himself up as he forced her fluid from his lungs, returning it to her, and then pulled in a deep breath. The shock of air made his body want to reject it. Despite the burning discomfort, he quickly pulled another deep breath as he grabbed a fistful of red leather as a limp Vika bobbed to the surface nearby. He pulled her up from the churning silver liquid to the edge where he was holding on with one arm over the side of the stone well. Slipping his other arm around her, under her arms, he helped keep her head above the Sliff's quicksilver surface. She was limp and unresponsive. The silver fluid sluiced off her hair and red leather. "Breathe," he yelled in her ear. He knew from experience that the Sliff would be telling her the same thing, but in her mind, much the same way the Glee had talked to them. She didn't respond. He put his mouth closer to her ear. "Vika, breathe. I need you. Do it for me." She abruptly opened her eyes wide and exhaled the silver fluid as if she had just been surprised awake. She gasped a deep lungful of air and immediately winced in pain. The first few breaths after breathing the Sliff were painful, not just physically, but also mentally, because all your mind wanted was to stay in the velvety silver dream world. She coughed, spitting up a little blood. In her mind, he knew she didn't want to breathe air again and at first had to force herself to do it. The quicksilver-like fluid of the Sliff was an otherworldly, spectacular experience unlike any other. It was a release from the bounds of the world of life, a sensation of free-floating, flying, and drifting all at once. It was in a way like being with a good spirit in a different kind of existence, where the concerns of the world no longer mattered. Once in the Sliff, breathing her silver fluid, you never wanted it to end. Except this time Richard had been eager for it to end. Richard threw a leg up and over the side of the stone well. He pulled Vika up, helping her to get her arms up and over the wall. She was still limp. "Breathe, Vika." "I'm breathing," she complained. The silver fluid in the well swelled up in the center, pulling upward until it formed into a beautiful, shiny, reflective face.
"Were you pleased, Master?"
"Yes," Richard said, "very pleased."
"I know how painful death was for you, but I am glad that your sword now knows death as well, so you can take it with you when we travel again."
"It is always a pleasure to be with you."
"Then come. I can take you many places. Where would you like to go? You will be pleased."
"I would like that very much, but I have some business right now. Maybe later."
"When?"
"I'm not sure yet, but really it was wonderful. I was pleased." The silver face smiled.
"I am glad, Master."
A bit of a silver frown formed.
"You are sure you were pleased?"
"Yes," Richard said, nodding, as he hauled Vika's upper body over the edge. As she finally got a leg over, he helped her down to the ground. "Very pleased. You may go back now and be with your soul. I will call on you again just as soon as I wish to travel."
"Thank you, Master, for traveling with me. I enjoyed it. When you wish to travel again, I will be waiting for your call."
With that, the silver face melted down into her churning silver waters. The reflective fluid began sinking down inside the well. Richard looked over the edge to see the choppy surface receding at an ever-increasing speed until in a blink it was gone down into the darkness. When he looked back, Vika had her fists on her hips. That was just plain weird. I know. Traveling in the Sliff is a strange experience. No, I mean that conversation was weird. Why were you talking to that thing like that? Richard waved off the question. It's a long story. Come on, let's go. They raced out of the Sliff's room and along the railing around the pit with the dark rock sitting in the center of dark water. Their sudden appearance caused small creatures on the rock to leap into the surrounding water. The lower reaches of the keep were dark and gloomy. Occasionally, there was a long shaft that reached to the outside to let in light and fresh air. Richard took them the shortest way he knew to get to the massive lower chamber that was kind of like a central hub. From there, one could go to any number of different places and levels in the keep. The chamber was so long that he couldn't recognize a person's face from one end to the other. It wasn't nearly so wide, but it was immensely tall. Up near the top there were long openings that let the keep breathe, changing the air down deep in the place and letting it flow through the halls. It also let birds and bats come and go. Both came for the bugs. It was a long climb from the lower keep. They went up both narrow, dark stone stairs and more elaborate staircases. Together they raced down passageways and through elaborately decorated rooms. Higher up in the keep, when they finally rushed around a corner, Richard heard voices. He looked down a broad hall to see two women standing at a window looking out and talking. Richard trotted down the hall with Vika at his side. He slowed to a breathless stop near the women. Both stared with wide eyes as he and Vika caught their breath. "Sister Phaedra, right?" he finally asked. She curtsied. "Lord Rahl, it has been a very long time. I am surprised you remember me." Both women stared at the red leather. "This is Vika," he told them as he held a hand toward her in introduction. The sister likewise lifted a hand out to the side. "This is Jenna, one of the women from down in the city who come up here to help out at the keep." Richard offered her a quick tip of his head in greeting. She blushed, and then performed a shaky curtsy, too intimidated by the Lord Rahl to speak. It was something that he'd gotten somewhat used to. He didn't have the time to talk her out of her mute fright. "Where's Kaylin?" he asked the sister. "She was pregnant. Did she have the babies yet? Is she all right? Where is she?" The woman blinked at the burst of questions. She turned to the window and pointed out. "She went down there. She said she wanted to have her children where she was born." "She went down to the confessor's palace?" Richard was astonished that she would take that risk before knowing that she would be safe from the glee. "That's right," Sister Phaedra said. "She has been down there for quite some time now." Chapter 80. As he and Vika raced into the majesty of the confessor's palace, two of the women who lived and worked there were already rushing toward them, skirts held in a hand as they ran. "Lord Rawl! Lord Rawl!" one of them called out, waving an arm overhead to make sure they saw her. They both ran up to meet Richard and Vika as they came into the bright, airy Grand Central entryway. "Lord Rawl!" "Yes?"
I'm Ginny. This is Nina. A runner just arrived to tell us that you were on your way,"
Nina put in as if it were exciting gossip, or maybe she was just excited to see him. Richard had been in a hurry to get there, so he was surprised to hear it. "A runner? A runner beat us here?"
"Rachel,"
Ginny said with a grin.
"She knows the shortcuts."
Richard frowned. "Rachel? You mean Chase's daughter? That Rachel?" Ginny nodded.
"Yes, she is such a big help to everyone. She has long legs, that girl. She was so excited to tell us that she had spotted you and the Mord Sith that she had to race all the way down here as fast as she could to tell the Mother Confessor."
She pointed toward the ceiling.
"She is up there with her now."
"Where is Kaylin? Has she had the babies yet? Has—" Ginny held her arm out, directing him.
"Come. Everyone will be so excited that you have returned.
To be honest, we all thought you were dead."
Everyone except the Mother Confessor. She said—"
Richard wanted to strangle the words out of her. "She said what?" He looked over at the other woman instead. "What did she say?"
"Well,"
Nina stammered.
"she said that you weren't dead, that you would—"
"Would what?" Nina blushed furiously.
"She said that you would get some crazy idea and be able to come back to us. I guess she was right. Oh, I don't mean she was right that you would have a crazy idea. I'm sure your ideas aren't crazy, but that you would return."
When Richard swished his hand to urge them to get moving and show the way, Ginny immediately turned and led him and Vika up a grand stairway of white marble to a spacious balcony that ran most of the way around three sides of the palatial entryway. Around one side of that balcony, they went up a second stairway to the third floor, and then turned down the central hall. As they hurried down a wide, elaborate hallway with comfortable-looking chairs and groupings, Shale came racing around a corner out ahead.
"Lord Rawl!"
She rushed up and seized him by his shoulders.
"Dear spirits, we thought for sure that you were lost to us."
Vika cocked an eyebrow. "He got a crazy idea how to come back." Shale stared at her a moment, but had no answer. She turned back to Richard. He was surprised to see her in such a fine dress.
"The Mother Confessor will be relieved to see you. She was so worried, but she would never admit it. Whenever one of us would look at her, concerned for her and what she must be fearing, she would just smile and tell us not to worry, that you would be back."
Richard threw up his arms. "Where is she? Bags, would one of you take me to her?" Ginny and Nina blushed at the language. "Come on," Shale said, rolling a hand to urge him to follow. She started him down the hallway toward another grand stairway. Richard was beside himself. "Has she had the babies yet? Are they all right? Is Kaylin all right?"
"Just come on and you can see for yourself."
Shale led Richard and Vika up the stairs two at a time. Ginny and Nina hastened along behind. The palace was white and quiet and beautiful, but it was all a blur to Richard. He hardly saw any of it. He just wanted to get to Kaylin. And then as they came to another hallway, he saw a group of people all milling around down the hall. He recognized the Mord Sith, but they were all in white leather, which was a shock after having seen them in their red leather for so long. Berdine spotted him coming and broke into a dead run. When she got to him, she leaped up into his arms, nearly knocking him down. She threw her legs around his waist. Lord Rawl, you're back!" Richard grabbed her by the waist and set her down. He flashed a quick smile as he turned her around and pushed her ahead as he rushed onward to the group outside a doorway. He saw Chase there, with his wife, Emma. He paused long enough to squeeze the big man's arm in silent greeting.
"Richard!"
Rachel cried out as she suddenly hugged him. He ran a hand down the back of her head of long hair. He was surprised to see that she was now nearly as tall as him. Richard looked around at the small group. "I need to see Kaelin." Shale smiled as she opened a white door with ornate carving on it. She held the door open for him and motioned him in. Richard stared at her. Shale grinned.
"Go on, then."
Chapter 81. Richard walked into a beautiful room decorated with cream-colored curtains with a textured pattern and white frame and panel walls. The reflector lamps mounted on the walls were all silver, but none were lit. The carpets were leaf patterns in various shades of off-white. It wasn't a large room, considering the size of the palace, but it looked special. The bed had 4 posts draped over the top with a white filmy material that hung down on each side near the headboard. Through the open window, Richard could hear birds chirping outside. In the distance, the looming keep looked down over them, a dark protector of the confessors. From that bed, Kaelin's green eyes were locked on him from the moment he walked through the doorway. His heart hammered as he stared at her. She was so beautiful, he felt tears well up in his eyes. In each arm, she held a bundle. He could just see the tops of the babies' heads. "Are you all right?" he asked in a hushed tone, feeling stupid because he couldn't think of anything better to say. "Now that I see you, everything is good," she said in a soft voice. "Everyone was so worried, but I knew that you would find a way to come back to me." "I'm sorry it took me so long. I wanted to be here when the babies came, but She was still smiling. "You are back with me now. That's all that matters to me. You don't have to worry about the Glee coming after us ever again. No one in our world ever has to fear them again." "The Golden Goddess is not the new Golden Age, then?" she asked. Richard shook his head. "No. A golden ring helped me get back to you and make our children safe. That golden ring is with us now, here, in our world. I think that is what it really meant when I promised you the beginning of a new golden age. That's where that promise really comes from. I wanted you to know. It's nothing else, nothing bad." She nodded against the pillow she was propped up on. "One day you can tell me about your crazy adventure, but right now, come and meet our children." At long last, Richard carefully stepped to the edge of the bed, close to her. He didn't think he had ever felt more nervous and expectant all at once. Kaelin smiled with bliss, with tranquility, and in weariness. It somehow calmed him. Her green eyes calmed him. "Lord Rawl, I would like you to meet your children." She lifted the one in her left arm, on the other side of her from Richard, out a little. "This is your daughter, Cara Amnel." He stared in wonder a moment at his sleeping daughter. Kaelin looked down as she lifted the other one, asleep in the crook of her right arm, out a little. "And this is your son, Zedekias Rawl." Richard stared at his son a moment, then bent and gently kissed the top of his head, then leaned farther and kissed the forehead of his daughter. At last, he finally kissed Kaelin, making everything he had been through melt into nothing. He straightened as he smiled down at her. Their names are perfect. They are perfect. You are perfect. Both babies reached a tiny hand out then. They looked almost like they were searching for each other's hands. Using her fingers on the bundles she held, Kaylin gently smoothed their hands back inside the blankets. She smiled her special smile at Richard as her eyes closed. Shale came up behind him and took his arm to urge him back.
"She needs to rest now," the sorceress whispered. "You can talk to her again after she gets some much-needed sleep."
Richard didn't want to leave, but he wanted all three to rest. Chapter 82. Once they were outside the room, Shale gently closed the door.
"She wanted so much for you to see the babies that she has been trying to stay awake until you came back to her. She knew you would be back, and she wanted to see that you were safe. She can rest easy now."
The Mord Sith were all beaming at him. Vika put a hand on his back for a moment, a touch of congratulations that meant more than words. In that simple human act, Richard saw far more. He saw a journey back from madness. "She looked so tired," he said. He gave Shale a meaningful look. "Is everything all right? Did it go well, the birth, I mean?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Mord Sith all share a look. Shale glanced over at Rachel as an excuse to divert her gaze for a moment. She finally looked back up at Richard.
"Yes, the babies finally arrived. They are all well."
"Why is she here at the Confessor's Palace?" Richard asked suspiciously. "We went through a lot of trouble to get to the keep so she could give birth where she would be safe. What is she doing here?" Rachel touched his arm to answer.
"She said that she was born here, and she wanted her children to be born in the Confessor's Palace as well."
"But the danger of the glee. Why would you all let her come down here to give birth?"
"Have you ever tried to tell the Mother Confessor no?" Shale asked. "It is not so easy, let me tell you."
Richard realized that he knew the truth of that. "We tried to tell her to stay in the keep where she would be safe," Berdine said. "But she said it wasn't a problem because you would see to it that she and your children would be safe." "But he did," Vika said. "He saw to it that they were safe. He didn't let her down. He didn't let any of us down." Richard looked back at the sorceress. "You helped her then, when the babies came?"
"I did," she said as she was overcome with a peaceful smile. "As I promised you, I wouldn't let you or her down."
Richard could sense an odd tension in the mood of all those in the hallway. Was the birth difficult? Cassia, standing next to Shale, turned her back on Richard and whispered to Shale. Richard could just barely hear her say, "Tell him." Richard looked back at Shale. Her smile faltered. "What is it? Was there a problem with the birth?" "I should have been here. I'm sorry. I came as fast as I could. What is it? What happened?" Shale folded her fingers together, holding her hands together in front. "Well, to be honest, it was a difficult birth. Partly because of all the mother's breath we gave her, but there was more to it. Kaylin was in labor for days. She finally gave birth not long ago." "But she looks all right. She looks just fine. The twins look beautiful and are sleeping peacefully." No, she is fine. That's not it. The babies are fine as well." Richard gestured as he grew impatient. "Well then, what is it that all of you know about and none of you are saying?" Shale cleared her throat. "The thing is, Lord Rawl, she had a very difficult birth. The babies—" "You already said that. The babies what?" Shale glanced away from the intensity in his eyes. "The babies had a difficult time being born." Richard had been with Zed when he had helped with a few difficult births. He knew how tense that kind of situation could be. "Why? What was the problem?" "Well, actually," Shale said, "I've never seen anything like it before, so it's rather hard to explain." Richard was at his wits' end. He threw his hands up in the air. What was the problem? What happened? Shale cleared her throat again.
The thing is, we were having a difficult time helping her in delivering the babies.
Richard looked from face to face. Were they breech?
No, that wasn't it exactly, Shale said.
Richard planted his fists on his hips. What was it then? Why was it difficult? Tell me. Shale finally looked back up into his eyes.
When the twins were being born, they were holding hands as the mother confessor was trying to give birth.
Richard stared at her a long moment. Holding hands. Shale nodded.
We had a very hard time getting them to let go of each other so they could finish being born. After we finally pried their hands apart, Kara was born first. Zedekias came immediately after. For a time, we didn't know if we would be able to get their hands apart so they could both be born. It was a tense situation.
Richard frowned. It didn't make any sense. They are newborn infants. How difficult can it be to pry their little fingers away from each other? Shale looked up at him from under her brow.
You do realize they are both gifted, right? They were holding on to each other not just with their hands, but with the power of their gifts.
The end.